the type chart. Make sure that your opponent isn't hitting you with the most effective moves they can. Ooh, Huza actually getting the better end of that and correctly poison jabbing the... Ooh, Grimstar at 13 to survive the poison. Dragon Pulse. Oh, that is a Dragon Pulse though. So Grimstar able to take that. Let's see. Grimstar allowed 1%, and 1% is all you need to get up, like, you know, one of your screens.
Yeah, so that's pretty good on Rangas being able to have that crystal withstand that barrage of poison jab and poison touch, right? Not one screen is gonna go up, but now it's what screen do you pick? I think most likely maybe that light screen, just because that Archala can maybe stack defenses up if it's
and especially because you have so much damage on the Sneasler. The Sneasler's not long for this world. I think you can just say, I'm going to try and do something like Aqua Jet or maybe flip turn the Sneasler again to avoid the close combat. I think you need that light screen or else this Dragonite is going to be way too scary for our Shallow.
Sneasler's going to switch out into that Polytoad here. Light screen is going to go up. Actually, just did not deal with Dragonite shenanigans here. Let's see what the Dragonite defensive will put. It's going to be just that turn, not going for any damage. Turn, just going to switch, pivot out that Sneasler and preserve it, and bring that Polytoad in. Polytoad going to get a very good game. It's going to take it pretty well, about 86% here, but that's all I'm going to put down.
Yep, Polytoad's probably a pretty good swamp in for the Hurricane there. Wasn't really prioritizing this Tailwind even when the Dragonite seems like it might have speed advantage anyway. That said, I'm sure Polytoad needs to speed a little bit more to go up against these, and could have been worried about this Pelipper trying to mirror the Tailwind. So now we have the Archalid on the field. I'm really curious what Rose's plan to deal with it is going to be, because I don't think Polytoad and Dragonite with Light Screen up are exactly going to be capable of it. I wonder if we're going to see them go after the Archaludon and give it Stamina boost right now, or if we're going to see them focus on the Pelipper so that the Archaludon will just be left at neutral defense and then kind of be left out for the Sneasler to deal with later.
Yeah, let's see what helping hand. Very interesting. This is going to almost bypass that light that goes up. Let's see what goes into the Pelipper, interestingly enough. Let's see how much this does. Not even close to, not even, well, very close to over half, but about 47% here. Electric Shot is going to go online. The brain boosting the Polytoad is going to knock it out. And now there's no more Polytoad. Challenge from that same position that it was in the last game, where it's not really being touched too much. Obviously, the light screen is up on the end of Rockhawk, but Huza not focusing damage here on the threat that we mentioned in game one is pretty concerning.
Well, so it is a good chance for Steam to come back, because this is going to be a totally neutral close combat on Archaludon, which is something that we're usually going to be capable of doing around 80%, which would probably leave it in range to maybe be followed up on by Dragon Pulse from this Dragonite. The thing is, this Dragonite's still on -1 from that parting shot on turn 1 of the game. Like, this Dragonite is not hitting quite as hard as it could, and I think that's part of why we saw the Hurricane do such underwhelming damage. Looks like Pelipper is going to be withdrawn for Basculin.
Basculin, that's coming out for that Pelipper here. This is a very smart play. Now you put so much pressure on that Sneasler not being able to get that close combat. But it's going to be that poison jab here, almost predicting the Archaludon protecting that poison touch. Sneasler with poison touch showing its worth here. Is it going to follow up by a Hurricane? Yes, although this is at -1. Oh no, not even easy. That's barely anything. But Poison Touch bringing about 70% of damage within that turn. So pretty solid turn from getting that call correct here, but you're still in the same position of like your Steve's being affected by that first card Basculin.
I think the fact that Huza had to make a play that risky, because if Archaludon attacks, I think Huza's game plan really starts to go downhill from there. I think the fact that they had to make that play and it wasn't even that rewarding for them is a sign of how rough this position is for Huza right now.
Steve are having without knowing it needs to be used against this Archaludon in this endgame. Dragonite's going to go for that Hurricane into that Spark Blast and get rid of it. So now I think we're down to a 2-2 situation, but Archaludon here not being touched, being free to just go for that Dragon Pulse here. That's going to just get rid of the Dragonite.
Yeah, so what's the score going to be here? So it's Basculin and Sneasler. Basculin healthy, but, you know, in range of one more Electro Shot, we are going to see a Pelipper reset the weather. And then Sneasler on just a little bit of percent left. Oh, you know what? I don't think this is going too badly for Huza, because we have a pretty safe something like fake out the Archaludon and then this Pelipper comfortably in range of Blaster Scats at this point. You have 2 down, there's no Reflector, and anything in play. So it's just going to be an easy knockout. Then it'd be Archaladon against both of these Pokemon. Again, no Reflect Up might have a stamina boost at this point, but I think Huz is actually doing a pretty good job creating the endgame that they want to.
Yeah, and I like that a lot. I like the way that Huz approached this matchup. Now seeing it not focusing combat straight into that Archaladon here, actually doing about 84% here. Does that follow up with maybe the last respect on that Archaladon? Are you doubling up here? It's going to be that last respect into that Pelipper here. So just splitting the damage here. I'm not too mad about that. I do like that. I mean,
because either of your Pokemon can just finish off Archaladon at this point. It's like, this Electroshop is going to either Pokemon. If it goes into Sneasler, that's got 200 power last respect last turn.
And if it doesn't go in close combat, it would surely pick up the knockout on the Archaladon. So good targeting on this and not focusing any type of damage onto that onto that Archaladon. Not wanting to get it loose, focusing all the damage up on the other targets here, and now soloing this Archaladon in a way that it cannot withstand more than 2 attacks. So I really do like that positioning a lot on the end of Jose.
Yeah, I think something that's interesting to think back about the start of this game is just like how impactful the Poison Jab poisons have been here. And we have to remember Poison Jab is a move that has 30% of poison in the first place, and then on top of that you have another 30%, like if the first one didn't poison, to get it off 51% of the time. Just like, whether that coin is landing on heads or tails for you is so important. I think things like the poison on Grimmsnarl super important, and then on the Basculegion also relatively important. That Basculegion might have been able to hang out for one more turn if it avoided getting poisoned.
Yeah, so honestly, everything worked in the favor on the end of Jose there. I think that what was really crucial in that game too was as you mentioned, the Poison Jab, Poison Touch onto that Grimmsnarl, not allowing it to get up 2 screens, but solely getting up 1, and allowing Jose to perform that game plan of like, okay, I'm going to try to actively avoid this Archaladon as much as I can. Got a lot of calls correct in that game too, calling out the Protect on Archaladon, getting the double up onto that Basculegion, doing about 70% of damage, and then following up with a knockout towards that end game with that I think it was it wasn't a fake out, but they ended up knocking out the Basculegion. Just soloing that Archaladon is what I really, really appreciated and I liked a lot. So, especially against a player like Rock Hop, that's a pretty good win in the game 2 situation.
Looks like both players are going to be going back to their game 1 leads with the Sneasler and Dragonite against Grimmsnarl and Archaladon. It's interesting because this lead doesn't actually seem as favored for Rogoff as the game 2 lead did, but it is also the lead that won them the first game.
Yeah.
I don't know, I feel like if you're Rogoff, you just cannot take risks with your Archaladon early on. It's not going to be rewarding enough for you. That is your most important Pokemon in the matchup. So this still seems like Archaladon is going to have to play on the defensive. Rogov really forcing Blizzard to make some kind of aggressive plays to deal with that, though.
Yeah, we're going to see that Dragonite Mega Ball. Let's see if the Archaladon protect this turn or the screen, and then attacking is going to go up. We're going to see just to protect, same as game 1, not wanting to take any damage. Let's see what the Grimmsnarl decides to do. Wow, they got a Ken on the end of Sneasler. No poison touch though. And Dragon Pulse into our Archaladon. I like that turn 1 a lot, just keeping it honest, right?
You really don't need Tailwind here immediately. I think just splitting your targets there is really good. I think Jose's actually been playing a really strong game. They know when to take risks and they know when they need to take them.
Yep.
From here, I wonder if we're going to see, the Archaladon is still under a lot of pressure, but also, I don't know, trying to deal with the Grimmsnarl and only letting it get up 1 screen as opposed to 2 is so important.
So we're mirroring a lot of the turns from, I believe, game 1. Archaladon not wanting to take any damage. Reflect is going up. Let's see what this trainer decides to go for here. Huzza going for that Poison Jab, not targeting that Archaladon, getting pretty significant damage, even with that Reflect being up. And that Poison Touch showing its worth here. Dragonite, what does it decide to do? Even if it's a Dragon Pulse into that Archaladon slot, this is just still free damage into that Basculegion, putting it in a 2-hit KO range. So I'm not too mad at Jose's positioning here. Got 2 Pokemon below under 50% here. But the only thing is how are we going to deal with this Archaladon in the back with both screens being probably going to be set up here?
Yeah, the thing is that Poison probably came 1 turn too late to be really impactful. Grimmsnarl can go down at this point because it's going to have gotten up both screens.
Yep.
Basculegion is going to be able to do some pretty significant damage, probably back to Sneasler with something like the flip turn here. Dragonite doesn't have up that Tailwind yet to be able to outrun the Scarf Basculegion yet. Oh, let's see where their targeting lands. Ooh, and if this is, I wonder if this is going to be going into Pelipper or Chaladon first, because I really don't think you want. Okay, it might be our Chaladon taking something like a Dragon Pulse here.
So yeah, our Chaladon coming back in.
Oh, a close combat. That's much worse than a Dragon Pulse.
Wow, Huzza calling the switch out, saying, yeah, you're not going to want to stay in. You're going to want to reposition. And whatever you're repositioning into, I'm going to punish it. Because you know why? I don't need to attack the Grimmsnarl here. The poison touch damage. And now our Chaladon, like we said earlier, our Chaladon needs to not get touched in order to be effective. And Choppa, this turn, our Chaladon got kind of massacred a bit.
Our Chaladon got touched, yeah. Did matter because it meant Grimmsnarl was going down regardless, and just that Huzza got to ignore it and say, like, hey, whatever this Bastion Legion is going into, someone is getting hurt in that slot, and it was our Chaladon. Huzza has done, like, almost 300% damage to Ralgov's team, and is only, you know, their Caesar focus hash has been broken. Big whoop.
Yeah, Huzza is playing really phenomenal here in this game 3. I love the adjustments in terms of targeting, knowing when Pokemon need to be repositioned and effectively calling it and getting rewarded. And as you can see, that close combat into the Ghost Slipe slot is not something that, you know, everybody does, but Huzza knowing what to do in that scenario was pretty good. I believe that was a flip turn. So Bastion Legion is going to switch out here. Ralgov is going to reposition to its last Pokemon. Let's see, is it that Pelipper? Yes, indeed, it's that Pelipper. This is most likely going to be followed up by a Electro Shot with this Archaladon here, but it's going to be just a Tailwind.
Oh, Tailwind calling out probably something like a Protect from Archaladon. This is a really impactful turn for Archaladon to be able to go for Electro Shot, because this could have just been a Dragon Pulse knockout. I wonder if Huzza thinks that, like, you know, maybe the Tailwind to enable something in the back like Politoed or their own Bastion Legion was safer here. I think especially knowing that Ralgov's Bastion Legion is the Choice Scarf set, kind of trying to find a way to give your own Bastion Legion the speed advantage is like very heads-up play by them.
Yeah, it's a pretty heads-up play, but honestly, I'm still not too mad about the Tailwind. I think you're allowed to get a turn wrong if you're Huzza now, because you got a couple turns correct. Bastion Legion coming in here is not bad at all. This is also a Life Orb Bastion Legion on the end of Huzza, so although one Pokemon has fainted, this Last Respect is going to be doing a lot of damage due to that Last Respect. So let's see what Huzza decides to go here. We know that they're good at calling stuff, but they keep it pretty honest here. Dragon Pulsing into that Archaladon, not wanting to do anything, and Last Respects is going to go into this Pelipper and enough to knock it out due to that critical hit.
Oh no, Ralgov not able to catch a break there. I mean, Huzza was setting up a position where they could really safely split targets like that, kind of like the way we saw them end the game too, was just knowing like, okay, I have enough pressure into our Chaladon to be able to go for this Dragon Pulse and then put a Last Respects on the Pelipper. Really, essentially just about the same. And here is where we see that Tailwind being so important, because it means Huzza's Bastion Legion has the speed advantage, and we're going to see another really easy chance for them to just split targets, get 2 knockouts here, and wrap up the set if we see them, you know, find the right move.
Yeah, it should just be, honestly, maybe just a Last Respects into the Bastion Legion and a Dragon Pulse into our Challenge. That should be the game, because it's going to take and beat the reigning champion of the Grand Champion Festival in Ralgov.
Wow, yeah, just such an impressive game by that. I think like when it's a player that I'm admittedly not familiar with, it's so interesting to see them go up against a top player and be like, oh, let's see how well they're able to play. And after game 1, think like, oh, you know, this matchup against our Chaladon looks kind of tricky for them. But then Huzza locked in. They were like making the aggressive calls that they needed to keep up in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed on Huzza's play. This is a great first round at that, because you never know who you're going to be playing, especially a large tournament like this. And shout outs to Ralgov for being the reigning champ. But, you know, as you can see, guys, just because you're, you know, a great Pokemon player, and it could be anybody's game. And in that set, I think that Huzza showed that, you know, they could hang with the best of them in Ralgov, so that was pretty dope to see.
I think something that's really important to note is like a playstyle choice in that set is when you're up against a team like this, you have to be willing to make some like pretty aggressive calls to stay ahead. If you're trying to like play a little bit too safe, or like, I don't know, maybe only target the Pokemon in front of you without thinking about the bigger picture, you're gonna fall behind against Grimmsnarl.
Yep.
Grimmsnarl itself might not be a very important knockout. You have to be focused on Grimmsnarl's friends, and more than anything that our Chaladon. Huzza was just doing such a good job putting together like long-term game plans there, making sure that they had the resources in the tank.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight on that game too. It was just, there was just certain calls. If you didn't get those turns correct, you probably enable the game 3 into them winning the set. So that was pretty good to see. I really do just love the double target into the Choice Scarf Bastion Legion. slot in Game 3, going for that close combat and that Dragon Pulse, saying, hey, if you decide to switch out, I'm punishing whatever it is, whether it be that Pelipper or whether it be that Archalon, preferably the Archalon, right? I think Roghov maybe got a little bit greedy, wanting to just get a boost, stamina boost in there, and who close combats a Basculean shot? I would think the same.
Hosa, apparently.
Hosa, right? So we did see that. So what a good way to start off round 1 of the Grand Champion Festival Encore. Really excited to see that a lot of people are using Rain teams and Rain and Sun teams. I said dual primers earlier. Sorry, this is like super unk status. We played back in 2016, and there was a team composition that had Groudon and Kyogre on the same team.
God, Josh, there's probably a lot of people watching that don't know what a primal is.
That's
it's just Groudon and Kyogre's forms from Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, but yeah, just a very powerful dual weather team of the time. It's kind of funny to see this Pelipper Charizard duo coming back. I don't think it's really something that we'd seen in the format up until this point. It's a little bit like unintuitive actually, but having access to both weathers, both like really powerful Pokemon like Archaludon and Charizard as your sweepers, and being able to figure out like which one works the best for you definitely makes a lot of sense. You know, I wonder something that maybe like held Roghov's team back a little bit there is that the Charizard doesn't actually come into those game plans too naturally. I think this is always something that's held back Archaludon a little bit, is that it doesn't actually have great synergies with most of the top megas in the format. I think the fact that Archaludon is hanging out with Charizard is like kind of a sign of like how tough it can be to find a partner for Archaludon.
Yeah, it's super tough to find a partner for Archaludon. It's pretty cookie cutter basic stuff, right? Pelipper, maybe Basculegion, might throw a Sinistcha in there, maybe even a Dragonite, right? That's pretty much your Rain Archaludon stuff team, and it's been something that we've been using with Archaludon from, I think, even forgot what regulation it was, but I think Torview had highlighted the team. It was like Pelipper, Sinistcha, Ursaluna.
Oh yes, the Elizabeth Rain team, right?
The Elizabeth Rain team, and all familiar faces, right? The Dragonite, Archaludon, Pelipper. I don't know if Basculegion. I think there's variants that had Basculegion on the team, so it's like pretty cool to see that in a regulation like this. With that being said, though, like I don't know, this format is pretty tough. I think people are just experimenting. Like I think Roghov's team is an experiment. I've seen a couple players running this style team. I don't know where it originated from, but I've seen players like William Brown using like I think the 6 same Pokemon here as Roghov. So once I see like top players migrate to like team ideas like this, it's basically saying like I don't really want to use what's meta, like in terms of like, you know, the Blastoise Sinistcha balance stuff with Floette and or Delphox, or your cookie cutter Charizard King Gambit stuff with Aerodactyl and or Whimsicott stuff. So this is like a different approach to a team that is super strong, probably within the meta. Because if a top player is using a team like this, it has to have some use case, right? They're not just going to use it just because they want to use a dual weather team. It has to make sense.
I think like Roghov and someone like William Brown using the team are good signs. Like those are players that can absolutely do well and have done well with standard teams, but they're also like some of their best successes have been with teams that are a little bit more creative. Like they're not players that are super limited in the builder. So yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It's so important to like kind of stay on top of those trends and see like what the top players are using, what inspiration to draw from it. I'm sure there's, you know, a lot of people watching Roghov and saying like, what's up with this dual weather team? And you should be thinking that. You should be looking closely at teams like this. However, I don't just want to talk about Roghov's team. I think Dragonite showing up on Rain again. Dragonite was a Pokemon that was like not in its Mega form, not as popular at NAIC as it was early in the format. I don't know if we've actually seen too much Mega Dragonite early in MB. Dragonite made a pretty good case for itself there. Still seems like a very like solid, reliable pick into the format. Is it something that you expect to see more of moving forward in MB?
I don't know if it's something that we're seeing moving forward in MB, but I do think that it does have a niche and has some use case. It's really good into Rain. It's really good into Sun. So I think that makes it a positive, correct? But I do like this form of or style of a team that Huzz's using. It's technically a Tail Room team. You have a Sinistcha with Trick Room, right? And that Trick Room Mawile, as we know, has been a strong use case back in maybe 2014. I'm going back to old form. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm super old.
You're talking about Mawile. You have to talk about things pretty far back in past to make Mawile sound relevant.
True. But yes, Mawile is a very strong Pokemon, obviously when it megas. So having that Trick Room outlet of having Mawile, you know, being a good Trick Room on, having that Iron Head play rough and Sucker Punch, stacked up with that. I believe it's a huge power. Right?
Huge power, yeah.
Right?
I think it's too bad we didn't get to see Malwell during that set. And that's such a good call out that is a Sinister Malwell team. I guess it's Hozu decided those weren't the Pokemon they needed for that matchup, but I can see why. I think they had a good group of Pokemon there. Maybe if we have a chance to stream them later on, we'll be able to show you how Malwell and Sinister work together. I think Malwell is a Pokemon that's still like a pretty big question mark for me in this format, just because it's like until it has that Trick Room up, it's can feel very out of position. It's a Pokemon that in some ways is pretty similar to King Gambit, so it's like you're a Mega and you're competing for a slot with Pokemon that doesn't take a Mega slot and has like a lot of some of the same like advantages as you in terms of that like really strong Dark and Dark with Sucker Punch and Steel type coverage.
I will say on ladder, from what I've been seeing with Mala, people have been, this is ladder by the way, so take this with a grain of salt, right? People have been using Staraptor and Mala with like a Farigiraf kind of style of team, where they lead Staraptor and Farigiraf and try to bait you into thinking, hey, this is a Mega Staraptor, and in actuality, it's just a Choice Scarf, Final Gambit, Staraptor, and getting a knockout, going for Trick Room, and bringing their sweepers in like Mawile and the likes of Torkoal, if that makes sense. So I like ideas like that for Best of 1. Might not work too much as well in Best of 3, but we do have another game here. We have Riston Lava versus Isho 05.
Yeah, let's see. So this is seems like it's probably still the start of the game with a Delphox and a Sneasler facing off against Sneasler and Aerodactyl. Looks like megas have happened, but no one has taken too much damage yet, so I still think we're very early into the round.
So very early into the round, but I do like the team that I see to the left here on Riston's end. This is going to be your Delphox Blastoise balance composition. That has been proven to be really, really good, especially before NEIC, a little bit before NEIC, and now just taking up a storm in Regulation MB. And we do have the Sceptile, I think.
Oh, Sceptile, Rotom H, Sneasler. Yeah, that's another kind of team comp that doesn't feel quite as well proven, but like Rotom H to be able to give Sceptile those Choice Scarf discharge is such an important pairing for it. Doesn't seem like the mode that Isho is going for in this matchup, though, as it's just an Incin coming in instead.
Yeah, Incin's gonna come in. Incin's gonna come in right for the end of Riston here. Going to get the Intimidator on the 2 physical type attack of Pokemon. Aerodactyl's gonna go for Protect, not wanting to get hit by anything. And Psychic is going to go into the Incineroar slot. So not a bad turn if you're Ishu, you get your Incin in. And Psychic obviously doesn't do anything to a Dark type, so pretty neutral turn.
I think we missed the first turn of the game, but I want to talk about what I'm seeing here because I think we can kind of figure out what happened. I think the first turn of the game was just a fake out trade because we see the happen here. This is both Incins hitting the field, and we don't know which of them is faster. It looks like it's going to be Riston's Incin moving first, winning that fake out war, and this is Delphox moving before the Aerodactyl, so very possibly a timid set train to be able to outrun that Aerodactyl before it activates the Mega. Not for long, though, as Aerodactyl goes for a Tailwind.
Yeah, Aerodactyl's going to go for that Tailwind, and now this Delphox is heavily threatened by the likes of a Rock Slide and a Dark type move on the end of Issue if they have it, right? This is not something that you want to deal with if you're a Delphox player. I definitely know best. This is the team that I love to use. So, Rock Slide.
Ooh,
wow.
Missing the Delphox. That is the Pokemon you want to see that miss. Let's see how Delphox responds with this newly found luck.
Psychic is going to go on the Aerodactyl slot here. Incin being slower is generally something that I would know if I'm Riston. Obviously, Delphox being super fast, and it's going to be that parting shot into that.
Oh, Josh, if that Incin has Tailwind up and it hasn't moved yet, what move do you think that Incineroar is going for this turn? I've got a pretty good guess.
Roar.
Think so. I think that's the only move Incin could be using that would actually have it going second here. Let's see. Did I forget something? No, I didn't. Here's Roar for Delphox.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Wow, getting that plus 2 Delphox outfield, but Incineroar coming in and kind of just getting that Intimidate off again on that Incineroar is like, this is not bad. If
I do not exactly think that Isho accomplished as much as they hoped to that turn. It is going to be Sneasler coming out to potentially, win the fake out war against Risten's Incineroar. But yeah, I don't think Risten's Pokemon are doing too poorly on the field. Delphox are almost like kind of being safely evacuated there so that it can wait out Tailwind in the back and then come back with moves like Psychic and Heat Wave a little bit later in the game. Let's see how Risten is able to maintain control under the Tailwind.
So Fake Out's going to go into Sneasler. Now the Roar just getting that Sinister out the way here.
In that case, we know that it was there to stop a Trick Room because that Sinister wasn't able to move that turn.
So a lot of really cool interactions.
It's Roar into another Fake Out Pokemon though. Like I think I can see why you'd want to use Roar for a matchup like this. The setup Pokemon are so scary, but it's like, what about the Pokemon you're forcing them into? Are you going to let your opponent activate Hospitality? Are you going to let them activate Free Fake Out?
And now the Sneasler here on the end of Risten is able to just go for a clean close combat in the end of the Incineroar. Depending on how speeds go, I don't know how this Incineroar is trained, but depending, this Sneasler could still potentially be faster because we do know that Risten Sneasler is a Jolly Sneasler. So let's see how this Incineroar is trained. It's going to be just a protect on the end of Ishu's Sneasler, not want to be able to get targeted. Fake Out actually into the end of Sneasler and Parting Shot into the Sneasler, but this is going to put this Sneasler at -1 here, and Ishu is able to reposition and get another Pokemon.
We need to see Ishu turn up the heat so quickly here. Okay, Sceptile is like the kind of Pokemon that we're going to need for this, but remember, this is a Sceptile that doesn't have its ideal partner of Rotom Age. It just wasn't brought to this matchup. So this Sceptile is just going to be like a relatively strong Grass and Dragon attacker locked at neutral. And I think that might not be enough power to cut through like all of Risten's relatively healthy Pokemon. They still have both of their Fake Outs. They still have like the Sinish in the back. There's so much damage that Ishu still has to do here.
Yeah, but I guess something that Ishu has that they got the Sneasler down to -1, and it's also Jolly, not Adamant. So maybe potentially this Sceptile could withstand some turns, but we're going to just see a straight up Earth Power. And Sneasler is going to be able to withstand that hit pretty comfortably, I would say. Sneasler not known for his defense, but he's able to withstand that is pretty dope. But a Direct Claw, just to follow up, not wanting that turn a lot by Ether, but the Trick Room is going to go online for Risten. So very interesting spot to be in because you're setting up Trick Room and you have a very fast Delphox on your end.
Yeah, I guess just saying that they kind of need the Trick Room to, use Incineroar against these two, which makes sense. Like, your Incin has to be faster than these, or else you're going to be so worried about moves like close combat and that Earth Power. This is a White Herb Sneasler, so it wasn't going to be as, it's going to be able to, like, ignore that first Intimidate. I don't think this is like going too bad for Risten, but I think Ishu is doing a good job trying to get back into the game. However, with Ishu's own Incin in the back, they are going to have like potentially 1 or 2 like relatively easy turns against this Trick Room Assault. I don't see any really easy way for Risten to cut through this Incin at all, actually, with their Sneasler going down that last turn.
I really do like how well positioned Ishu's Incineroar is for this end game, right? Being able to withstand hits from the Machagacha attacking Pokemon, also that Delphox. It's a pretty good spot to be in if you're Ishu. But the only thing is you don't have a dark move on your team. You only have Flare Blade. Dealing with the Delphox is a lot harder now. But Incin's gonna just come in and switch into the Sneasler and see just to protect on the end of Sceptile. Just a fair play here, not wanting to take any critical damage because you do have a Incineroar and a Machagacha Sinistra in front of you. So Incin just a free pivot here and a protect play. Pretty cookie cutter, but nice to see that defensive backbone on a team like this.
Ishu being able to catch the Parting Shot there is pretty significant because it means this Incin is going to have a very safe, like, maybe something like Fake Out Dragon Pulse into Risten's. Incin is looking really safe right now. I think something that's unfortunate for Risten's end is this Sinister just doesn't have any good Machagacha targets. You can't burn the Incineroar. The Sceptile 4 times resist you. The Sneasler in the back, again, is a resistance. It's going to be very hard for Sinistra to do very much, which is going to lead to its other Pokemon feeling isolated, and Ishu might be able to take advantage of that.
Flare Blitz is going to go into not a very Sinistra here. It's not going to do that much damage, about 36% here. And let's see what the Incineroar on the end of Risten decides to go for. Is there going to be a Parting Shot? There's going to be a Flare Blitz. It's going to be just that Parting Shot. Wanting to neuter these Sceptile special attack stat down to -1 stage and repositions into that Delphox here. And Delphox, as you know, has a good special defense stat. It's going to be able to stand any hit that the Sceptile does. If it's an Earth Power, even better because you have that Levitate ability on that Delphox. And as we do see, that Levitate coming in pretty cool position. Great positioning on the end of Risten and being able to reverse the Trick Room down.
Yeah, reversing the Trick Room there is really interesting. Like, I guess you want to try and have your Delphox outrunning Pokemon like the Instant, but Sceptile is a Pokemon that I think has an even higher speed stat than Delphox by just a few points. So if this is a Sceptile, like, I'm not sure if it's a Timid or a Modest nature, but I think Timid Sceptile would be able to outrun it eventually. However, it's also a -1 Sceptile. It's not actually a huge threat to you right now.
And an Instant is going to spark switch out, not wanting to stay on the field. Sneeze is going to come off, but reversing that speed order, that Wide Herb Sneaker is the only thing that has that Burden proc because of the fact that it switched out. So this is actually really, really good positioning for Riston here. Sinister going to protect here as well. And a nasty spot. If I'm Riston here, I'm sitting in a pretty comfortable position now. I'm able to go for things like Heat Wave in front of this Sceptile and definitely the Sneaker. But let's not forget that Ishu has the capability of switching the Sceptile out. That's -1 into that Incineroar that would take a Heat Wave pretty well.
I think it's really important that this Delphox is just like not under any pressure. Like even if the fake had a Telegraph, you hardly even need to go for Protect in front of it that badly. The most important thing is just being able to connect this +2 Heat Wave before you get hit by a Roar. It's going to take Ishu a little bit of effort before they can even get that instant back onto the field and look for a way to actually connect a big hit into the Delphox.
So we're going to just see a Protect. Alright, Dragon Pulse into that opposing Sinister slot that turned into the Instant. Let's see, followed up by a Dire Claw, kind of predicting the Protect on the end of.
Ooh, Sleeve. That is exactly the status condition that you are looking for when you go for a Dire Claw like that. This Delphox actually feeling somewhat uncomfortable here, question mark. It does still ultimately like outrun this Sneasler and threaten it with a big move like a Psychic, which is like, I don't know. I still think Riston can like kind of come back from this Dire Claw sleep, which speaks to how good their position is.
Yeah, having this Delphox at +2 really, really helps, and also intimidate in the back for the opposing Instant. So, like, I mean, obviously you have intimidate in the front, but still having that Instant on the field and being able to just click Heat Wave is able to share and trade damage kind of pretty effectively as long as these Heat Wave.
Instant previously healthy there, but really getting chipped down by this Heat Wave.
So yeah, they're doing pretty decent damage there. The only thing is you need to reposition this Incineroar out, probably into that Sinister. You definitely want to protect the king here, right? Which is that Delphox, right? I don't want although yes, it's Flare Blitz. It doesn't have a dark move. I think that's a pretty good spot to be in. But also, I think you just want to just buffen up that protect the king play by just having that Sinister and just let it be like fodder, right? Like don't care. Rage Powder, just click Heat Wave as much as possible and get as much damage as possible. But you also need to be careful of Roar too. So, but Helping Hand is going to go into that Delphox here. Fake Out is going to go into the Delphox here, not wanting it to move, and Close Combat into that Incineroar that just woke up. So now, Riston is down to their last 2 Pokemon. But like I said, this is the board position that you want. This is ideally.
Yeah, like this is a Delphox that can't actually be forced out by Roar anymore, facing an Instant without a Dark moves. It's like, even if that was a clean knockout on the Instant, I don't necessarily know if that's enough for Isho to get back into the game here. I think if Riston can kind of just like keep up the pressure with this Delphox, things are still looking pretty nice for them. You know, maybe we'll see them find a way to connect a big attack onto Delphox, but I'm struggling to see exactly what that big attack would be at this point.
Yeah, that's really tough on the end issue, just trying to get damage onto this Delphox. Like, how do you get damage clearly? We're going to see Sneasler here, Protect not wanting to take a potential Heat Wave and or Psychic. And we're just going to see just a straight up Heat Wave, no Rage Powder, because why need to Rage Powder when you're going for only a Fire move here? Like, and you see this Heat Wave is doing pretty significant damage, doing over about 27% here from 50. So Machigatsu is also going to follow up into that Incineroar. It's going to be faster than Incineroar as well and do pretty significant damage, putting it in range of basically anything at this point. So I like this position. I'm Riston. Flare Blitz is going to go into this Sinister here and just knock it out. But I think with the recoil, it might knock it out.
Might be going down the process. Let's see. I think you might actually prefer. Yeah, I think you probably prefer Instant goes down, because this means that you don't have Sceptile facing Delphox in the one-on-one if your Instant, you know, which might have happened if your Instant was still alive here. Now Sceptile and Sneasler in a 2-on-2, and these are both knockouts that Delphox has to get right away. Yeah. And I'm not certain if Heat Wave is going to be able to do it on these.
Yeah, I don't think Heat Wave will pick up the knockout on Sneasler. Potentially, I I'm not too sure, but I think if I'm on the end of Riston, I think you always click Psychic here because you could also miss, right? I think I
And
rather.
you're probably bulky enough to take through these Dragon Pulses, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think Psychic is going to be the choice.
Ooh, let's see. Is this enough for Sneasler?
Oh,
It
it is. It
is.
is. It is.
And a
On the
burn on
burn.
Sapphire, which is going to let you wrap up this game even more cleanly with just a protect instead of needing to, survive another Dragon Pulse.
I can't believe that's so strong. And I mean, the heat wave connected, but this could have gone the other way if it missed that sneezer potentially, right? If you're able
Because
to
like one Dark Claw there and then no burn on Sapphire, that's good game. The Sapphire just wraps you up with another Dragon Pulse.
So yeah, good game to wrist in there. This was we didn't get to see the whole set, but I'm sure it was definitely interesting. I believe it went to game 3.
Yeah, really well played game by Isho too. I think it was just like after that, the Aerodactyl knockout looked very. The Aerodactyl went down a lot earlier than they would have liked for it to. It even missed the Rock Slide on Delphox that turn. I think being able to claw back to within like 1 or 2 more turns of damage was a good sign of how well they were playing.
Yeah, good sign how well they were playing. Both parties played pretty acceptable. Roar and Incineroar, interesting. I haven't seen that actually at all so far playing in Regulation MB, but I do understand the use case, right?
You're a Delphox master. How do you feel about that as a move? Like, is that something as someone that's been using a lot of setup stuff? Is that something that you're afraid when you see it on the opponent's team sheet? Or are you happy that the Incin is probably given up a throat chop for it?
I think that I'm happy that Incin obviously gives up a throat chopper, but like repositioning gets a little bit awkward because if as a balance player, you want to protect and switch a lot of the times, and now protecting makes you kind of vulnerable to Roar, right? Especially in the face of Incineroar. So don't like to see that at all. So unfortunately, I mean, it's a good and bad thing.
Yeah, I think that game is kind of a good showcase of like how costly Roar can be to go for in a matchup like that, because so many of like the Pokemon on a balance team like that like to hit the field. You have the Fake Outs, you have the Sinistra. I think Roar though is going to feel really exceptional against Pokemon like Farigiraf that are going to get forced out by. They won't be able to go for that Trick Room. Then maybe something more awkward is going to come in, like a King Gambit or a Sylveon that doesn't might actually feel uncomfortable in front of Incin against like, oh no, you roared and Sneasler came in or Incin came in and activated Intimidate right away. I definitely think it's going to be an option there, but yeah, I think the Incin lacking a dark move was actually like a huge story that set. It led to that Delphox being comfortable in an endgame where it would not have been otherwise, or would have really relied on moves like Rage Powder to keep itself safe.
100%, I would have to agree with you there. So that is going to wrap up, I believe, round 1. We're just going to be waiting for the remaining games to play. Let's see how many remaining games we have here. I probably have a lot. This is round 1. This is actually only like 5 remaining matches, so I hope you guys grab some water, refresh while we wait for the round 2 pairings. But so far, I don't know. We'll take a look again at the metagame stats. I think we finished off at the Garchomp. I want to say the Garchomp, but after Garchomp, we have King Gambit, Trouble.
Yeah, King Gambit, just one of the strongest Pokemon in the metagame, really flexible. I think, especially like the Sucker Punch on some of these like Black Glasses sets, at least like for tournaments like NAIC and some of the recent ones, that really seemed like one of the big King Gambit sets to watch out for in some of these setup teams. And then of course, in addition to that, you have sets like the 4-tax Focus Sash set that I believe was it Francesco and Eric both used that? Yeah, just really scary set to go up against, especially if you're another King Gambit who will get low kicked if you don't move first.
Yeah, that's one. I think the era of King Gambit for stuff is one of the most scariest, as a balance player, I would say. It's one of the most scariest teams you could go against because there's just so many 50-50 calls that you need to get correct as the balance player. And I think that the leverage just goes in favor of the arrow player because they just have so much capabilities. Like, for first thing, I think Adamant Sneasler hits about 102 speed, so it's going to be faster than most Incineroars if they're not trying to speed creep the King Gambit. So you have potential switch plays where you could go into Farigiraf for the Aerodactyl and hit maybe an spot if you're the bounce Floette team, right? So that's one thing I really disliked a lot playing that team. It just came down to just what is my opponent gonna do? What am I gonna do? Kind of thing, and we'll see what happens after turn one.
And you're hitting on such an important part of like King Gambit's appeal in this format, which is like it is the best defined Pokemon in the format right now. We do have other forms of Intimidate different, but King Gambit is the most acceptable. It's not very hard to slap King Gambit onto teams. Even if you're not a Trick Room team, you have Sucker Punch to kind of ignore that lower speed stat. King Gambit's relatively bulky. You can use things like Chopal and Focus Sash to help with that even more. So one of the best Pokemon to help you in terms of that Incineroar counterplay. And like you said, Incin has to go pretty fast to do something like actually outrun a Focus Sash King Gambit and not get low kicked before it is able to connect to Flare Blitz.
Yep, 100%. Moving on at number 4, Sinistra.
Yeah, Sinister is something that I think has actually kind of like gone back and forth a little bit. I feel like the first time we were here for the GCF, you know, Sinister was like doing pretty good, like maybe a top 6 Pokemon. Then it dipped a little bit around the format of like, you know, when we were playing in some of the live events. I don't think Sinister was looking the absolute best. Maybe it was like, you know, somewhere between 6th and 12th in terms of usage. But now I think part of why Sinister is really coming back up in usage is the setup teams are just doing like so much better than they were, let's say, leading up to NAIC. We have like lots of these Delphox teams, you know, might not be obvious on the usage here, but Delphox, Blastoise, Float are all Pokemon that are extremely strong, make up like probably I'd say the second best archetype in the format right now.
Yeah, I would say a strong second, right? It's just super good in terms of just protecting and switching and setting up your mons. You have 3 potential setup mons with the King Gambit, the Float and or Blastoise, and then the Delphox, right? Depending on how you run the team, but having those options with the Fake Out Brothers of Sneasler and Incin and the recovery of that Sinister make it a really, really potent team and something that's easy to pick up and use, in my opinion. But yeah, enough about Sinister. Let's talk about the king of Megas currently from regulations MA to MB. And it's also like nothing stopping it. Charizard.
Josh, I have a funny question for you. When's the last time someone tried to tell you they thought there was a Mega better than Charizard? Like, how long ago was that?
Oh my gosh, it's been quite a while, I would say. Quite a while. It's been like over 10 years for me.
I was gonna say, like, maybe in the first couple days of the format, you had people telling you, like, oh, maybe Float or Gengar. I don't think those people are singing the same tune anymore.
No.
Charizard just like such an uncontested favorite in the format because if we look at these other top Pokemon, a lot of these Pokemon just have like strictly a negative matchup against Charizard. Like Pokemon like King Gambit, Sinistra, Sylveon, like absolutely going to be Charizard victims. And then even some of the stronger Pokemon in the format, like Incin, Garchomp, they can do well against Charizard, but they also really excel as Charizard partners. Either, you know, Garchomp and Charizard love to hang out for that Earthquake immunity, Incin getting a boost on Flare Blitz and being able to give Charizard a bit of a defensive backbone, give you some of those like physical calcs with Intimidate that you wouldn't have otherwise. Just in terms of its like power, it's really power that Charizard is here for. There's not many things that have something quite as accessible as that Heat Wave, which is just like a move you can throw out so recklessly. You can throw a Heat Wave against like, I don't know, Garchomp and Incineroar or something. It's still like I'm hitting to resist, and I've done 30% to both of them. You're not going to complain about that.
Yeah, if you're the Charizard, you shouldn't complain about the damage output that this Drought Mon can do when it megas, right? And let's talk about, like, you were talking about synergy. The reason why Garchomp is number 1. What pairs the best with Garchomp? Charizard, right? And that's going to be your Mega Slot. They just intuitively just fit so well together, right? Being able to just spam EQ and Weather Ball and or Heat Wave and or Solar Beam is ridiculous without any crazy drawback because you're not damaging your your partner with Earthquake. You're only damaging your opposing Pokemon. And to anything that resists the Earthquake, it's going to take a Weather Ball, and that's not something that you like to see. And this is why a lot of players opt to use the Delphox version if you don't want to use the Charizard version, is because you could withstand, you know, Earthquake and potential Heat Waves because Delphox actually has some great special defense. Although, yes, it's in the sun going for like Charizard's in the sun going for Heat Waves and or Weather Balls, but I think Delphox has a pretty decent way of withstanding those attacks due to that special defense.
Yeah, Delphox is one of like really very few Pokemon that can comfortably fight Garchomp and Charizard at the same time. After Charizard, we're moving on to Whimsicott, something that's been pretty prevalent throughout the whole format. Just that prankster, you know, that dynamic speed tailwind is something that has been so strong since it was included. And I think this particular format, without like any form of, you know, really defensive counterplay like Terror, Dynamax, and some other formats, is just very tough to keep up with a Whimsicott giving other Pokemon the speed boost. And I think especially Pokemon like Charizard, maybe Float being like the two best Megas, just even better with a Whimsicott. Looks like we're going to cut to a new graphic soon, just redoing some of the numbers on that. But yeah, I think we had the Pokemon the right order, but some of the actual numbers were a little wrong.
Yeah, but you know what's really crazy that we haven't talked about, Choppa, that it's really, like, I don't want to say concerning, but, like, I'm actually shocked to see so low. Sneasler. Sneasler being very low from the start of Regulation MA. It was probably number one, not if not number two or three,
Yup,
right?
way up there.
Way up there. Now going all down to like about 6 or 7, right? What's your thoughts on Sneasler going from being like the memes of Sneasler being like used on every team to like having other options and not using people not using anymore in Regulation MB?
So when I'm looking at a lot of these YouTube stats, I'm paying attention to archetypes that tell the story. Things like, and this is something that as we play more of the format, the archetypes are going to become a little more set in stone. Again, if you're looking at usage, you're seeing people talk about the format. It's all about, these Charizard Aero teams are dominating the format. You have Dilfox setup stuff, Pokemon like Mega Blastoise that are kind of little ways behind that. And the thing is, a lot of those top teams are just foregoing Sneasler at this point. They're relying on other Pokemon like Insane, King Gambit, Sylveon as partners instead. You don't see that Sneasler, King Gambit, Basculegion core doing quite as much work as it was early in the format. Those Pokemon are like all still really powerful, but they don't hang out quite as much together anymore. The friend group is splitting apart. We've seen them kind of break into the Charizard circle and the Delphox setup circle. I think that's part of why Sneasler has fallen down a little bit. Maybe a good opportunity to talk about Basculegion, which it actually looks like, the 6th most used Pokemon in this graphic. Tell me about Basculegion.
Basculegion is a very, very, very funny Pokemon, right? It has definitely an item syndrome currently right now. You could use either Life or Mystic Water. A lot of people adapt to that Mystic Water. Frostlass teams adapted to either Citrus at one point in Regulation MA. Frostlass, Lycanroc stuff that people were using, bulked out. There's a lot of ways to basically use this Pokemon. I think that this is one of the most enabling Pokemon within the format with its damage output. It's also one of the most unforgiving mons because you could be in a good position thinking, oh yeah, I just got 2 knockouts, and a Basculegion that Choice Scarf comes in that has last respects is like, whoa, how do I stop this if I don't have Tailwind up and or Sucker Punch to mitigate and or Instant to mitigate this from happening, right? So it's a mon that if you don't position correctly, like playing against it, it could destroy it could 4-0 your team easily.
And Basculegion is like, I think you could argue Basculegion is a bigger beneficiary of Life Orb than Garchomp, because you were just talking about some of those Basculegion items like Citrus, Mystic Water, Focus Sash, Choice Scarf, all great in MA. They're still great in MB, but now you have to worry about the Life Orb last respects too. And it's a little bit like Garchomp, where it's like, sure, maybe you account for like Life Orb. Basculegion is the same way, where last format it usually wasn't using any kind of item to boost up that last respects. Now it is potentially 30% stronger.
Wow.
That is a really, really difficult hit to live, especially after 2 knockouts. There's very, very few Pokemon that can survive that. Again, it's just something that's like making an already strong Pokemon even more flexible.
Yep. 100%. So, funny enough, though, Charizard, Basculegion, Whimsicott, and Garchomp, and even sometimes Incineroar are mons that are put together on the same team. As you do know, this infamous team that people have been using, the so-and-so Zard slop with Charizard, Garchomp, I think Basculegion, Whimsicott, King Gambit, and I'm forgetting one, I think Floette.
Floette, yeah. A little easy to forget about here, just because I think we've really seen a bit of an Aerodactyl revolution. After watching Francesco and Eric duke it out at NAIC finals and seeing some of the other tournament results recently, I can't blame people for moving away from Floette a little bit. There's a lot of other really strong Pokemon. It's kind of a Sylveon taking its place. Sorry, Fergraph, we're going to cut you out for 1 second and talk about Sylveon, like I was saying, kind of replacing Floette on some of these other teams that maybe don't actually have access to a Mega if Charizard and Aerodactyl are taking up that slot. Josh, how do you feel about Sylveon kind of taking the spot of Floette on some of these Charizard teams?
I think it makes a lot of sense, though, because when playing against Floette, it also enables Sylveon to be a lot stronger. Fairy Feather, Hyper Voice, Hyper Beam is a crazy combination of damage, right? I think players have been adopting to Yawn. We saw Marco win the last VR tournament with a Yawn set. I think it's pretty interesting. But yeah, no, I think Sylveon is pretty strong. Just spread damage in general is just really good. As you guys can see from the graphic, how many Pokemon on the graphic did you see are going for spread moves? Garchomp, Sylveon, Charizard, and plenty others, right? Aerodactyl as well, going for that Rock Slide. So what we get out of this is that Spread moves is really strong.
The
Sylveon
spread
is
moves
really
are
strong
really
as well.
strong, but it's also like a lot of the Pokemon are single target attackers, and I think that puts the spread moves at a little more of a premium. Like when you see a spread attacker, you really appreciate it. That's a Pokemon that's bringing something kind of unique to the table. Again, in a format where like Sneasler, Kingambit, Basculegion were like considered like a big three at one point in time. Those are all single target attackers. They're all still really strong, but it kind of sets the spread attackers apart even more. Sylveon rarely unhappy to just throw out a Hyper Voice and chip everyone away with that really strong fairy type coverage.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, I'm a fan of Sylveon. It makes a lot of sense. If I'm using Sylveon, I would love to go against a lot of the Floette stuff going on because just so that fairy aura boost works in my favor as well. Just getting that damage. I just think that it makes a lot of sense on the Eric Rios team that he used to pilot to get second. Having that just tail room in general, it just makes a lot of sense with a Pokemon with that sort of speed set because you're able to outspeed a lot of threats in the tailwind, and also while you're having Trick Room, you're able to outspeed a lot of threats in that Trick Room. So I definitely like the combination of that Sylveon and just tail room variants of teams that like we've been seeing.
Another Pokemon that, we kind of cut ahead of to talk about the Sylveon was the Furrygraph. Another Pokemon that just seems like it's kind of been on the up and up lately. For a while, it was something that was definitely like considered strong on some of these Charizard teams, but not necessarily on the most prominent ones. However, I think that combination of having Fake Out to enable Pokemon like Sylveon and potentially Kingambit, in addition to blocking Fake Outs for when you're really going on the offensive, has really made it rise in usage recently.
Yeah, you know what? Just to go piggyback on Regulation MA, Sneasler being one of the top Pokemon, and Ensign, probably not one of the top Pokemon, but like real ones knew that Ensign was still a strong
Can't
Pokemon.
sleep on Ensign.
Yeah, can't sleep on Ensign. So having Furrygraph there, being able to block out the Fake Out brothers of Ensign and Sneasler currently is a really strong output to have on a teams that have very offensive Pokemon, such as like Aerodactyl and or Charizard and or even Garchomp in that matter. So I think that I like that. Castaways, Delphox teams that usually 9 times out of 10 want to lead out their Fake Out user and the setup mod. So now you have that mind game of disabling Fake Out with the Furgraph's ability and them losing a turn when they could have went for some damage output. So I think that Furgraph is a very interesting mon. I don't know if you've been paying on social media. People have been making memes and talking about how it's so hard to just get it off the field. Like newer players are like, bro, if you threw a car at a Furgraph, it would live at 1 HP.
What was someone saying? Yo, Furgraph could live if you threw the city of Chicago at it or something.
Yeah, people. It's just so funny seeing like the transition of just newer players like not being able to. Not understanding how like prominent and how good like these Pokemon are. Basically, what we're trying to say is like it's so hard to get rid of Furgraph on the field.
120 base HP putting in work. I think it's so funny that people are like saying this about Furgraph nowadays, and you're right too. Furgraph is difficult to knock out. Your opponent wants it to be really difficult to knock out. I used to think these kind of things about Cresselia, which is like even harder to knock out, but also Cresselia doesn't necessarily terrorize you after one turn the way Furgraph does. Furgraph lives the turn. That might be Torkoal coming in and then hitting you with Eruption. With Cresselia, it's like you can still go for Fake Out next to that. So I think missing that knockout on Furgraph tends to be so costly. Like you can't go for a knockout and then have your opponent live on 5%. A lot of the time, that's just going to be so disastrous for your game plan. It's part of why Furgraph is such a terrifying Pokemon.
Yeah, 100%. But I think, guys, we're going to push to a little break here. We'll be back for round 2 momentarily. And yeah, I'm very excited to be here. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you to our sponsors as well. Thank you to Scrawl for hosting this. I'm having a fun time so far at the Encore event alongside my good friend Chopper here. So we'll be back. Welcome back to round 2 of the Grand Champion Festival Encore. I am back once again with my main man, Chuppa. We got round 2 ready to go, hot and ready. Pretty quick round 1, right? Not too long, not too bad. Viewers at home, hope you guys are enjoying. We're having a wonderful day, time streaming this Pokemon event. But now we got round 2. Excited to see 17 cats versus if I'm pronouncing it wrong, I'm sorry. Hasusurin. I think.
Got some more really exciting Pokemon for you here. I think 17 Cats is someone that I'm excited to be able to highlight. They are someone who, you know, has helped Scraw with events in the past, help other people like Wolf, just a very important Pokemon to see. And I'm really excited to be able to see this Staraptor team that they are going to be able to show off for us soon. Staraptor, I think one of the newer faces in MB that we didn't get to talk about last round, because it's not necessarily a Pokemon that's dominated the usage stats beyond like maybe the first couple days of the format before people figured out like, oh, this is a strong Pokemon, but it's a little on the situational side. You have to really like figure out the best kind of team for it. But I'm excited to see it in action just because it's so unique. You know, who doesn't love Staraptor? Who doesn't love that Staraptor has kind of been given a chance to shine for the first time in a long time in VGC?
Yeah, I mean, Staraptor got a lot of praise early on in Regulation MV. Like, everybody was using, obviously, New Toy Syndrome at that, right? People want to use it. But I was thinking it was a fraud, Chuppa. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, oh man, this seems like little cheese.
I was terrified when I saw Staraptor at first. Like, again, not to say like after a couple days that I was as high on it, but it's like, it has like 140 attack. It has this stab close combat. It's boosting its defenses when it does all that. You can charm it and stuff. It's like, it looks so deadly on paper, and then in practice, it's like, oh, it takes kind of a lot of effort to pull off that stuff, doesn't it?
Yeah, but enough about Staraptor. Let's talk about Hasu's team with the Mega Scrafty, Trick Room, Oranguru, Vileplume, Torkoal, Goldenga, Lucario team. I think this is pretty interesting. Like, Lucario is a pretty strong Pokemon. I think Choice Scar, Final Gambit Mons are like really good, especially in like a best of 3 format, because I think your opponents are almost conditioned to kind of respect that on leads usually.
They're just so terrifying.
Yeah.
I think like Annihilate was kind of the king of these kind of mons because it has like the highest HP stat. It has that built-in like ghost typing. Annihilate doesn't get Final Gambit anymore, which is great. I hated playing against that set. However, Pokemon like Lucario are still going to be really tricky. Still has that inner focus for the fake out immunity. Still has some other really unique moves like this. This Lucario set is kind of crazy. We'll be able to talk about it a little bit more when we get into the games, but I think figuring out the right lead against hard Trick Room teams is so scary, because when they're well built, it's usually going to be tough to be good against all their leads at the same time. They're going to have you playing like Russian roulette to figure out like what your best counter lead is. If you don't get it right, you are eating Trick Room and then Eruption.
And no better Russian roulette than a team like Hasu's, right? You have Vileplume and Torkoal that could be potential leaves. You have the Oranguru Trick Room that you have to respect and deal with. But yeah, one thing I do want to note, 17 Cats, like you said, has been working behind the scenes on a lot of creators like Scraw and Wolf, and this is just a shout out to the players slash background players that help streamers behind the scenes get the job done, right? You guys matter too, and no way better to highlight this when having a player like 17 Cats play to show that, hey, I can hang too and do the behind the scenes stuff as well. So I'm pretty excited to see what they decide to bring and do in this round 2 setting.
Yeah, let's look at the teams briefly. So 17 Cats using Glamora, Staraptor, Garchomp, Whimsicott, Golden Guard, Basculegion. Actually a relatively standard team comp that happens to feature that Staraptor. Makes sense. I
Yep.
think almost in place of something like a Charizard still could potentially have really great synergy with some of these other Pokemon.
So we're gonna see that Lucario and Oranguru, like I said, that final gambit being represented here early on in game one, and Goldangle and Basculegion. And no better way to deal with final gambit than two ghost types. I think this is a pretty good lead if I am 17 cats here.
This Lucario does have one really unique move. This Lucario's one offensive move is Shadow Ball. The set does not have close combat, so this Lucario is not quite as uncomfortable as it looks like. However, I definitely don't think these are the Pokemon that it wants to go up against. Neither of these Pokemon are going to go down to, a non-stab Shadow Ball, which is potentially going to give them a lot of room to respond to this Oranguru, which I think is really the main threat here. You do not want your Golden Go fighting what is very possibly something like a Torkoal or a Scrappy in the back.
And one thing to note here, I do want to say that it might be a little difficult for the Lucario here to pick the knockout with Shadow Ball here. It's not stab, and also I think that these Lucarios need to max out their HP so that Final Gambit does more damage, right? So being able to go for that Shadow Ball and then not even doing over half the Goldangle is pretty concerning. But we're going to just see a straight up just make it rain, go into the slots of the Oranguru that protect it, and into Lucario that doesn't even crack 50% here with that life of recall. So now you are under 50% here. I think Lucario is actually just not sitting in a bad spot. I think you need to force a wave crash potentially on it. I don't know the damage ranges too well, but maybe this Shadow Ball here could potentially pick up the knockout on the Goldangle.
Yeah, Hosu got exactly the turn they were looking for. It looks like the first Shadow Ball did 45%. Golden Go took Life Orb recoil during a pretty irrelevant Make It Rain into Lucario. And now, I don't think 17 Cats actually has a way to knock out this Oranguru this turn, which is why we're seeing the swap out.
Interesting swap out here, going to be able to avoid the Shadow Ball here, right? Because that normal typing. And we're going to see no Intimidate go off, but Shadow Ball is going to go into that Staraptor here. And Wave Crash is going to go into the Oranguru and do about over half here. And the Basculegion on the end of 17 Cats is going to take recall, and the Trick Room is actually going to go up. But this is not a bad position to be in if you're 17 Cats here. You have the Staraptor here that could actively just avoid the Shadow Ball here. The Trick Room threats are not in. This is something that is really good. You're able to withstand and waste turns here. I like this positioning for 17 Cats, but you also need to be careful maneuvering and positioning here because you do not want the sweepers just coming in freely.
Exactly, and that's part of why leaving the Oranguru on the field there was so important. This is not a scary first turn with Trick Room for Hosu, and especially when you have something like Staraptor on the field, you have to be able to, have a couple dead turns, get those post-combat defense boosts going. We're actually going to see a really clever instruct into Lucario to let it go for Shadow Ball, actually is like the first Pokemon to attack on the Trick Room, and is just going to go into that Staraptor. Probably the more important Pokemon to put Chip on. Pretty fortunate critical hit, and less fortunate special defense boost.
So less fortunate special defense boost. This close combat is going to go to this Oranguru, KOing and giving this Staraptor, Mega Staraptor here, Mega special defense boost and a defense boost here. So +2 special defense, +1 defense. Staraptor here, and Lucario goes down. So this is a pretty bad Mega Staraptor here towards this end game where potentially we could see Torkoal and or Scrappy, and I think these are both Pokemon right now. Currently, Staraptor would probably want to see, right, especially with those boosts.
Yeah, I think Torkoal is going to be a little scary, but the thing is, Scrappy is not a problem. This Intimidate actually going to boost Staraptor's attack by 1 stage, and the Scrappy set is Knockoff, Crane Punch, Rock Slide, and Detect. Not a single move there of Fighting and Flying type is very worried about beyond maybe something like a Rock Slide flinch. I think Staraptor actually sitting very comfortably here, and the special defense boost from the Shadow Ball actually really playing a part in how bulky the Staraptor is right now.
Yeah, but you know what? I also think that this Staraptor is still probably in range to take a lot of damage from this erupting Torkoal, right? I still think the offensive pressure is currently in the hands of Hasu, but they only have 3 turns to get this damage done and get the game here, right? You only have 3 turns before the opposing Pokemon, the 17 Cats, and outspeed and damage threat basically the remaining 2 Pokemon on your field. But Basculegion here is going to switch out, not wanting to take a potential knockoff and or eruption, and Goldangle is going to come in and probably be sacked, right?
Yeah. Funny to hear you talk about Pokemon that don't want to take an eruption. Golden Goat, #1 on that list. However, I think Golden Goat has kind of done its job in this matchup, and it is okay if it goes down at this point. Let's see if this is going to be Staraptor going for a Protect. Yep, potentially trying to stall out 1 more turn of Trick Room. It is only going to be 2 turns left after this.
So Eruption's going to go, and that's going to KO the Goldangle 3 times over here. Goldango not wanting to be or not needed actually on the end of 17 Cat. 17 Cat saying, hey, you did your job. I don't need you anymore. I just need you to stall out turn for Trick Room. And let's see what this Scrappy decides to go for. It's going to just be the Rock Slide chopper. So rock Slide on the end of Scrappy. I don't. If I'm Star Raptor, I mean that's neutral damage, but it's not stab, so I'm not too concerned about it. But Basilisk is going to come back here. Now, no longer going to be at -1, so maybe we could see a potential like Aqua Jet into the Torkoal, try to get that eruption damage down, and maybe potentially I see if your Star Raptor could actually move within this turn of Trickle.
I think that swap out to reset it for Aqua Jet was actually like, you're hitting exactly the nail on the head. This doesn't look like very much on Aqua Jet, but you have to remember this is weakening the damage of Eruption by 20% about, which might be enough to move the needle for Staraptor. This would have been like quite a bit closer otherwise. Staraptor seems like it's going to be in range to survive a hit from Scrappy right now.
The Rock Slide is going to KO this Basilisk, and Basilisk did his job by chipping this Torkoal down. The Staraptor get to move here. It actually flinches, but honestly, still not a bad turn. You were able to withstand the turn. That's all that matters, being able to live here. So the card chomp is definitely not something that Hasu wants to see, because now it's just a simple double protect play, and the turn, Trickle ends, and now this this guard chomp and Staraptor here is a pretty good end game when the triple turns are back to normal.
Josh, this Garchomp actually isn't going to be able to protect because it's the 4-tax Rosalie set. The thing is, I think Garchomp is more than bulky enough to withstand a double up from these two Pokemon. It's not like this is an Ice Punch Scrappy or anything that's going to be able to cut through it. So I completely agree. It is going to be like a really safe protect from Staraptor. And I think the thing is, Posu has to figure out something to do against this Garchomp. It's going to be Earthquake this turn, Earthquake the next turn, Earthquake the turn after that if the game is still going.
Yeah, and one thing to note is that this Staraptor does have moves. So if you're able to get an Earthquake this turn, you're probably going to be able to get off an Earthquake the following turn, because the triple turns are going to end, right? So being able to withstand Heat Wave, actually, I think I like this a lot. Maybe fishing for a burn here, potentially. And a knockoff into the Garchomp here. Wow, that does a lot of damage. A lot of damage, but Garchomp showing that bulk here, being able to withstand both attacks. Earthquake is going to go on the end of the Torkoal and the Scrappy. Let's see how much damage this does. It's going to do over 50% here to the Torkoal, and about under 50% here to Scrappy. So I like this positioning a lot if I am 17 Cats. Now you can just follow up with another Earthquake and a close combat, and that should be game one.
Yep, 17 Pat's actually doing a really good job stalling out Trick Room. It's interesting. Staraptor is like not a Pokemon that on paper I would necessarily look at and think like, oh, this is going to be really good at stalling out Trick Room. But I think leaving Hosu with the wrong Pokemon in the field and being able to get a free close combat boost before Hosu really had their damage on was so important for the story of this game. Yep, once Trick Room over, Hosu absolutely not having the resources to withstand a close combat and probably an Earthquake follow-up here.
Yeah, this Earthquake follow-up here is going to take out this Torkoal, and we're going to be moving on to a game two. Game two, 17 Cats withstanding the turns of Trick Room. Pretty scary to deal with that. It's pretty scary to deal with that Lucario here in that game one, but I think the 17 Cats called the leads correctly. Disabling that final gambit is really huge, right? Leading that double ghost type here. But how does Hasu adjust here? You do have multiple lead options. You do have that Bioplume and Torkoal, which is probably really strong into the likes of Goldango and Basilisk, because you do get the Chlorophyll that's able to threaten the Basilisk with the potential Leaf Storm. And obviously you do have that After You, where you could just go for an After You eruption, and Basilisk not being the best. I mean, it is the best mon you want to use in Sun if you need to get off immediate damage. I think that it's I don't know, it's a tough lead, but I think that that's probably what I would do to adjust into this game too. I definitely would lead the Torkoal and the Bioplume and try to mitigate as much damage as possible from the end of 17 Cats by just getting off strong eruptions or Leaf Storms.
One thing that's really important to note about this Vileplume is because it's the modest nature, Vileplume is not a Pokemon with a very high base speed stat. It's no Venusaur in that regard. This Vileplume very possibly won't even be able to outrun the Basculegion. It would have to be timid to actually outrun Jolly Basculegion reliably.
Wow.
So, again, Vileplume is still a Pokemon that's going to have a good matchup against the Basculegion itself, but the thing is, if you're moving after the Basculegion, that's time for Basculegion to go for a Flip Turn to break your Focus Azure, put a Wave Crash on Torkoal, which is going to be very expensive. When you're using Pokemon like Vileplume and Torkoal, every turn and outrunning you and messing with your plan.
100%. So then this is going to be pretty tough for Hasu, but I do think they have the tools to do this. Let's see how this game two goes. 17 Cats versus Hasu. Here's Scrappy and Arangaru on leads on the end of Hasu. And for 17 Cats, we do see the Landfish and the Glamour right here. So yeah, we got Landfish and Floral Fish. So the two fishes, Choppa, pretty.
I like the Scrappy adjustment a lot here. I think just like having that intimidate before Staraptor has hit the field and Mega Evolve is going to be good. You're going to try to avoid feeding it that contrary intimidate boost. And in the meantime, Scrappy's just going to be able to do something like either of these Pokemon are potentially a pretty good fake out target. Maybe Garchomp a little bit better to avoid activating that toxic debris. But I think Scrappy's actually going to do a pretty good job like shutting 17 Cats out of the early game. And it's also going to keep a couple more resources in Hosu's court. Scrappy's not a Pokemon that's going to go down very easily, and it is still going to be able to do a lot of damage with moves like Knock Off and Drain Punch.
It's going to do a lot of damage with knockoff here, but we also need to watch out for that toxic debris if you touch that more right here. Scrappy's going to Mega Evolve here. Let's see what Hasu decides to go for here. Is it going to just be a simple Trick Room? Let's see. It's going to be Dragon Claw straight into Rangaru. Is going to be able to take that well due to that -2, and Power Gem into Rangaru as well. Critical hit at that, but Rangaru showing its bulk and knockoff straight into that Gamora here, doing really great damage, Chopper. Really great damage, but we do see a stack of toxic debris. So one thing to watch out for Hasu's end is being able to get rid of that potential toxic debris if they have that Vileplume in the back. If they're not, then they're on a timer.
You know what? I wonder if we're going to see Vileplume get used under Trick Room without Torkoal, so it's just going to be like a grass-type Trick Room sweeper. That would be a really fun way to like kind of keep up the pressure on the Basket Legion. You can still try to sleep the Staraptor. You can deal with the toxic debris.
Yeah.
I wonder, the problem is you wouldn't be bringing your Torkoal if you're going with that strategy, though, and I think that's a pretty tough pill to swallow. I think your Torkoal is pretty important. Otherwise, this toxic debris is going to be really obnoxious for Torkoal.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty obnoxious for Torkoal, but they do also have that Goldango in the back also that potentially it's not even going to matter that the toxic debris is on the floor. But we're going to just see just a straight up rock slide into the likes of Garchomp. Garchomp should withstand this no problem, doing only like 11% of damage here. And
there's one rock slide.
There's another, and here comes a double rock slide, but rock slide does indeed need to hit, but this is not looking too good as odds-wise for some Cats, because if this does land, the potential chance of the Garchomp not moving is greater, right? Because it's 2 rock slides, not one.
Yep, about 50% for this Garchomp to flinch. Just going to be a Dragon Claw to Scrappy in the process. Not the most significant damage back. I think Garchomp there isn't really trying to accomplish damage so much as it is just wasting time. Let's see how Hosu follows up on this, because I think the reason we saw the double rock slide there is to get the knockout on the Glamour and fish for a flinch on the Garchomp at the same time. And now that we've seen the Glamour protect, we could also maybe see something like a Drain Punch, Instruct Drain Punch onto that slot as another play they could consider going for. Oh, going to be knockoff onto Garchomp. That looks like it's in range of another. I'm not sure, actually.
I don't know if it's in range of another, but we're going to see an Encore. Ooh, locking this Glamour here into Protect, and Glamour is not going to be able to move. It's going to go for that Spiky Shield, and it's going to fail because it went for the Spiky Shield to turn right and then Dragon Claw into that Scrappy. So, I mean, honestly, this is a weird position for both trainers. Like, yes, Hasu's getting damage off on the board, but remember, Trick Room turns are ending pretty soon. We only have 2 turns of Trick Room here. And what are the likely odds chances of you getting Trick Room up again? It's pretty low.
With 35% HP or Angry, I'm not so sure. I think, so Glamour not being able to attack there is great. Glamour attacking would be pretty bad for you, but the thing is, Glamour could just choose to go for another Spiky Shield that's Encored into, survive another turn of Trick Room, and then only have 1 turn of Trick Room left. Maybe Glamour just cycle out at that point and then be an offensive threat later on. Do not actually think things are going that poorly for 17 Cats. However, Hosu is still the player that has a little more momentum on their side right now, potentially going to be able to look for a knockout on this Garchomp right now.
So we're going to see that Spiky Shield into the Glamour, obviously due to that Encore, but Drain Punch going to get Scrappy's health back up a certain percentage. And let's see what the Arangaru decides to go for here. Rough String going off onto that Scrappy, going to do a little bit of damage to Scrappy, and Instruct going to hit that Spiky Shield actually.
Yeah, so not an Instruct that you want to go for. I think this Arangaru really feels unique out by the fact that it doesn't have Psychic or anything for offensive coverage. Has to rely on its partner when ideally Arangaru would really love to be able to connect a Psychic or a Psyshock into Glamour.
Yeah, and that honestly was a good amount of damage done on the end of 17 Cats. To that Scrappy, unironically due to the abilities of both the Garchomp and the Glamour here. the move from Gilmore here being that spike shield. But we're gonna see Staraptor, the Mega come in here on the last turn of Trick Room, so we can just see a safe protect. We could probably even just see a close combat here. You're not really threatened by too much, right?
I think Staraptor being able to get up those defense boosts before fighting some of the scarier Pokemon in the back, like, I mean, Torkoal is really the main one that we're looking at. Torkoal and Vileplume is kind of who I think is in the back right now. I think Hosu might be trying to set up for that, like, kind of after you Eruption end game, and that is something that you're really going to want to have a defense boost up before those two hit the field.
Yeah, so I think if I'm 17 Cats here, I think going for that CC immediately, just getting your boost up is pretty good because you're not threatened by anything. The only thing that could go potentially wrong here is that Rock Slide, right? That struck Rock Slide. But I think that's a good gamble if I'm 17 Cats, because if it does pay off, you potentially just get a +1 in your special defense for anything in the back.
I guess you're right that the double Rock Slide would actually be pretty costly for Staraptor before it has any defense boost going. I think, like, if that is the play we see, and that does seem like a pretty safe play for Hosu, maybe going for Protect is going to be the key here. Lamora is going to fail a Spiky Shield. Let's see about Staraptor. Going to be its first Protect, so that is guaranteed to succeed. Trick Room will end this turn, but let's see if Lamora is still here with us.
We're going to see that Rock Slide go off. Does it land and hit the Lamora? It does, doing about...
One.
Oh,
because of the Intimidate, 2 of these isn't even going to be enough.
No, and then now that Poison stack is stacking, so I think that's the last stack of Toxic Debris, and now Trick Room turns to normal. Now the speed orders are in favor of 17 Cats here. Trouble, what do you think about this positioning right now?
So I don't think we saw Encore end there. It looks like there's one more turn to it, which is pretty important.
Yep.
If Lamar is able to attack, that would be really scary. But the thing is, Staraptor actually has to pick a knockout here. I feel like you probably, like, Oranguru is the safer target. You really do not want Trick Room going up. Actually, give me close combat into Strappy instead, potentially calling out that Protect on the Oranguru is a really easy knockout for Staraptor, really easy boost. And Lamar's Encore is also going to be ending this turn, so things are really looking up for 17 Cats right now.
Oh, so wait, Encore did end because Power Gem was able to go.
Oh, okay, yeah, my
so
bad.
Pretty safe play.
I must have missed the message, yeah.
So pretty safe play on the end of 17 Cats, right? Getting the boost, getting rid of that Scrappy, going for that Power Gem, that would definitely pick up the knockout off of Oranguru. And this is the position that we were talking about that we don't want Hasu to be in, is not being able to set up that trigger. But I think this Goldangle here is not in too much of a bad spot. Does this Glamora have Earth Power is the question.
Yeah, let's also check the Glamora's nature. It is going to be, so timid nature. This can actually outrun Goldengo, which is a huge deal.
Yeah, that's not good if you're a Hasu here. Glamora being able to just get off that crucial damage, probably putting it in Brave Bird range, even after that Earth Power is pretty good for 17 Cats. 17 Cats pretty showing a very dominant performance in this game too. We're standing in terms of Trick Room with the likes of Garchomp and Glamora. Yes, Glamora got anchored, but like I said, guys, the goal for 17 Cats is to stand in terms of Trick Room with this team. Close combat is going to go into the Oranguru, picking up that knockout here, forcing a 2v3 situation. Garchomp already feeding on the other 17 Cats, and Earth Power, like you said, going first into that Goldangle, definitely putting it in Brave Bird range, right? Because this Goldangle is Life Orb, so whatever move that it decides to go for here, it's going to take that Life Orb tick, and then we'll put it in range. And due to that special defense bump from those close combats, I believe at +2, that make it rain, and it's not really raining too much on that Staraptor.
I really have to wonder what Hosu's last Pokemon is going to be here, because it doesn't really seem like there's anything that can complete this puzzle for them. It's like Torkoal and Vileplume would kind of rely on each other at this point, and Lucario, not exactly a Pokemon that's like that great at closing out games. It's going to be a Torkoal without access to Trick Room. It's going to be taking that Toxic Debris, Toxic as it comes in. Things are just like starting to look all the way downhill for Hosu right now.
Yeah, things are looking all the way down for Hosu here. That Poison, not really mattering, but at the same time, it's not something that you want to deal with if you're a Hosu, right? I just think that this stacks from the Staraptor, that ability, just contrary, just proving why Staraptor could probably hang within this metagame, and no better way to show it than the last 2 games that 17 Cats has played, utilizing the Staraptor to its best ability here. Last Respects is going to go into that Torkoal, bringing in about 25%, follow up with that Brave Bird into the Goldangle, making this a 2v2 situation where Eruption is not really going to do any damage. You have a Basket Legion. Basket Legion is definitely the Pokemon that you want to be facing against a Torkoal because of the Fire type attack moves that it has, right? So this Heat Wave is going to go online, but it's not going to do that much damage here, as you can see from the resist, and I think it also dodged the Staraptor here. So I think 17 Cats here is going to take this with a convincing 2-0 victory.
Yeah, I like the start of the game here for Hosu, but it seemed like their team just struggled to get like the knockouts it needed under Trick Room, and that's the thing for Trick Room teams. When it rains, it pours. Once some of your Pokemon start to go down, the fact that your team relies on synergies so much tends to hold you back because you don't have all the pieces of the puzzle there. You have this Torkoal, but not the Trick Room, and that's just not what you need against a Basculegion with 150 power last respect and a Staraptor that already has those contrary boosts going. Just a like very convincing win by 17 Cats there.
Yeah, very convincing by 17 Cats. What a wonderful person, and congrats on their win, but also congrats on Hansu for a game. I understand both game plans. Like game one, the Lucario didn't go the way that you wanted to. You wanted to get that final gambit off, get Trickle, get the ball rolling with the potential maybe Instruct Eruption, and I definitely saw those lines. But 17 Cats showing that they know exactly what you wanted to do game one, put you in a weird position to try to go for that same game plan into game two. And adjusting to the Scrafty Oranguru leads on game two was really, really good. But also the problem is that Scrafty and Oranguru are just not doing the damage that needs to be done. And it's weird because you don't want to hard switch your Torkoal into potential close combat or Earthquake. You know what I mean? So like you're just stuck.
How do you get a Torkoal in on Garchomp and Glamora? It's a tough proposition.
Yeah, so it's just pretty tough. Like the goals of, especially like a hard Trick Room, like a team like that. Like you said, the Vileplume's a weird Pokemon because of the speed stat, like you mentioned. I think it's about base 50. So it's not like Lilligant like we had back in the day, where that option as leads would be definitely a lot better because of the potential chance to outspeed the potential threats on 17 Cats. But I think we're going to just hop into a different game here, guys. Congrats to the two trainers that played, and we are moving on to Francisco Pio, our national champion, and Covet HVS.
Kufwi, that's a hard name to pronounce.
We're going to go with Cub.
Yup, Cub. Looks like it's going to be Garchomp and Incineroar on Francesco's side, staring down against Cubs. Garchomp and Basculegion. Let's see what's going on in the game. So really interesting that Francesco is using an Annihilate and a Toxapex. This is a version of Sun that I believe has been popularized by Shiliang and some of his building group recently, been strong on ladder.
Yeah, it's been pretty popular. This is the team that I was talking about earlier. I think that this is a pretty strong adaptation to what the meta is currently right now. Annihilate having a pretty good, solid matchup into the balanced teams of Blastoise and Delphox. But enough about that. Let's see that Wave Crash did about 8% to a Toxapex.
I think that was a pretty good defensive swap from both players. Looks like Cubs, Whimsicott coming in safely, Toxapex also coming in safely on Basculegion. Doesn't seem like there's any downs in this game yet, so it's not like Last Respect is strong yet. I don't even think Sun is up. No, Sun must have just ended that turn. Yeah, just seems like a pretty slow early game we're seeing here. I think this is exactly the point in the game where you want this Toxapex to be coming out. I see a lot of juicy Infestation or Toxic targets right now.
Yeah, this Pokemon was popularized by Northern Wolflip. He used it at the national championships where Francisco Pio won. This Pokemon has been upticking a lot in MB because of its use case of how good it is into the format with having that Wide Guard and the Infestation and Toxic capability. But we're just going to see a Moonblast here into the Incineroar doing about 20% damage here. Incineroar's going to eat that Citrus Berry here. Let's see what Francisco decides to do here. It's just going to Toxic. Toxic this Garchomp. Now Garchomp is on that timer here. And yeah, I think if Garchomp, you need to attack now more than ever because now you're on that timer here. You can't really move. Toxapex is also at full health here, and also has the capability of going for that Baneful Bunker and or switching out to Charizard potentially to reset that Intimidate.
Yeah, I didn't see whether Incineroar was able to intimidate the Garchomp, like if Incin swapped in later, but regardless, Incin has a really safe fake out on that Garchomp slot if you don't want to be getting hit with a ground type move this turn. I guess the Garchomp wasn't hit by Infestation, like it can still swap out, but the thing is your Garchomp is so low on HP, even if you swap out, you're still going to have to deal with that Toxic going on later. And I think this is such an important Pokemon to have on low HP if your game plan revolves around a Toxapex. I'm sure Francesco is very happy that this Garchomp is, pretty close to getting knocked out by now.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close to getting knocked out. It's on that timer, like we mentioned. Toxapex is proving why it's able to hang within the meta here. And Fake Out, like you said, is just going to go into that Garchomp here just to put it in range of a potential Poison Tick here. And Encore is going to go into the Toxapex. But if I'm Toxapex, I'm not too mad about just spreading toxic around the whole opposing team.
Ooh, and it does look like Cub tried to go for something else there. If that was a Toxic that failed into the Garchomp slot, or maybe Toxic reading a swap. But yeah, I don't think hitting Whimsicott with Toxic is so bad. The thing is, maybe Whimsicott saying like, okay, as long as I don't get hit by Infestation, that's what I care about the most. You don't want to be stuck on the field just yet. Let's see. I wonder if Garchomp would rather swap out, but probably more likely going to use this last turn to do a little bit of damage before going down, and also knows that this can't be anything like a wide guard from Toxapex at this point, so we could see something like Earthquake swap to Staraptor as an option that Cub has available to them.
Yeah, we could see an Earthquake slot go into the Toxapex and the Incineroar. We could also see a Rock Slide maybe predicting the Charizard to switch, knowing that Toxapex cannot go for Wide Guard. So there's a lot of options on the end of Cub, but you can only go for one option because of that Poison Tick here. So Charizard is going to come out not wanting the wanting to reset the Intimidate with that Incineroar. It's going to be a Moonblast though into that Incineroar start. But let's see what Cub decides to go for. Do they
is this
predict
going to be a Moonblast Rock Slide pin on the slot?
It might be. Let's just see. It's going to be a Dragon Claw. So yeah, respectable, right? Knowing Incineroar needs to get out of it. If it doesn't, it dies. So whatever comes into that slot is gone. But I think Garchomp had a pretty good showing and a party as well. So Dragon Claw Moonblast going in and KOing that Incident. I'm sorry, the Charizard is pretty cool. And PO loses their Mega there. But I still think this Toxapex is just in a really, really good position.
Yeah, I think choosing not to hit Toxapex with the ground move there is interesting. And I don't mean that in interesting bad way, just like, oh, if you're not hitting it with the ground move there, you really have to have a clear plan for your maybe Basculegion to endgame it with Last Respects from here. Let's see, how healthy is Garchomp? Not doing too bad. I wonder if Cub's plan at this point is kind of just isolating this Toxapex, getting knockouts on its partners, but I don't know, Cub's Pokemon just like don't seem like they're doing too hot. I think in the early game that we miss here, Francesco must have done a really good job wearing down their Pokemon, and it's going to make it hard for all of them to keep up with Toxapex, and that kind of makes sense when your Pokemon with moves like Recover, when you have Regenerator, when you can chip away at your opponent. A lot of these damage trades are really going to favor the Toxapex pretty heavily.
Yeah, it's going to favor the Toxapex pretty heavily. The only thing that I can see could be the saving grace for Cub is maybe a Roost and a potential Moonblast play into the Garchomp if they have Roost on their team. But yeah, it's a pretty tough position because you don't have no real way to KO or get rid of this Toxapex effectively after losing that Garchomp. But we're going to see that Incineroar actually come out and not give the Intimidate to Staraptor, actually boost the attack stack due to that contrary here. Staraptor's just going to protect, not wanting to take any hits, but I think this is a pretty decent protect and switch, not protect switch, but switch play on the end of Francisco. But Moonblast critting the Incin maybe foils the plans for Francisco, because I think Francisco wanted to go for a fake out, a potential toxic play into that Mega Staraptor here. But Moonblast critting and Encore ending. I don't know. This is a weird position if you're Francisco, because now Garchomp comes in. Tailwind is pretty free. You can also go for a Moonblast into the Garchomp slot. I think that Cub has a lot of options here. We could definitely just see, depending on how the speed stat of the Whimsicott, we could potentially see a Moonblast into the Garchomp slot and maybe a Roost potentially. But I'm very, very interested to see how this turn goes. This turn might be very crucial. But Staraptor is actually going to switch out, even with that +1 here, not wanting to stay in. And it's going to be Basculegion. Very interesting. And it's just going to be a Rock Slide from the Scartrap. The Scartrap is most likely Choice Scarf. So that's the reason why the Staraptor want to get out of there. Moonblast is going to go into the slot of Garchomp, and it's going to knock it out, bringing this down to just the Toxapex here. Can Toxapex spread its poison around and withstand this onslaught barrage of maybe Last Respects and or Brave Bird or close combat? I don't know. It's tough.
It's possible.
It's possible.
Staraptor leaving there is interesting because it seems, you know, you not only have to give up the boost that your Staraptor had from Incineroar's Intimidate, but this Basculegion also doesn't have access to its strongest Last Respects yet. We're only at 100 base power for one knockout so far. So yeah, I think, it is going to be really tough to see whether Toxapex can do this. I definitely think it's possible. Let's actually check that Staraptor's moveset and see if it is a Roost on the Toxapex. Sorry, on the Staraptor, which is very important. Looks like Toxapex went for a Baneful Bunker here.
That's not the move I think you want to go for because of Encore.
No, I think the Whimsicott might be going down to Toxic Chip here.
Okay.
Or maybe they're hoping to get. Ooh, wait, that was. Not a knockout on either. I think Toxapex is really just hoping to get the double protect right now.
Yeah, I think the end game that Pio Para sees is that double protection. You need to get this off to win this game. If you do, it's definitely in your favor to probably win this game.
And for Cov, I was thinking this could also have been the Basket Legion swap out, but I think Toxapex getting locked into Toxic here. I don't know if this is going to be enough to get over the Star Raptor at this point.
Yeah, and the Star Raptor being able to roost and get its health back and potentially just go for damaging, and at last respect doing pretty significant damage, makes me inclined to believe that this Star Raptor potentially could just 1v1 this Toxapex, depending on how this Encore, the Encore ends on the end of Pio Para.
You know, it's really interesting. So Toxapex is, it's used one of its Encore turns on Baneful Bunker there. So we know that Toxapex is guaranteed to go for Baneful Bunker and guaranteed to succeed this turn. So probably a free roost for Star Raptor. However, on the next turn, you're going to need to make a call. Do you think the Baneful Bunker is going to have that 1 in 3 to succeed or not?
Ooh,
because if it succeeds, you're getting poisoned at no upside to you.
that is true, Chubb. I did not take that into account. So, roost, like you said, this is a guaranteed roost. You're able to get this off. Now, does that Baneful Bunker, does it succeed or does it not? If it succeeds, it's a pretty weird position.
Let's look at this Toxapex set and see if it is running that recover.
No recover.
No recover, so Toxapex has to rely on leftovers to get its HP back. Ooh, Star Raptor going for Roost even as Baneful Bunker fails, though.
So that's interesting here, but I think this allows Toxapex to just go for another Baneful Bunker.
Yeah, Baneful Bunker is again looking really safe here. Like now Star Raptor has to make a bit of a call and like, I don't know, do you just like kind of blank or Roost or blank or Protect again? Oh, well, you don't want to go for Protect because then Baneful Bunker is just fail.
Yeah.
I think that was a good turn for Cub to try and look for Braver. Now their odds of like connecting one without getting poisoned in the process are a little lower. Looks like they get the call right and are able to hit a Bravebird into the Toxapex. Looks like it might be just barely enough damage to get a 2-hit knockout, but with the leftovers in play, it's going to be a little tough to say. And this is not going to be a regular poison for hitting Baneful Bunker. It is going to be a Toxic, which is going to start doing more and more damage to the Star Raptor over time. I think that's actually super, super important because of Roost. I think hitting Toxic is what Francesco needed here.
We also need to pay attention to your trainer time, because I think Pio Para has about 32 seconds compared to Cubs 3 minutes. Are they going to be able to get this end game up in time as well? So there's a lot of factors playing into this, but I think this is definitely a position that Toxapex could probably overcome. I think you go for Baneful Bunker, obviously this turn, into an Infestation the next turn. Survive the Brave Bird, and then obviously another Baneful Bunker, and then maybe potentially you could just win this game.
Yeah, it's tough to say. Like, Star Raptor is going to be hitting itself with Repo when it goes for Brave Bird. It can go for Roost, but also, like, I don't know, if Toxapex goes for an attack here, it's going to be that Infestation and just put more chip over time damage onto the Star Raptor. This reminds me of some of Wolf's endgames from NAIC and just similar games where it's like you're sometimes going to have to consider moves like Double Protect, but you really can wear your bird down. Not even going to see it get to that point as Toxapex goes down to that Brave Bird, which is probably just barely enough damage to get a knockout there.
Yeah, it could have been a potential roll here. Pretty well played game. I think we're moving on to a game 3. Pio Para being the next player. Not too sure who covers it, but obviously if you're able to take a game off Pio Para, you got to be somewhat good and decent, because that is our national champion this year. So, yeah, we're going to be moving on to... Wait. Is that okay? No, yeah. We're moving on to game 3.
Yeah. I'm really glad we get to catch another game of this. You know, Francesco, our national champion, someone that's done really well in online tournaments like Victory Road since then. Just someone that I'm glad to be able to catch their games with you.
Oh yeah. They're an amazing player. I think they've been actually dominating a lot of the VR tournaments of the last 2 years. They were doing pretty well in a lot of the VR tournaments. And then that translating into IRL is obviously the best transition you could have, right?
Yep.
So, game 3, what are we thinking? What are we thinking? If you're Pio Para, how do we adjust?
So we didn't get to catch all of the early game for them there, but it looks like Francesco was doing a pretty decent job, kind of like wearing down on Cubs Pokemon, but also not being able to get any knockouts until kind of late in the game. Maybe that's something that we could see Francesco figure out a way to, you know, kind of get around that. Maybe pick up a knockout a little bit earlier in the game. Maybe also connect some infestations with Toxapex that'll like really allow you to trap something on the field, not toxic it. Take a couple turns of poison, then get that Pokemon out of there if Cub wants to. Gonna be tough to say. I think ultimately these are two relatively flexible teams, and we could see either player like try to mix up their strategies. I would like to see Annihilate in action, but I'm not sure if this is the matchup for it. It seems like there's a lot of Pokemon on Cub side that would make life kind of hard for it.
Yeah, that Sylveon, the Charizard, the Staraptor. There's just a lot of options. But what I do like on the end of Paras and is that Incineroar, right? Being able to intimidate the Pokemon on leads freely. And even if it's that Staraptor, although Mega Staraptor has that contrary ability, it only works when it's Mega. So on leads, it's pretty an effective lead. I do like Garchomp and Charizard also on the end of Para, and I do think the Toxapex has to come back because it just does
No doubt.
so
This
much.
this is the kind of team that you're using a Toxapex to fight. I wonder with the Toxapex if we're gonna see Cub, like, are they gonna isolate it like that, like they did that game, and save it for a knockout in the late game? Or are they gonna focus more on Pokemon like, you know, Garchomp and maybe try to get the knockout on it earlier in the game?
We're just gonna see just a straight up Charizard and Garchomp. I mean, Garchomp and then Cub, and an Incin and Charizard on the end of Para. So like I mentioned, that Incin is a pretty free lead into the opposing team. So Para saying that is pretty nice to see. But Charizard or Garchomp is the most offensive pressured lead on the end of Cub. So I like both leads. I think both trainers have a pretty decent lead. Chapel, what's your thoughts?
Definitely have to give the advantage to Cub here. I feel like Garchomp is just like very happy to stare down these two fire type Pokemon right now. Even if Francesco does have that very safe swap in of Toxapex, we're gonna have to see something like, you know, maybe a fake out Garchomp and a switch Charizard out for Toxapex here. Or we could just see both sides potentially trading Heat Wave, you know, not doing the most significant damage, but both of them could just choose to chip down the other. However, I think the Garchomp is going to kind of dictate that Francesco make a defensive play at some point. It looks like it is going to be on turn 1 with this Charizard leaving for his own Garchomp.
So Incin not wanting. Sorry, I apologize. Incin. Sorry, Charizard going to protect Garchomp, not moving yet, and protect on the end of the opposing Charizard. Fake out is going to go into the Charizard that protected, and yeah, pretty dead turn, right? Charizard switching out for Garchomp makes a lot of sense. You don't want to have your Charizard deal with a potential Rock Slide. Even at -1, it's still going to do a lot of damage. Incin going for the fake out into Zar, not wanting it to move makes a lot of sense as well. So, but now I think the driver's seat is in the end of the Garchomp on Pio Paris and being able to either Rock Slide and or Dragon Call through.
Yeah, Francesco, like, I think Cub got a little bit too passive there with the double protect, and it really allows Francesco's Garchomp to get in safely, like you said. Yep, Cub's Garchomp feeling the pressure from that Intimidate and withdrawing into Whimsicott right away.
So Whimsicott coming in, Charizard coming out on the end of Cub into the Basket Legion. Let's see what the trainer starts with. It's going to be a Dragon Claw into that Whimsicott slot. That was that Garchomp, and Parting Shot into that Basket Legion. So pretty solid turn. If I'm Cub, you got the switch order correct. Nothing really takes damage here. The only thing that's unfortunate is your Basket Legion is at -1.
And this is going to be the choice guard flip turn Basket Legion set, so it can like kind of reset that drop a little bit easier. But I think Charizard exactly the right Pokemon for Francesco to go into and really turn up the offensive pressure. It looks like that Charizard is poised to be the first Pokemon throwing out significant damage in this game.
Yeah, and if you're Francesco, you are now in the driver's seat to punish what this potential switch mon could be, and or just the Basket Legion that's right in front of you. But nonetheless, we're going to see just Garchomp switch out for that Toxapex here. Let's see what this Basket Legion decides to go for. Charizard is going to Mega Evolve here. Probably definitely wants to attack here because he doesn't want to deal with any Encore shenanigans. But at -1, this Basket Legion is not going to be doing too much damage, right? This could be just a potential Heat Wave and a Solar Beam, but let's see what this trainer decides to do. It's going to be the Wave Crash straight up into that Charizard here, not even doing over 50%. Is this followed up by a Solar Beam? It could just be a potential Heat Wave to catch a potential switch. And it's going to be Moonblast into the one towards Garchomp now. The Toxapex is going to heat that up. This is what Toxapex does in front of teams like this, being able to withstand combinations and hits. And it's going to be the Heat Wave, like I said, maybe calling.
That miss on the Basket Legion, but connect on the Whimsicott.
So it's a little unfortunate. You definitely wanted to get somewhat chip on that Basket Legion. I think that Basket Legion coming out unscathed that turn is pretty good if you're Cub, right? You have a potential chance to switch. Nothing was really damaged that turn, but I think this is just like a 50-50 position. I don't favor it for anybody at this moment. I do think that Toxapex though.
I favor for Toxapex.
Yeah,
Toxapex is happy with this.
Yeah, Toxapex is in a pretty good position. Definitely with that toxic and infestation capabilities currently.
Yeah, if I'm Charizard, I'm definitely very scared about like the Wave Crash. Yep, last double up, Charizard choosing to go for Protect here. And we can actually see Toxapex finish off the low HP Whimsicott so that the Charizard can't be Encore or anything. Let's see, and it's not like Basculegion is actually a Pokemon you can trap in with the Infestation, so it also feels a little more comfortable staying in here. It's going to be Toxic. Yep, Toxic to finish off the 1 HP Whimsicott.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We're getting them to cut off the field because now you do 9 Encore, and that's a really, really good spot to beat him. And let's talk about that Incineroar on the end of Pure Pair. Now, Incineroar comes in and it's going to, if it's a Garchomp switch, it's going to bring that Garchomp down to -1. If it's Charizard, it's able to withstand and resist a lot of the hits. Like, even though this is a wave crashing Basculegion in the sun, it's also at -1 due to that parring shot from earlier. So if Instant comes in now, it's going to be at -2 and in the sun. So those wave crashes are not going to be doing as much damage. But as we do know, there's also Wide Guard capabilities on the end of Toxapex as well. If I'm Pure Pair, I'm feeling really, really good about my position.
I think kind of regardless of like what Pokemon Cub swapped into there, if I'm Francesco, I'm thinking the same thing, which is swap Instant, hit Infestation on the the new Pokemon that just came in. Even if you're potentially going to take a lot of damage from this Garchomp in the process, I think trapping it, beginning to load up that damage, make sure it's in range of something like one of your Dragon Claws or maybe even more hits from Toxapex in the back is going to be so important because once you deal with this Garchomp, you kind of have like, the keys to the game are yours. You're going to be able to win from there.
Yeah, so the problem, like you said, it's going to be just that Garchomp. So dealing with it currently is probably your best approach. Bastion is going to switch out, reset those stat changes back to neutral, and Charizard's going to come in. It's going to come in and bring this Garchomp down to -1 attack. Although it's down to -1 attack, it is going to be doing a lot of damage. Well, not technically with that Rock Slide.
Let's see if this is a flinch on Toxapex. Life Orb all doing about as much damage to Garchomp as it did to these targets. That is going to be a Toxic coming in, so no Infestation, kind of prioritizing Toxic's greater damage potential over time. I can definitely understand that for Francesco.
So yeah, that's a pretty nice play. Now this Garchomp is on a timer. It was on a timer prior due to that Life Orb, but now it's stacked up with that Toxic and potentially Infestation following. This is not your ideal position for Garchomp.
Yeah, and I understand why Basculegion would want to get out there. Is locked into Wave Crash, like with the sun up, with some drops in play. That's not so great. The thing is, Charizard's not actually doing that much better here. Just staring down 2 Pokemon that it won't do that damage, that much damage to with either Heat Wave or Solar Beam. Potentially 2 pretty juicy Infestation targets for the Toxapex here. Instin's still going to be able to go for Fake Out to shut out one of these. How do you see Cub looking for a way back into this game against this really bulky Toxapex?
I think that it's just you just have to get off damage, but the problem is actually clicking the button to get off the damage, right? Because you have the Fake Out potential. Your Garchomp wants to switch, and now you don't have the damage capability. It's gone because you can't go for Earthquake, right? Because your Garchomp's not on the field. So having that Fake Out online for few pairs just to negate the Garchomp from moving, also stacking up the damages, and if it switches out, it's even better for you as well.
I haven't. Ooh, okay, so this is just going to be a Charizard Protect. I think one thing that's going to be really important for Cub to track is those Sun timer turns. Because once Sun is over, this Basculegion's Wave Dash into the Instant slot actually looks a lot scarier. Instant getting the better end of things, doing a parting shot onto the Garchomp, swapping into Basculegion, Charizard just wastes its turn protecting. Basculegion struggling to find a way to make itself very threatening in this game.
Yeah, and this is a prime position if you're Garchomp now, right? Because Charizard has just protected, making it super vulnerable to Rock Slide capabilities. The Basculegion is at -1 once again, but Basculegion can't catch a break here, Trouble. Just always coming in and getting in at -1 here. And Pure Pair also has the capability of getting it down to -2 by switching out into the Toxapex into that Incineroar and potentially going for a Rock Slide as well. And
if I'm Toxapex, and Garchomp, I don't even know if I feel the need to swap out yet. True. It's just like the Pokemon on Cub's side aren't scary enough right now. You definitely could. Like, I think Garchomp's attack is going to be so significant here, whether that's Rock Slide or it could even be something like Dragon Claw into the Charizard slot.
So we're going to see that last respects go into that. Oh my gosh, Solar Beam. I forgot about the tail, and Solar Beam is also going to maybe go into that Garchomp slot. Will it be enough to knock out? No.
Not quite.
Garchomp going for Dragon Claw into that Charizard here. Not doing enough to knock out, but I think just enough for this Toxapex to make it a threat into the Charizard slot. So I do like that positioning a lot by Pure Pair, basically saying, I don't want to miss a Rock Slide. I just want to get off damage as much as possible to this potential Charizard and or switch, if I call it correct. And yeah, I think Toxapex is sitting in one of the best prime positions it can sit in following that turn, just because of how much damage he was gotten off this Charizard.
Yo, Adamant Scarf, Dragon Claw is always doing crazy damage. That move is just consistently doing more than I think it's going to do. Like, half the Charizard very casually.
Yeah.
Don't have to worry about any misses, like you said. Did we see Tailwind end that turn?
I'm not too sure.
Because without that, the Garchomp is still, once Tailwind ends, this Garchomp is going to be the fastest Pokemon in the field, probably, with that Adamant and Choice Scarf on it. I think Garchomp being on so low HP is something that Cub can work with. It's going to be Charizard swapping out for Garchomp, potentially resetting that Sun a bit later in the game.
It's going to be the
Claw
Dragon
connects
Claw.
into Basculegion.
Yeah, Dragon Claw connects to the back. Just wanted to confirm damage off that turn. Not a bad turn for the Garchomp here, spreading out the damage. Charizard being able to switch out into the Garchomp, but Garchomp's going to eat an Infestation and Toxic combination. Currently going to be staying probably for the remainder of this game. It's not going to be able to switch out anytime soon here due to that Toxic just not being threatened by anything.
Yeah, let's see who comes in to assist Toxapex. I mean, I guess it probably have to assume it's going to be something like the Incineroar now that you know the Basculegion is locked into that wave, into Last Respect as opposed to Wave Path. Have a really safe fake out into the Garchomp. Francesco's side is definitely like being slowly chipped down by Cub, but I don't know, I just do not see a path to knock out this Toxapex short of like, this is Basculegion's last chance to get a Last Respect's critical hit if it wants to. It's that, or it's just going to go down to like Toxic at this point.
And if I'm Pure Pair, I like those odds. Fake out and potentially maybe going just for a Toxic and or Infestation into the slot of Basculegion is pretty safe here. We're just going to see the fake out go into that Garchomp here. A pretty safe play on the end of Pure Pair. Last Respect is going to go into that Toxapex, but even if it was a crit, Toxapex would withstand that pretty comfortably here. It's just going to be that Infestation, like I said. And now this Basculegion will be saying sayonara. Charizard will be coming in, but now this Garchomp is locked in with that Toxic Infestation. Also their Life Orb Recoil combination, so I don't see too many turns lasting for a Garchomp here.
Yeah, and on Francesco's side, we also have to remember there's like I think a healthy Charizard in the back too. So it's like even if Cub is able to defeat this like mini boss of the Toxapex, you still have to face final boss Charizard. And again, do not like their odds so much here. Without any swaps left in play, these Toxic damage is just going to be even deadlier than it would be normally.
Yep, Charizard's going to come in, but remember, due to that Dragon Claw from that Scarf Garchomp early on the end of Pure Pair, putting it down to about 22%. Charizard is not really the threat that it once was, right? I think that's a master class of positioning on the end of Pure Pair in this game 3. And Toxapex not taking any damage potentially in this game 3 is kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy that this Pokemon is just so good currently, Chuckle. I love the fact that players are adapting and switching this team composition to like Annihilate to deal with like potential balance cores, and having that Toxapex still to just deal with annoying teams like the end of Cubs that are really strong and really good is also a great option. So I do like the adaptations of Annihilate and Toxapex on the end of Pure Pair. These are not common Pokemon that you see in the format.
That's Charizard coming in. Not going to take anything from this Earthquake. Let's see how Cubs Charizard follows up. Maybe just with something. Okay, Weather Ball into the Toxapex. So another good turn for Francesco. I guess we are going to see the Charizard on Francesco's side maybe turn up the heat. I think with Toxapex's Wide Guard in play, making, not even going to be a Garchomp hit to speak of at this point. This Charizard on Cubs side just totally isolated. No hope of taking on 3 relatively healthy Pokemon on Francesco's side.
No hope in taking, Toxapex proving itself like, hey, I don't care if you're a Garchomp. I don't care if you got super effective damage moves on me. You got to hit me first. And if you don't, I'm going to stack up some damage on you. And you're also on the timer yourself. So, I don't know. This is a great position. Like I said, great position game on the end of Pure Pair. Almost master class at that, showing how powerful these combination of Pokemon are. And we're just going to see a Heat Wave. This should be game from this point. Maybe a Weather Ball, Toxic. Just stack up as much damage as you want onto Cubs. And the Cub does not have a lot to withstand anything else. So GG's on the end of Pure Pair. What a fun set to watch, brother.
Yeah, Toxapex really kind of showing us like exactly why it's such a force to be reckoned with in this format. I think it tends to really excel against some of these Charizard teams that just struggle to break it down. Like, sure, you probably have a Garchomp, but Toxapex is ultimately bulky enough. It is going to be able to take even super effective hits and fire back with Infestation and Toxic and really just, essentially be the perfect counter to Charizard teams like this.
100% Chuckle, and I would have to agree. Like, yeah, I think that was a masterclass showing of how to use Toxapex and also how to position and switch in a matchup like that. I think that that was perfect. But now let's take a look at a replay and see what we liked from that game 2 and 3. So that encore into that Toxapex here, locking it into Toxic. That was a pretty good spot to be in, and then Garchomp already staying in, not wanting to have the the Pokemon in the back getting toxic. Moonblast into Incineroar King and critting was a pretty crucial turn, right? Because I think Pia Para wanted to go for that fake out and toxic play into that Staraptor, and Brave Bird picking up that knockout into that Toxapex in that late game, guaranteeing a game 3.
Yeah, I think in the game that Cove was able to win this set, they were like just barely able to get some of these like really crucial knockouts against Francesco's team and kind of take down the pieces that make this defensive core work. And in game 3, we did not see the same happen. I'm actually going to check out a replay of some of the games between 17 Cats and Hosu here with that really unique Shadow Ball Scarf Lucario. However, Oranguru not doing quite enough to support it in that set.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that they're from this game from Hasu. I think that it was just 17 Cats had their number, right? Like in terms of leads, it was pretty a dominant position to be in on leads. Leading the double ghost lead, and then following up game 2, just withstanding turns of Trickle pretty early on because Crafty and Oranguru just don't have the offensive pressure to just get knockout, or get knocked out. With that being said, so yeah, that was 2 exciting games to see. Shout out to 17 Cats. Shout out to our reigning champion, national champion, sorry, Pio Pero. 2 exciting players to see. Probably will see in the likes of day 2. And I don't know, both teams were definitely interesting on all ends, actually. All 4 teams were pretty different. And in a format where people are saying that people are just using the same stuff, I think that was pretty cool to see the 4 different teams.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of like subtle variations on those top teams too. Like, let's say I don't know, I think you'd be crazy to just call like Francesco's team Charizard Swap or something like derisive like that. Like, no, this is a team that's doing relatively different things. Let me like look at some of the tech moves on it. Like, there's a popular version of the team that has like Helping Hand Charizard and like Life Orb Solar Beam Venusaur, which like with the Helping Hand in play gets some really impressive knockouts. Doesn't look like the plan that Francesco is going for, but again, it's sort of just like another spin on a popular version of the team that Francesco is using. Again, a player that I have a feeling this might not be the last time that we end up highlighting them. Just someone that has been tearing up the online and the in-person tournaments lately. And Cove, someone that, you know, maybe we'll be able to see more of later in this tournament. Not too many players coming from Vietnam like they are.
Oh, wow, from Vietnam. A great strong, right? Like I will always say, taking a game off a really strong player is a great feeling into a tournament. Yes, you lost the set, but you definitely took a game, and you could use that power going into the rest of your matches. So pretty exciting to see how the Cub ends up doing at the end of this tournament. Definitely want to see how Francesco plays with this different version of Charizard team. It's not like you said Zard slot, but it's definitely a different a different variation of the team. So, but now I think that's enough for me and you, Chuppel. We've been talking for the last 2 rounds. I know you guys are tired of it. Let's take it to our host, Shaw. Scrawl, take it from here.
Wow. What an absolutely exciting first 2 rounds of our tournament. We've already seen that the Grand Champions of Encore won't just be a repeat of our first event. We saw our Grand Champion from last event, Raghav Malavia, lose round 1. Not an outcome I think anybody saw coming. And more has happened as well. You might remember our intrepid hero from last event, the Humble Watchhog. Unfortunately, while our Watchhog player has returned and has brought back the rodent, they are not doing too well, also losing round 1. But do not lose hope, for there is a new guy, I guess, who is 2-0 that we're gonna see next round, Mr. Rhyme. If you know me, you know how exciting this is for me to see a Mr. Rhyme at 2-0 in the largest regulation MB tournament ever. So we will be back super soon with round number 3. Stay tuned.
What is up, guys? I hope everyone's feeling nice and refreshed. We got round 3 up, and we got a new caster on deck. Tyson, what is up? What's going on?
It's
bro?
been a minute, man. I was just up on the mic, and it's finally good to be here for the Grand Champions Festival Encore. You know, the second iteration of this amazing tournament. It's really cool to be back on the mic with you in person. You know, these grassroots events are always a great time, and again, just the in-person energy is so much better. And to get to talk about Pokemon all day, you know, it's pretty fun.
Yeah, I think it's like just a different perspective of the Pokemon, right? Like, I'm used to just playing and trying to make day 2, trying to make top cut. But today I get to watch the great players play, just give my feedback on the games. No other better than you alongside of me, so I'm very happy about that. But yes, we do have round 3, and we do have the pairings of who we will be showcasing on stream today. It'll be High Wheel versus Brandon 04. So a very interesting 2 teams. You want to highlight a little bit on High Wheel's team a little bit?
Yeah, and even talking about the players themselves, I think too. Just want to touch on a little bit with these grassroots tournaments. We don't get to see a lot of, you know, players online sometimes, especially with the Encore here in this tournament, featuring really emphasizing the new mobile release of Pokemon Champions, being able to touch on that and get to feature some new talent that we normally maybe don't get to see on main streams. And, you know, especially with these teams here, not to give too much away, definitely have some choices on here that I don't think you would normally get to see when you're playing Champions, maybe in Pokeballs here. But this team is very, very cool from High Wheel for sure. There's lots of different pieces on it that I'm interested to see how they maybe interact with the opponent's team and just the meta in general and how far they go. I mean, they're 2-0 right now, so clearly they're doing something right.
Very interesting. Yeah, there's a Pokemon on the team that I don't think I've ever seen playing in a competitive standpoint. But yeah, we do have that. I think Mr. Rhyme.
Yeah, Mr. Rhyme featured here with the Expert Belt, having that ability as screen cleaner. If you ever play against a Grimmsnarl, you'll be able to remove the screens, notably only on switching. Also having Fake Out and Trick Room to control the pace of the battle, go for a Fake Out into the opposing team, which might be a little bit hard with that Frigoraph on the other side. Trick Room, though, to kind of control the pace of the battle and support the other Pokemon on your team, like that Rhyperior or the Torkoal.
Yep, we're going to get started in this game. We got High Wheel versus Brandon B04 here. Let's see what leads. What are we going to see? It's going to be Scrafty and Frigoraph and Torkoal and Mr. Rhyme. Mr. Rhyme being showcased here. So early on, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, both of the players here having a Trick Room setter on the field for them. I think on the other side of Brandon there has a bit of the advantage that Frigoraph with the Armor Tail ability blocking any priority moves, including that Fake Out from the Mr. Rhyme, really allows this Scrafty on the other end to go for whatever it wants to. If it's a Fake Out into the Torkoal to stop it from moving, as well as an attack from Frigoraph, you have a lot of options as well to just attack as well. Mr. Rhyme, being a Psychic and Ice type, isn't going to be taking super effective damage from any fighting move that the Scrafty has, which is going to be nice. But this Torkoal actually does threaten both of these Pokemon really well if left unchecked. So I would expect maybe the Scrafty on the other side of the field to go for a Fake Out. The cool thing about the Mega Scrafty as well is you aren't going to have to go for a Mega Evolution this turn immediately, as we do see the swap from Mr. Rhyme.
So weirdly enough, this is a Life Orb Scrafty. So this Scrafty here is going to be doing a pretty significant damage, obviously, with that Life Overkill, and doing 13% total is actually pretty kind of crazy to even think about, just from a Fake Out. But due to that Life Orb here, it's able to do a lot of damage. But the Trick Room, interesting enough, setting up Trick Room in front of the Mon like Torkoal that wants to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I really don't necessarily understand maybe why enabling Torkoal. I think faking it out and removing a little bit of chip so that Eruption doesn't hurt as hard is definitely good. But with Frigoraph here on the field and Scrafty, neither Pokemon are going to be able to underspeed Torkoal, especially with the removal of IVs. You can't really play around with your speed that much. Pokemon speed is kind of as it is, especially on these Trick Room teams where you know they're not going to have any investment, and they might be a negative speed nature more often than not. So as the Pokemon are, Torkoal is the slowest thing on the field at the moment. This Electros, though, is pretty well positioned as well to kind of do a lot of damage. You know, having that Electrosite able to Mega Evolve and get essentially Beast Boost as its ability is going to be really cool.
Yeah, Beast Boost as its ability. Electros is going to Mega Evolve here. It's going to have the smooth set of Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, and Giga Drain. Let's see what it decides to go for here. Heat Wave on the end of Torkoal is going to be doing pretty respectable damage, right? Being able to move first. High Wheel leading that Torkoal there for that advantageous position with that Trick Room play going off turn 1. close combat is going to go into and the Torkoal. You're going to see that life orb paying off. They're doing significant amount of damage to a Pokemon that's pretty known for its good defenses, right? And then Farigiraf is going to follow up with that cycle. This is going to get rid of that Torkoal here, bringing the Mon count down to 3 for Hyweedle and 4 with Brandon here. Thunderbolt's going to go into the Farigiraf, doing a really good damage here. So pretty good way to get rid of the Torkoal turn 1. Not going for the likes of Eruption was really something that I think Brandon would love to see following that turn 1 Trick Room.
Notably here, with the Rhyperior on the field with the Electros having that Beast Boost ability, but then also having Levitate, kind of the 2-in-1 ability. It kind of is really important here next to the Rhyperior being able to go, you know, for whatever attacks you want. This Rhyperior actually doesn't have Earthquake, though. Instead has high horsepower instead, but does have Rock Slide to hit both of these Pokemon here on the opposing side. And Scrafty being on the field here with that Life Orb again isn't able to Mega Evolve or anything to intimidate the Rhyperior down again. And Electros, I think, is in a great spot to start taking those KOs and, you know, racking up damage and boosting its stats a little bit more. It has Giga Drain here if it does get hit this turn. If Scrafty does go before, you're going to be able to heal a little bit back up. But the Farigiraf on the other side is just going to go for Protect.
Yeah, Protect on the end of Farigiraf, not wanting to withstand any attacks. High horsepower in the end of Scrafty, getting rid of this Life Orb Menace. Down goes that Scrafty, bringing the Mon count down to 3-3, evened up, and we're going to just see a potential Thunderbolt into the Farigiraf here, but it's going to go into that Protection, not giving that Beast Boost to that Electaros here. So Electaros not a Pokemon that we've seen often. Mr. Rhyme's not a Pokemon we've seen often. A pretty good showcasing of these 2 Pokemon here within these Trick Room turns, but now we have the Camerupt coming in. This is most likely the Mega Camerupt, right? Potential speed orders. I'm not too sure who should be going first in Trick Room. Tyson, do you have any thoughts about this board position currently?
Yeah, I think we're Rhyperior. If you're able to underspeed the camera up here with the Mega Evolution, I think you're in a prime spot being able to hit it with that high horsepower for so much damage, just most likely even taking the KO even with the Life Orb and the Solid Rock. Or excuse me, just with the Life Orb and having that Brave Nature, being able to hit the camera for so much damage. Even if you go for Rock Slide and you want to take the KO on the Farigiraf as well, that is really good for you as well. The Electros here at a full HP as well. The Camerupt, I'm not sure if it's going to be able to, you know, take the KO with that Sheer Force ability on Mega Evolution. Is going to do a lot of damage, but Electros at full HP, I think actually has enough bulk to maybe eat an attack here.
Yeah, I think here definitely need to focus the damage output on that Rhyperior. See, like with that Earth Power, cleaning that Rhyperior up, getting rid of it is a good outlook for Brandon. Now, this Electros is not going to really threaten too much on the field, besides going for like maybe a Thunderbolt and getting that Beast Bolt into that Farigiraf. But if I'm Brandon here, I'm not too mad about that trade because I still have Trick Room turn. My camera's still moving first, and as long as I'm able to get my damage upon with that camera, I think I'm in a pretty good spot, right? Because the ability of camera having that sheer force, I think with that high special attack stack, might be able to withstand enough damage just to clean this up within the Trick Room turn.
And more importantly here, the Basculegion being the last Pokemon for Brandon coming in is going to be weak to that Thunderbolt as well as the Giga Drain from this Electros, which did get a special attack boost from its Mega Evolution ability. Mr. Rhyme here, having come in on the last turn of Trick Room, able to go for a Fake Out and last turn of Sun as well. You could just Fake Out the camera up this turn, force it to Protect, or do a little bit of damage to it, and allow your Electros to kind of get off an attack if the Basculegion, of course, doesn't Protect. But with Protect on that Basculegion as well might be, you know, a little annoying. You can't really do anything to both Pokemon as they saw at the last turn of Trick Room here.
Yeah, and also to note, this Basculegion is focus set, so you need to attack twice to knock it out. We're just going to see the Heat Wave pick up a double knockout, Sheer Force showing its power. We've seen it in prior formats, Tyson, with that Lando IM. We know how that got down, and especially with the camera up in Trick Room, this is a lot of damage to be dealing with.
Yeah, and I was really surprised to not see a Fake Out there from the Mr. Rhyme on the camera up to at least try to stall out the last turn of Trick Room and, you know, maybe go for an attack. We saw the Basculegion not go for Protect, so if you were able to go for, you know, the Fake Out and then an attack in combination with it, Giga Drain, maybe heal up some of that HP from that Heat Wave, you maybe had a way back in the game there. And I'm not sure if you're able to eat a last respects, but, you know, you at least could play for it. And the Mr. Rhyme here, having Expert Belt instead of something like Focus Sash, wouldn't be able to hang on anyways and, you know, maybe fire back with a Freeze Dry either. So I'm really curious now that both players understand how their Pokemon interact in Trick Room if Brandon wants to set it up again, because we saw in this game that it kind of really worked for them, knowing that Camera Up undersped everything after the Torkoal was gone, especially the Rhyperior, right, which would be pretty much the only thing that can really threaten you back. Being able to underspeed it and, just knock it out with an Earth Power is phenomenal, I think, for Brandon.
Yeah, I think it's phenomenal. I think the Trick Room was pretty scary from turn to right. Just Torkoal on lead, just getting the advantageous position. But I think Brandon obviously cleaned that up pretty quickly. Just focusing damage on it, not wanting to go for eruptions. We did see a heat wave into the Pokemon of Brandon on turn 2, I believe, after Trick Room was set up, but not doing as much damage as expected if it was an eruption. So very interesting to see how the orders of Pokemon work. I think that the MVP obviously of game 1 was that Camera, right? Picking up almost, I think, 3 knockouts, knocking out that Rhyperior, knocking out that Mr. Rhyme, and the Mega Electaros, all within just a turn of clicking a damage move, right? 2 separate turns, but just 1 turn of doing that move. So Camera Up showing its power there. I think that if you're Brandon, Trick Room is definitely where you want to be, especially with the Camera Up. And I think if you're Weedle, like Torkoal was good on leads. I think that calling out them going for Trick Room was pretty smart. But it's just how much damage effectively can you get on the field. And I think that leads going to be very important for Weedle here to adjust. So we're going to just see this game 2 here. It's going to be Camera and just a Basque Legion. So just 2 raw, strong Pokemon. There's going to be a Rangaroo and Rhyperior. So I like this lead for Brandon. You threaten the Rhyperior. Camera also threatens damage now because the Basque Legion on the end of Brandon is enabling the Camera Up on the end of Brandon as well. So this is a pretty good spot to be in.
And absolutely, I think it's funny that both players swap the Trick Room setters. Oranguru coming out here on lead for Weedle being able to set Trick Room themselves this time, which is a bit of an interesting thing, noting that, they did lose last game because the Trick Room went up. So opting to set it up this time, or maybe just go for Instruct with Rhyperior, knowing it's faster than the Camera Up outside of Trick Room, could play around that as well. But this Basque Legion staring down this Rhyperior is going to make it a little bit hard for it to operate, as we just do see a swap.
Yeah, we're going to see a swap here. Torkoal is going to come in on the field, not wanting the Rhyperior to take any wave crashes here. Sun is going to be lifted, but this also is going to enable the Camera Up here, depending on what they decide to go for, right? If they decide to go for that heat wave, it could be potentially crucial. But I think if I am Brandon, I have a pretty safe wave crash play. But Camera Up, not wanting to take any damage, is going to protect it. And
Liquidation, going off from that Torkoal, doing a decent amount of damage in the Sun there. Bringing Torkoal almost down to 50% is just so much damage, and the Psychic as well. In the Basque Legion to trade back and maybe do a little bit of damage. Getting a special defense drop might allow this Torkoal to do a little bit more with Heat Wave, but other besides that is going to kind of be pitiful against both of these Pokemon. I think Camera Up, still, as you mentioned before, is in a great spot to deal with both the Oranguru, especially the Torkoal now as well, being the fastest thing on the field besides the Basque Legion. More importantly than the Oranguru and the Torkoal, being able to hit both with a, just a spread Heat Wave and do so much damage. We saw exactly how much it did last game to both of the Pokemon, the Electros as well as the Mr. Rhyme. This Pokemon just does so much damage with its Mega Evolution and the Sheer Force ability.
Yeah, and I do think, just like I said, this Camera Up is in a prime position depending on how speed orders go, right? I think that just being able to just quick Heat Wave freely is just amazing. But Torkoal here, not wanting to take any damage, is going to protect. Liquidation in the Sun is going to go into that range, but it's not going to do that much damage. But we're just going to see an Earth Power here, respecting the Torkoal, not wanting Torkoal to go for any damage, and it's just going to be the Trick Room. So, very interesting position. If this Torkoal here does have Earth Power, which it does, this could be pretty crucial damage into the opposing Camera.
Yeah, I think here with Torkoal Earth Power into the Camera Up is definitely something to consider, but my thought was if you just go for a Heat Wave there, you lower the Oranguru down to a good amount of HP, especially if you're going to commit to a Liquidation into that slot anyways. That if, either the Pokemon go down, you just kind of win the game. You either deny Trick Room. The Rhyperior and the back for Weedle still has to worry about this Camera Up. As we see, the Torkoal actually swap and be preserved for the Electros, maybe expecting that Earth Power into the slot. Electros in his base form still still maintains that levitate ability. Fergraf there swapping as well for the Bastion Legion.
Yeah, Frigger swapping there as well for that basket. Earth Power is going to go into that Electro, so good switch on the end of High Widow, but we're going to just get Psychic into that swap out into Fergraf. I'm going to resist the hit here, and Fergraf is going to be sitting comfortable. So we have Trick 'em Up, but nobody's really getting off of any effective damage here. But I think this is the turn where we could see Camera Up prevail in terms of getting some type of damage, whether it be Heat Wave, most likely Heat Wave, right? Because it's going to hit that Electros, because that Electros does have levitate. You don't want to be quick Earth Power. So if I'm Camera Up, I'm sitting in a pretty good position. We're going to see that helping hand, most likely that Heat Wave. As long as this connects, this should be a double knockout, but Electros does decide to protect. Doesn't want to get knocked out by this potential Heat Wave, and Heat Wave is going to go. But does it land into the Orangaroo? It's actually going to miss. Going to miss that Orangaroo. But Orangaroo puts this Camera Up to a position where I think it still wants to be in, right? You just re-click Helping Hand and Heat Wave, no?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Helping Hand Heat Wave there just kind of cleans the board. We saw the Electros not be able to take it last time, so with the Helping Hand as well, you are clearing this Oranguru for sure. And the Torkoal kind of doing a lot of the heavy lifting as well, setting up the Sun, allowing the Heat Waves to do even more damage on top of that. So just the multiplicative factor that allows this Camera Up to really succeed. Rhyperior is going to come in here, and yes, again, it's Encore in Heat Wave, but in the Sun, Helping Hand boosted, Sheer Force boosted, Heat Wave is going to be doing so much to both of these Pokemon. Rhyperior are brought down to 24%, and Oranguru just completely wiped off the board.
76% of damage done on that turn. Like I said, this Camera Up is just proving why it's so good in this matchup. Being able to do so much damage with Triple is so beneficial for Brandon. Although like you had Torkoal and we've seen the Rhyperior, they haven't effectively done anything so far yet in this match. In this game for that matter, but Electros here is not in like the best position also because we still have that one certain Trick 'em, so it's kind of forced to protect here. But even if Trick 'em goes off, I don't think Electros has the capability to pick up any potential knockouts.
Yeah, Electros really isn't in the best position. Yeah, it didn't Mega Evolve yet, but the more important thing is that it didn't get any boosts. We saw at least last game it had one boost, or maybe it would have been able to steamroll back with Thunderbolts or Giga Drains to heal and keep itself sustained, but without any boosts on the field and Trick 'em starting to tick down with Fergraf at nearly full HP on Brandon's side, Trick 'em can just be set up again, and this Camera Up can continue to reign supreme over Weedle's team.
Yeah, so this is pretty... Camera Up actually switches out, doesn't want to go for any attacking moves here. But I get the scrappy. Right now, you get to reset potential Trick 'em again. So I do like that a lot. Rhyperior is just going to go for that protect here, not want to get a damage potential from that Camera Up here. And it's going to be a double protect. So resetting that Trick 'em here is pretty crucial for Brandon's end, right? Getting that scrappy in for free, going for that fake out and that Trick 'em, and bringing that Camera back in Trick 'em is actually really good spot to be at Brandon. So pretty smart switch on the end of Brandon, realizing the board position and taking advantage of it. So I 100% that was a very valid turn on it.
Yeah, and now the worst thing you have to worry about now is a Thunderbolt paralysis or a Rock Slide flinch from the Rhyperior. So you just fake out a slot there and try to determine it. You can also just attack the Rhyperior as well. Torkoal is at basically 50% anyways, so with the Rhyperior being this low and the Torkoal being that low, just attacking with your Life Orb Scrafty as well is not a bad choice either. That close combat we saw in Game 1 did so much damage to the Torkoal as well, but we're going to see here the Torkoal come back in, set up that Sun, and the Mega Evolution from the Electros.
The Mega Evolution of the Electros finally gets to Mega and also gets to move first because Tristan has ended. But do we see a potential fake out play into that Electros here? No fake outs. It's going to be a straight Thunderbolt into that Scrappy here. Scrappy's going to be able to withstand that pretty well. Psychic goes on the end of Electros, doing pretty significant damage, about 36% there, and getting a special defense drop. Is this going to be followed up by a close combat? They're going to split damage here, go for that close to combat into that Torkoal, and that Life Orb paying dividends there, bringing this Torkoal down to 1 HP. Like we've said before, Torkoal is known for its defense, but when you stack things, damage boosting, things like Life Orb on certain Pokemon, it's still going to do a lot of damage. So pretty effective turn on the end of Brandon, just getting on his damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fergraf here, not clicking Trick Room actually allows this Electros to get off maybe one more attack before it's knocked out by a Psychic at that -1 special defense or a close combat from the Scrafty. But because Scrafty did take those drops from the close combat on the special defense and defensive side, this Electros is actually most likely able to get a knockout in the room side, but actually chooses to target the Fergraf instead.
Yeah, targeting that Fergraf. Fergraf is going to eat that Citrus Berry, bringing it back about 67%. Close combat is going to go into that Torkoal again, going to faint and get rid of it. I think now this Camera Up is in a very, very good position in the backs. Got rid of one of the slower Pokemon, so Camera can take advantage of that Trick Room here. And as we do see that Trick Room go up, so now the twisted dimensions have been twisted, and I think Brandon is in a very advantageous position due to that Camera being the slowest Pokemon. Well, now the fastest Pokemon on the field, potentially.
And with Basculegion in the back of this Rhyperior is most definitely in Aqua Jet range, even with the Sun up, is going to be 4 times weak to that adaptability Aqua Jet as well. Even if that comes down, Electros as well, I believe, will be just taking too much chip. We saw the Thunderbolt not even bring the Fergraf down. It barely brought it below Citrus Berry, so definitely able to eat another one of those. Not going to be able to eat a combination of attacks from both the Rhyperior and the Electros, but your hope here is that you can knock out Fergraf and Scrafty, hoping that the -2 defense from that close combat is enough to maybe combine with a Rock Slide and a Thunderbolt into this Fergraf. Getting a lucky flinch on the Fergraf is maybe your way back in the game, as we see the Rock Slide. Yeah, it gets the knockout on Scrafty, but now the big turn is now you need to get the flinch on the Fergraf to continue this turn and get Electros a KO. But the Life Orb is chipping down the Rhyperior as well.
The Psychic does throw off. It's going to KO this Rhyperior. Electros is going to be the last remaining Pokemon on the field here. But does Electros get a boost here from Thunderbolt? Let's see what this does. This does enough to give it the boost, but like I said, it's 1 Pokemon against 3. I don't think Electros has a big boost in all the threats on the end of Brandon. Like you mentioned, that Basculegion, threatening last respects, that Camera being able to move first with those heat waves here, and definitely in the sun, it's going to definitely knock out Electros. So I think the positioning was rough for Weedle, definitely early on. Not being able to trade damage effectively, like having that Torkoal, having the force to switch out, having that Rhyperior, having the force to switch out within turns where you kind of want to take off damage, but you can't because of the oppressing Pokemon on the end of Brandon makes it just so difficult. So I think Brandon utilized the trick returns really well. Being able to pivot and bring that Scrappy in mid-game was really crucial as well. I definitely put the tides on the end of Brandon's end, and I really do like the positioning this game on Brandon.
Yeah, especially recognizing how strong Camera Up was, and again, seeing that speed tier where it's sandwiched in between the Rhyperior and the Torkoal, and using that fact to just set up Camera Up for a success as Brandon takes the win against Weedle 2-0 in this round number 3 of the Grand Champions Festival Encore.
Yeah, that was a pretty different set that we usually see, right? We usually see a lot of meta, high meta strong teams, and it's good to just showcase players having that intuition of using what they like, and doesn't have to be your Charizard or your Blastoise team. It could be a lot different than that, but I definitely did like the fact that how good Camera Up was looking in Trick Room. I will say Camera Up was kind of fire in Trick Room.
Yeah, I think, fire moves just are good when you put them in Sun and you throw Helping Hand on them as well. Like, just boosting up, again, using those multipliers to really amplify the damage. We saw the Helping Hand in the game. We saw the Helping Hand from the Torkoal set up the Camera Up as well. On top of that, you have the Sheer Force on the ability, on the moves boost as well. It just does so much damage. And yeah, it's maybe not as versatile as Charizard, where it has, that speed and that bulk. But if you can enable it in Trick Room, which I think Brandon did a great job of, you get some scary turns like this where you're just able to throw off Heat Waves. Maybe not so much in this matchup with Earth Power. This Camera also run Ancient Power. You just kind of hit everything for really hard damage. You just trade really well.
Yeah, I think Camera Up is a very good Pokemon currently in the meta right now, especially with its move pool that it has, right? Ancient Power to hit those Charizards, Earth Power to hit potential King Gambits and or Heat Waves. It just has a pretty good move pool, and that Sheer Force ability, it just makes it just even better. Like, if it's not 2-hit KOing, it's OHKOing. You know what I mean? And that's what makes Camera Up really good, especially in Trick Room. And I think that certain players will probably be adopting Trick Room teams going into the World Champions, because I think that a lot of players are just prepped for your standard, Charizard, Floette kind of stuff, and when you play against Trick Room, it's just like, I mean, you have probably like a Tailwind aspect to your team, but Hard Trick Room is one of those teams. It's like if you could get it going and you feel good with it in the meta, it's pretty terrifying to play against. I could speak for myself. I do not want to see Trick Room teams half the time. I just don't want to play it because once they get the ball rolling, that's it.
Yeah. And it's a similar idea to Tailwind, right? Where you have a limited amount of turns to get something done, where you have the Tailwind turns to kind of, use your Pokemon to take advantage of that speed and do as much damage as possible. Same thing with Trick Room. It's just you're using slower Pokemon. You have the 5 turns of Trick Room, where you want to enable something like the Camera Up or like your Charizard to just do as much damage as possible. And I think, like you said, Camera Up is a great example of that. And Trick Room teams as well, right? Normally when you're playing the Charizard mirror, it comes down to Whimsicott, right? Oh, you're going to get Encore, who's going to Tailwind, who's going to Moonblast, and things like that. So Fergraph as well, stopping priority is really, really nice. And then being able to set up Trick Room and never have to play the Tailwind mirror is one of the upsides to why people maybe want to play Trick Room as well.
Yeah, so we do have another match here, I believe. We just hopped in this game too. One Pokemon remaining with the Small Wall against the King Gambit and Sylveon, but King Gambit's going to go down here on the end of TDR here, and then the Sylveon just go for Hyper Voice. Yeah, it's going to be the Hyper Voice. It's going to be enough to put it in knockout range for the following turn. I think TDR has Charizard.
Oh, there's a Charizard in the back.
Yeah.
We see on the side of MVP. They're having just a while left. Unfortunately, isn't going to be able to deal with the full HP Charizard and the Sylveon. So it's kind of looking cooked for this game too, and maybe going to a game 3 here.
Yeah, MDB here cooking up a Trick Room Rain team with Kangaskhan and Sinister. I think that MDB was one of the initial pioneers of that Kangaskhan Fergraph style team with like Silk Scarf Kangaskhan. You only have like 2 attacks. I believe it's like Fake Out and I want to say Last Resort. And it definitely enables Last Resort having 2 attacks, right? Especially with that Silk Scarf doing a lot of damage. So we're going to see MDB, if you guys don't know, that's Michael DeBesti, losing that game 2, and we'll be moving on to a game 3. So, Tyson, what's your thoughts on the Michael DeBesti using a Mawile Rain team?
I think it's very interesting, right? Mawile we normally see on just the aforementioned Trick Room teams that we were just talking about, being such a slow Pokemon, wanting to get set up and really kind of be enabled by Trick Room because of how slow it is. You have things like Sucker Punch, Iron Head is great right now to hit Floette and all the fairies, Play Rough as well to hit Garchomp and things like that. You can even run Rock Slide if you feel like you don't have a good enough answer into Charizard, and with that huge power as well, it does so much damage. Like, I was very surprised, having never played with Mega Evolutions before, how much Mawile did.
Wait. You never played Mega Evolutions?
I started in Sword and Shield, so having experienced something like Mawile for the first time it's kind of like, oh my god, this thing does damage.
My age is showing. I don't know. That's funny though. Mawile has always been a strong Pokemon when it's like legal, right?
Yeah.
Back in 2014, it was really, really good. Back in, I think we used it in 2015. I'm not too sure, but I know 2014 for sure. A lot of people used Maul. A lot of strong players used Maul and had a pretty good showing in the World Championships that year as well.
Yeah, and it has a bit of, contention now. I think there's a new, better steel type in King Gambit that kind of does its job better with hitting hard, especially with Defiant as well, with Incineroar running around rampant. You don't get to get intimidated, and you get a boost of it instead, and it hits a little harder. Kowtow Cleave and Sucker Punch both doing so much damage, and still having that steel typing, which I really think what is kind of the cornerstone of both of those Pokemon just being able to hit with that steel type move. But we are going to cut to a quick break real quick, featuring after that just that small game. How to show a little Mawile action there at the very end just for a teaser. But we're going to cut to a quick break real quick. We'll be right back.
All right.
Welcome to Open That Pack. Experience virtual pack openings with real cards inside. Choose your packs and boxes. Open them online and see your pulls instantly. Love what you see? Get your cards shipped straight to your door. Not a fan of a card? Trade unwanted pulls for credits. Trade, collect, cash out. Start your online card opening journey today with Open That Pack.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 4 of the Grand Champions Festival Encore Edition. My name is Cedric Bernier, and of course I have Tyson Hughes on the mic with me. How are we doing, Tyson?
Great, and it's finally get the cast with you. We just casted St. Jude together, right? Yep. And getting now, like, just a week, 2 weeks later, to get the cast together IRL at such a great event as well. Maybe not raising money for charity this time, but still a great event, an even greater cause to celebrate, you know, the mobile release of Pokemon Champions. But how about yourself? How are you doing? How are you feeling for more Pokemon today?
Oh, I'm super stoked. Of course, I was on the broadcast on the remote side, me and Courtney, but this time we're both in person. You're in person, so it's an star-studded cast, star-studded production. We're having a great time, and yeah, my first commentary match, and it's got a good friend of mine that we're going to be showcasing. Of course, Toller Webb, Dim Sun versus Green 267.
Yeah, and Green 267 and both Toller have great teams that we're going to get to feature here. No Mr. Rhyme this time or Electros. You know, Toller opting to run something a bit more standard. It's still off meta, I would say, but something you definitely have to consider in the builder Parish Trap.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a team that we've seen a little bit of before. You know, a lot of the Parish Trap we've seen just Polytoad Gengar. That's a tried and true combination, but it's mixed in with the Mega Swampert, which is a new addition to Regulation MB, along with a Vivillon, which is a really interesting Pokemon. I know you were talking about it a little bit earlier, just the value of that fast sleep in a really middling speed metagame.
Yeah, being able to essentially fake out a Pokemon for a turn with the new rework of that sleep mechanic, guaranteeing just the one turn, and then as well guaranteeing that you wake up in 3 turns. Vivillon being able to pressure that, and it speeds that, taking advantage of the way a lot of Pokemon are built right now, especially those Charizards, right? Where normally with the base 100 speed, they would outspeed, but you need Modest on your Charizard a lot of the time, right? So you're never going to have to really worry about, you know, being undersped as Vivillon with that Focus Sash item, being able to just go max speed plus speed nature as well. You're not really trying to do damage with this thing either. And with Compound Eyes, your sleep powders become almost 100% accurate. And, you know, the times that you miss are very, very slim. It is microscopic, the amount of times that you miss Sleep Powder with this Pokemon, but it is important to note that it can happen. You know, a lot of the other Pokemon on the team take advantage of that as well with, you know, the Gengar and Perish Song, which I think it does a great job at enabling that Perish Song mode. And, you know, Green's going to have to fight uphill against that, and maybe has a better time than some other teams would have against Perish Song, you know, having tools like the Delphox or Blastoise to maybe break through Gengar where other teams would maybe struggle.
Yeah, I think it's a really solid team on Green's side. Has done well in a lot of online tournaments, and we're going to see it here. Of course, the Mega Blastoise, Delphox, Incineroar, Sneasel, the Sinistra, and the Mousehold. The Mousehold sometimes is a Kingambit on these teams, but Green looking to opt way more into this setup. Of course, it is a Super Fang, no population bomb, so we're not going to be counting anything down in this match, but it's a very strong choice with the Friend Guard to be able to passively augment the bulk of those setup Pokemon, namely the Delphox and the Blastoise, which is going to be really important for a Toller to be able to answer. I think with the spread type damage on the Swampert, actually no, it is the high horsepower. That's going to be really critical in this matchup, not being able to hit around those Follow Me's with an Earthquake.
Yeah, not being able to hit around with an Earthquake as well. Just kind of dealing with the Delphox is going to be, I think, difficult, especially without getting rid of a redirector. Mousehold makes this matchup a lot more difficult. You can usually get through the Sinistra, but having to get rid of Mousehold as well is going to be difficult. As we see the leads here, Toller leading off with that Incineroar and Gengar, and Blastoise and Sneasel from the side of Green.
Yeah, so it is the Shell Smash Blastoise on this team, so it does have the potential to go for a faster fake out with the Sneasel into the Incineroar and get that Shell Smash up, after which point it should be able to get a Dark Pulse KO into the Gengar. Or you could immediately, if you assume that's going to KO the opposing Gengar, you could just go for that Water Spout or Dark Pulse right off the bat. On Toller's side, you're definitely scared of taking a lot of damage from Water Spout or Dark Pulse on this turn, so you could go for a Double Protect and maybe slot yourself into a Disable on the next turn. But yeah, definitely the main pressure is the Blastoise and the Sneasel being able to go for a fake out first and get the Blastoise a quote-unquote free attack, because the Gengar could go for a Shadow Ball and kind of chip it down.
Yeah, absolutely, and Gengar is going to be a great enabler here. You have to bring Sneasel to have the faster fake out than Incineroar here on this turn, just to be faster than Incineroar, guaranteed the fake out. But the unfortunate thing about it is that you have to bring it into Gengar, which walls a Sneasel very, very well if it chooses to Mega Evolve and lock it in. But we are just going to see a swamp from the Incineroar, resetting that fake out and Intimidate. Bringing in the Vivillon here is going to definitely provide a lot of value next turn with something like a Sleep Powder potentially, or take a potential close combat. Mega Evolution from Gengar as well, going to lock both of these Pokemon here on green side of the field permanently here until the Gengar swaps out, and a Mega Evolution on the Blastoise as well to give it that Mega Launcher ability and boost up Dark Pulse. Protect there from the Gengar, making sure it doesn't have to take a attack from this Blastoise as the aforementioned Dark Pulse fake out into that Vivillon. Importantly, removing the Focus Sash item and allowing this Water Spout from Blastoise to take a knockout here, assumably on the Vivillon, not known for its bulk. And yeah, that's just going to be an immediate Pokemon down for Polar, and that's kind of big, especially on Parish. You know, wanting to manage your resources is going to be super important.
Yeah, I think a really solid lead. We saw Green just take advantage of that faster fake out and didn't go for the Shell Smash, which maybe would have been a little, you get a little further in the game where you can take a Water Spout, potentially a double KO this turn. However, I think knocking out the Vivillon very important, as you mentioned. In the preview of the match, it is that middling speed. Should have been able to get a Sleep Powder if it's able to survive a Poison Jab from that Sneasler and put the Blastoise to sleep to really let the Gengar start going for those Pair Songs. That being gone really just enables the Blastoise to kind of take over this match. Looking at Tolar's Pokemon, you have, of course, we're going to see the Incineroar is going to come back in, but there wasn't a great Pokemon other than that to come in against the Blastoise. It's really well poised to start taking some knockouts or set up a Shell Smash, but at least to Tolar's benefit, you do have the Fake Out active on the board, and you can potentially disable the previous Water Spout.
Yeah, and I think where Green has the upper hand here, having Quick Guard instead of Protect on that Sneasler, allowing it to just go for that against the Incineroar and stop that Fake Out. And Dark Pulse looks very safe now into this Gengar, considering it can't be disabled because Water Spout was used last turn. We are just going to see a swap from Gengar, but whatever comes in the slot is going to take a lot of damage. Politoed taking the slot of Mega Gengar there, setting up the rain with its Drizzle ability. And yeah, there's that Quick Guard, stopping any Fake Out from that Incineroar, slowing down the Blastoise. Shell Smash is the move of choice on Blastoise, taking advantage of that swap, going to maximize its damage as much as possible. Really interested to see what this Incineroar goes for here. Just the parting shot into the Blastoise, going to lower one of the two boosts that Blastoise just got, and brings back in the Gengar. But I think if you're Green, you don't mind being locked in now, now that you are Shell Smashed and in Rain. A potential Water Spout here this next turn, or even a Dark Pulse, is going to do so much damage.
Yeah, I think you pointed that out. Essentially, you could go for the Water Spout and probably take a double KO here. You're at +1 on the special attack after the parting shot drops, so you're still probably knocking out, especially with that rain augmenting that damage even further. And if you want, you can go for a Dark Pulse if your HP ever gets low. It's going to be really challenging, I think, for Dimson to actually get the Parasongs up that he really wants to close this game out. You do have at least have the Sneasler in a really weak defensive position, unable to really hit the Gengar, and it's at -2 attack. But yeah, just another defensive play to start off the turn.
Protect there from Gengar, stopping any damage coming its way. Water Spout going to be the move of choice. Locking into it here against the Politoed in Rain at +1 is going to do so much damage, bringing Politoed right under that 50% range, allowing it to eat its Citrus Berry and heal up a little bit of damage, allowing it to maybe take another one, but definitely not after this Poison Jab from the Sneasler. And even at -2, does a good amount of chip and getting the poison there with that Poison Touch as well as the Poison Jab, Poison Chance, allowing you to essentially have a 50% chance. I believe it's a little bit higher to get that on the Politoed. It's just going to start chipping it down, and that helps, right? As the Politoed goes for that Parasong, isn't really going to have a safe way to just protect and stall out turns. The poison is going to slowly chip down at this Politoed.
Yeah, speaking of timers, like you said, if you want to start going for these double protects, the Politoed is going to be way more limited in its ability to do so with that poison ticking down, and the Gengar had just gone for a protect of its own, still under fire, and will be knocked out by a Water Spout if it stays on the field, so it doesn't want to do that.
Yeah, and Incineroar coming in here for the Gengar, not wanting to take a Dark Pulse to the face. Blastoise here going to assumably be faster than the Gengar as well, is free to just click Water Spout, not having to worry about the disable. And yes, we do see the Water Spout. Politoed is going to protect itself this turn and survive another turn, but the Incineroar does not want to take that Water Spout at all, and is just going to be a one-hit knockout. Not having the Pasho Berry, which is on the original version of the team that Eduardo Acuna built this team, originally had Pasho Berry, would have, done huge numbers here, but Shucka Berry on Incineroar, of course, being there for things like Garchomp, this position looks really, really difficult.
Yeah, I think shy of a double protect, we're not even going to see the back two Pokemon for Green. Yeah, the Gengar comes in, it's going to be outsped and knocked out by a Water Spout. Water Spout, and the Politoed is never surviving more than 2 turns anyways because of the combination of the Parasong and the Poison, but going to go down for sure. So I think on Tolar's side at this point, it's probably time to start reevaluating the game plan, start thinking about the Pokemon you bring. In the game 2, it felt like in this game 1, the Sneasel and the Blastoise lead was just so impressive. All the damage was threatened, and usually you can maybe mitigate that damage a little bit with the Incineroar Fake Out, but we saw on turn 1 you got Fake Outed, on the subsequent turns you couldn't even apply that Fake Out pressure because of the really powerful Quick Guard option.
Yeah, Blastoise and Sneasel are not taking a single point of damage here as Gengar does just go for a Protect here, really trying to stall out these turns and maybe get a double knockout with the Parasong. Not even going for a double Protect on the Politoed here. Water Spout going to just take the knockout on the Politoed there as the Parasong ticks down for both the Sneasel and the Blastoise here. You know, Gengar technically can go for a double Protect next turn and stall out this last turn of Parasong as Poison Jab does go into that Gengar. You know, at -2, not going to be doing the most amount of damage. The last turn of Parasong does tick down for both the Blastoise and the Sneasel as well. Gengar, even though, you know, it technically does have the potential to win this game, if the Incineroar isn't the last Pokemon, if it's Sinistcha and like a Maushold, you could theoretically win the game, but we don't even get to see the double Protect there on the Gengar and Dark Pulse. Yep, at that +1 is just going to take that super effective knockout, and Green is going to take game 1.
Yeah, 1 turn away from basically getting 2 knockouts, but ultimately, yeah, not a single point of damage done to Green side. Got to be pretty happy about that dominant victory. As you mentioned, yeah, if it was the combination of Maushold and Sinistcha in the back, you maybe could have had a cute endgame where you disable the Follow Me or able to Shadow Ball into the opposing Sinistcha. Not the case, of course, we're not going to see that, but I think Tolar definitely going to be thinking about how to adjust that Blastoise and Sneasel lead. I think maybe it was indexed a little more into the Delphox with that lead, but unfortunately just didn't have really any recourse against what Green brought in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I the more I think about it, Sinistcha and Maushold in the back, because this Maushold has only normal moves, it literally could not have hit in Gengar, and you can just disable the Follow Me and, you know, attack the Sinistcha. It would have been a very winnable game, a bit longer and, you know, more complex than maybe Tolar would have wanted, but definitely winnable for sure. So I'm really excited to see how both of these trainers adapt in a game 2. Blastoise being very strong with the Water Spouts, taking advantage, you know, if Tolar wants to bring the bulky Politoed, which does really well into the Sneasel, the Incineroar, and the Delphox. So it's kind of give or take. You have to enable the Blastoise to, you know, not enable the other pieces on Green side as much. I was really surprised to not see our Chaladon as well in the game, not having to no Aura Sphere on something or on the Blastoise. You know, our Chaladon really thrives against the Pokemon like that, being able to threaten it with an Electro Shot and kind of forcing Green to bring something like a Redirector, like that Sinistcha or the Maushold up front so that it can't just immediately get Electro Shotted.
Yeah, I think the Archaladon is compelling. The problem being if the Sneasel and the Blastoise just go for close combat and Water Spout, that's a little difficult. However, you, of course, at that point are not being fake outed, so maybe you can get a little cute with your plays there. I do kind of want to see the Vivillon in the lead. I think that was really a non-factor in the first game. Just switched in and got knocked out. But I think if Tolar can buy some turns to get those Parasongs or more damage up by getting the Sleep Powders to just buy himself some turns, I think that could be a big change. But nope, we're not going to see that. We're going to see a switch up to the Incineroar and the Archaladon.
And no Gengar on lead either. It's going to be at that Incineroar and Archaladon on lead here, threatening fake out still of his own on Tolar's side of the field. Green sticking with that Sneasel and Blastoise, recognizing that that fake out and Water Spout or Shell Smash combination just does so much.
Yeah, at this point, at least you've intimidated the Sneasel, so you're not going to be knocked out by a close combat, or at least put in range of the Water Spout. I do want to... It's kind of an interesting position for Tolar, where you could fake out the Blastoise, you are susceptible to getting fake outed or quick guarded on that play, but if you catch the correct play from Green, maybe you catch a close combat and fake out the Sneasel and are able to get a lot of damage in the Blastoise, so it's not able to go for those Water Spouts as easily, then maybe what you want to go for. Or if you predict the Sneasel to not go for the fake out or close combat, you can maybe switch into the Polygon and get a Electric Shot off. But let's see how it goes next.
Blastoise going for that Mega Evolution again, once again getting that Mega Launcher ability, allowing it to boost up those Dark Pulses, fake out into the Archaladon, going to give it a stamina boost there, doing 4% there, very pitiful damage, fake out as well into the Blastoise. Critical hit actually doing a nice amount, which is going to come up into play in the future with those Water Spouts. That small bit of marginal damage is going to matter on a Pokemon like Archaladon, where its special defense isn't the highest, as well as with the Rain modifiers and Shell Smash modifiers. any bit of damage on Blastoise, even if it's a critical hit, Fake Out is going to add up.
Yeah, also critical, the Incineroar on Tolar's side is impish nature, not the special defense boosting nature. I'd imagine if it were the special one, it would have been close if it were a Water Spout knocking it out after Fake Out chip. Now I think it's probably comfortably out of that range. As silly as it sounds, like that little bit of extra damage does help a lot. At this point though, I think Tolar got what they wanted. Essentially got the Fake Outs off, and the Archaludon is fairly safe to start attacking this turn.
Maushold going to swap Influence. These are resetting the Intimidate drop. Incineroar as well, swapping out, wanting to preserve that Intimidate and Fake Out as well. Politoed coming in here. This is going to be a huge turn as Blastoise actually goes for a Protect instead. This leads me to believe you bring in Politoed might just be going for an Electroshot. Yeah, it is going to be an Electroshot from that Archaludon, boosting up its special attack by 1. And this is great now because even if you go into the Protect on the Blastoise there, you are threatening both these Pokemon so much. The Maushold here can only take so much damage, and this is the really big thing about Archaludon, is once you start getting those Electro Shots up, you start steamrolling the game bit by bit.
Yeah, at this point, the Blastoise doesn't have the Shell Smash up, so I don't think it's going to be able to deal that much damage with the Water Spout or the Dark Pulse into the Archaludon. The Maushold does have Super Fang. I think that's one of the few ways outside of the Sneasler to really chip down this Arch very quickly. But one thing to keep in note for the rest of the battle is every time this Arch does take any damage, it will get a stamina boost and be better off against the Sneasler for later in the game.
Yeah, follow me there from the Maushold to redirect any sort of damage coming out from Tolar's side of the field this turn. Blastoise being the fastest thing on the field there on this turn. After that, follow me. Water Spout does a good amount of damage to both of these Pokemon. Politoed taking it a bit better, though, and Archaludon able to kill it off with something like the leftovers later. Electroshot going to boost this Archaludon now to +2 special attack, and in combination with a potential Politoed attack next turn, is going to take a knockout on this Maushold. But first, we're going to see the Electroshot do so much damage to that Maushold, not able to knock it out. That's going to be huge. And we actually see an Encore instead, bringing that Maushold to go for Follow Me next turn again.
Yeah, I think that's maybe a misplay on Tolar's side, expecting the Electroshock to KO. Maybe if a Shell Smash does come out that turn and you Encore it into the Shell Smash, the Blastoise is effectively useless for the rest of the battle. Just going to be an easy opportunity to go for an Electroshock into that. If it doesn't happen, the Maushold is still in the field, still has Friend Guard active, and can redirect another attack. With the Follow Me, it actually has no other choice unless it switches out, so the Follow Me going to come out this turn from the Maushold. Then the Blastoise is free to go for another fast Water Spout and chip that Archaludon down a little bit further. You are giving it the defense boost, but after another couple of these Water Spouts, it's going to be definitely in range for a close combat, or just another Water Spout or a Dark Pulse to take the KO. Tolar's main offensive win condition in beating this Blastoise starting to get chipped down really low in this mid-game.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Blastoise here being able to just continuously stay on the field and collect the Water Spout, essentially unpunished. The Maushold really enabling this Blastoise well. We're going to see just a Protect from the Blastoise and a Protect from Archaludon as well, wanting to stop a potential, Water Spout from doing a little bit more damage. As you mentioned, the Archaludon really is the key piece here, so preserving as much HP as possible is going to be important. And Perish Song from Politoed this turn instead, recognizing that getting rid of the Maushold and something like the Sneasler and that Fake Out redirection cycling is not going to be enough. I need a different way to maybe force this Blastoise off the field, or at least threaten it with a KO in 3 turns.
Yeah, pretty peculiar play from both players, where we saw Follow Me Protect, not something you often see, but Green essentially saying, you know what, I want you to knock out this Maushold. Tolar not taking the bait, goes for a Perish Song. So yeah, the Blastoise is going to be, really just has to stay on the field and go for another Water Spout. If you go for the Shell Smash after the Archaludon knocks out your Maushold with the Electroshot, you're just going to be stuck using that for the rest of the game. And yeah, it's stuck on the field with a couple turns of Perish Song, so it really has no incentive to stay on the field and try and get set up with that Shell Smash when it is.
Do see the Blastoise swap, though, having no Shell Smash boost to reset, and a Hospitality into the Maushold there is going to heal it up a little bit, but going to be a bit futile as it is forced to go for that Follow Me thanks to that Encore, and is going to have to eat this Electroshot from Tolar's Archaludon, which is now at +3 special attack, so definitely going to knock out the Maushold now if it didn't already. We already saw +2 bring it down so low. And yeah, Maushold's going to go down there. That's going to be -1 Pokemon for Green. And with the Sinister on the field, though, you have your second Redirector next to Blastoise, which would come in this turn as well. And Sinister eats that Weather Ball very, very nicely from Politoed.
Yeah, we're in an interesting situation where I think Tolar's Perish Song is actually working against him actively here, where yeah, they're the only 2 Pokemon on the field that are actually affected by the Perish Song. And the Rage Powder Sinistra entering on the field, although it is susceptible to a Dragon Pulse potentially knocking it out from the multiple Electroshot boosts, if you go for a double protect this turn, the Rain is going to end. The Politoed really wants to leave the field, but yeah, I think it's just going to be really a challenge to actually get an Electroshot into this Blastoise. While the Sinistra and the Blastoise can kind of just protect and stall and force the Archaludon off the field on the next turn.
Yeah, absolutely as well. Sinistra and Blastoise really posed here to just collect Rage Powder and Water Spout, really not allowing either Pokemon on Tolar's side of the field there to do anything. Blastoise just going for Protect, as well as Sinistra, like you said, stalling out that last turn and forcing out that swap next turn, considering there's 2 more turns. After this turn is going to be the last one. Dragon Pulse there, and another application of Perish Song from Tolar there, saying, you know, you did swap, you got rid of it, but I'm going to reapply it on your Blastoise and now your Sinistra as well. Rain is gone on Tolar's side of the field, and our Archaludon is going to heal up a little bit of HP thanks to that leftovers. But now that both these Pokemon on Tolar's side are at -1 and no Rain, you really have no way of threatening this Blastoise unless for super effective damage. But at +3, you know, Dragon Pulse is still going to do a lot of damage.
I think that was actually a brilliant Parasong from Tolar. If you actually go for a Weather Ball or an Encore that turn, this next turn is just a very free Rage Powder and Shell Smash, unless you just don't want to see a double knockout. You're probably going to switch out your Politoed and your Archaludon to try and preserve the game, unless you want to Encore reading that Shell Smash. But now at this point, if the Blastoise goes for the Shell Smash, basically it's not going to be able to sweep the game. At least you have some defensive countermeasure against that, and if you knock out the Sinistra with the Archaludon, then you'd be in a really good spot against the Blastoise.
Yeah, we actually don't see a swap from the Archaludon, so it is guaranteed to go down at the end of this turn. The Sinistra is going to redirect away any attack, and yeah, we see even with the Perish Song on the field, Green is going to commit to the Shell Smash Rage Powder play and boost up this Blastoise to the max as Dragon Pulse goes off into that Sinistra and takes the knockout at +3, and that's going to be huge because now Green is locked down to the last 2 Pokemon, and this Blastoise is guaranteed to go down in 3 turns.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 turns from now, so yeah, we'll have one... the Archaludon is of course getting knocked out, but at this point you do have 1 turn to stall out with Fake Out if you want to. Of course, with the Sneasel in the back of its own Fake Out, more than likely going to go into the Politoed that has the option to go for the Double Protect, while also augmenting the speed of the Mega Swampert. It is at -1 on the Blastoise, so potentially you could go for a high horsepower and take a knockout onto that. But I do think at this point, yeah, we're going to see the Incineroar into the field, at least to apply the Intimidate. Interesting to not go for the Politoed immediately, but yeah, I think importantly you do at least force the Sneasel to go for a Fake Out or a defensive option. It can't go for a close combat to potentially try and chip the Swampert in range of a knockout, but really the ticking timer on this Blastoise is what's important for Tolar here, just stalling that out and allowing the Mega Swampert to close the game out.
Yes, these are Blastoise here not applying nearly as much pressure as they did in Game 1. This Blastoise being on a timer after that brilliant Perish Song from Tolar. Incineroar here, like you said, being able to just go for that Fake Out, and with the Protect as well that they run on this Perish team, are able to just sit in front of both of these Pokemon. And it looks like Tolar not even wanting to play that Quick Guard mind game or, you know, which one's faster, just going for a Protect to guarantee stall the turn there. Quick Guard from the Sneasel there on green side, predicting a Fake Out into that Blastoise spot, and a Water Spout just going into both of these Pokemon. And now with how you are in this game, you can just kind of play around with your Pokemon as long as you preserve, you know, enough HP to deal with this Sneasel. You're in a really, really good spot.
Yeah, my mistake. It was, of course, the Protect Incineroar on Dimson side, and on green side it is no Protect, of course, not running the Parasong. But at this point, as you mentioned, yeah, the Swampert really well poised. The Blastoise is going to go down in 1 more turn, so what you could do is actually switch into your Politoed, either on the Incineroar or the Swampert. If you switch into the Incineroar slot, you might be susceptible to possibly losing to the Focus Sash Sneasel in the endgame. But yeah, the Swampert looking like the main win condition for Tolar, getting off the field, doesn't want to take any risks with taking that knockout on this next turn.
And we do actually see the double Protect there on the Incineroar, just guaranteeing that it lives through this turn thanks to that Water Spout not being able to touch it. Is going to hit into the Politoed though, and actually does so much, almost knocking it out there with the Rain, kind of working against Tolar there. If it knocked it out, that would have been kind of big. Poison Jab though into the Politoed slot is going to pick it up. A critical hit there. Not sure that mattered too much. At least he would have had a good chance to poison even if they didn't get knocked out. And yep, Blastoise there at the end of its Perish Song is going to get knocked out as well. Swampert kind of gets to come in here for free, and in the combination, now that the Incineroar got the double protect, should just be a locked up game for Toller.
Yeah, I think shy of the double protect, you just need to not get close combat, crit, and poisoned. Otherwise, you should just be able to win with the Swampert. Just going for 2 flip turns, no reason to risk a high horsepower miss or, yeah, chipping yourself with the wave crash. At this point, you can just go for the wave crash, knock the Sneasler down to the poke sash, and follow up with a dark type move that means some more to close the game.
Absolutely, and the reason this is possible is thanks to Mega Swampert's ability, that Swift Swim, allowing it to outspeed the Sneasler there. Yeah, flip turn in the rain from that massive attack stat is just going to bring it down to the Focus Sash. And we see just going for the Poison Jab, Poison Touch, and doesn't even get it. And in combination with Throat Chop, Toller is going to take game 2 and bring us to a game 3.
Yeah, things look like, in theory, look very dicey on the turn that the Sinistra and the Blastoise were on the same field, and we're essentially just set up to go for Rage Powder and Shell Smash with the rain ending on the next turn and the Parasong ticking against the other Pokemon. But we got to go back to that Parasong. It was such a brilliant call from Toller, not to shy away from the pressure of that lead and saying, you know what, it's going to be threatening in a few turns, but I do, of course, have a move that can stop any threats from being on the field in the future turns with that Parasong. So good identification. It was kind of a sketchy position. I think a lot of less experienced players that weren't as, savvy to the exact moment, at the exact situation they're in might not have identified, but Toller able to do it and come back to a big win after a very dominant game 1 from Green.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of players in that spot wouldn't have been able to identify it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Recognizing that, oh, Incineroar, Gengar, go for fake out Parasong, not recognizing that after that first turn or later in the game when there's just 2 Pokemon left, there's still other ways you can enable Parasong to your benefit, and I think that was expertly demonstrated by Toller there, really making sure that this Blastoise wasn't able to stay in on the field unpunished. Protect being, a phenomenal move, and I think kind of being the star there of that game, just enabling Perish so much, burning a free turn, making it so that pretty much you only have to wait 2 turns now with the protects on both sides. And I'm really surprised to see the Archaludon and Incineroar coming back from what seemed like a really, really negative lead for Toller, making it to a game 3 at all. And I'm kind of curious to how both players are going to adjust because, you're Green, you just lost the game. How do I adjust now? And if you're Toller, that was really close. I still could have lost that. How can I refine this for a game 3?
Yeah, I think the Incineroar and the Archaludon is still very passive on Toller's side. You are lowering the damage with the Intimidate and the Parting Shots throughout the course of the battle, and then the Politoed can kind of stop up kind of sticky mid-game situations, but I do think that the Vivillon could be an aggressive adjustment here to put the pressure on Green at the start of the battle instead of the pressure being on Toller.
Yeah, we are going to get into our game 3 of round 4 of the Grand Champions Festival Encore with a Vivillon Politoed lead from Toller and a Sneasler Blastoise sticking to their guns on Green side.
So this is interesting in that, of course, the Vivillon can outspeed the Blastoise now, but you are also really susceptible to a Fake Out and a Water Spout. The Politoed on Toller's side, you can maybe get a Weather Ball to chip down the Blastoise. But yeah, I think the pressure once again on Green side, maybe not the lead that Toller was expecting. Maybe was expecting some sort of switch out or a switch on the Pokemon rings in the lead, but unfortunately, I think it is another situation where Fake Out Water Spout looks really strong. No need to bite into going for the Shell Smash and be a little bit weaker to an Encore or a Parasong. Definitely a safe play on Green side.
Seems they're just going for a swamp out there, not even bothering with the Fake Out, going into the Sinistra instead. Protect there on the Vivillon, expecting a potential Fake Out from that Sneasler, as well as a Protect on Blastoise. This was really well played from both players there. I think Toller, with this lead, has a lot of pressure of both that Sleep Powder and Encore. So whatever you get locked into, you were either getting slept or Encore. So a really technical lead, I think, from Toller. They are kind of able to manipulate the game from turn 1, locking Green into a certain style of play. But now that your Blastoise is still next to a Sinistra, you have redirection, and because Vivillon is not a grass type, you are unable to, you are actually able to redirect away the Sleep Powder. But a Mega Evolution there from the Blastoise, boosting up its stats. Once again, in the rain, this Water Spout we've seen does so much damage. Rage Powder, yeah, again, is going to be able to redirect any of those Sleep Powders away from Vivillon, but is instead going to be the Hurricane there, trying to chip down the Sinistra and preventing it from doing anything. Sinistra does hang on in the red there. is going to... Oh, Blastoise is actually going to go for a Shell Smash and not just a straight Water Spout. This is going to lower its defense and special defense in exchange for that huge stat boost. And Perish Song instead of a Weather Ball. So Sinistra's going to get to hang on this turn, but Toller is once again saying that in a couple of turns, this Blastoise is going to go down.
Yeah, no need to reinvent the wheel here. In a similar position, truly, to that game too, and decides, you know what, Perish Song was right then, we'll do it again. I think at this point, the Sinistra is of course able to redirect a Sleep Powder, but on Toller's side, definitely a big incentive to go for a double protect. Stall a couple of turns for that Blastoise, so it's only able to get one Water Spout off over the course of this battle with the Shell Smash, or be forced to switch. So I think a strong move from Toller, but still absolutely on the back foot with a Rage Powder and a Water Spout. You're still going to do 99% of the damage to both of these Pokemon. That's just a question of whether you're willing to get that Blastoise down to its last turn of Shell Smash to accomplish that, or last turn of Perish Song.
And the key thing about Perish Song is as well is you can protect, attack, and then protect again, but that means your own Politoed and Vivian would go down to the Perish Song at the end of the turn. We are going to see just a Rage Powder, no protect from either of these Pokemon. A Dark Pulse into that Politoed does so much damage, makes it eat that Citrus Berry once again. I'm not sure if it's going to be able to eat another one, as Hurricane goes off into that Sinistra, taking the knockout there on green Sinistra, and this Politoed is going to be left to click a move. I'm really interested to see what it's going to be. It's just going to be a Flinch, actually, thanks to that Dark Pulse.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting move on green side, going for the Dark Pulse instead of the Water Spout, but maybe it was the flinch that was necessary there. I think, yeah, big opportunity to actually chip down the Vivian to the Focus Sash will also bring the Politoed very, very low. We saw it do like 96% on the last game, and now the Sneasler has entered the field, is able to very safely pressure a Fake Out and Water Spout. Of course, on Toller's side, a very predictable move, could just go for a double protect to bring that Blastoise to its last turn of Shell Smash to either make the decision to go for another Water Spout and take those KOs on, whether it be the switches on Toller's side or the Pokemon on the field, or be forced to switch out and buy Toller a turn to maybe get back in this game.
Yeah, and really smart to not go for Protect on either Pokemon last turn on Toller's side, because now you can just go for a Protect on both of these Pokemon and stop a Fake Out, as we just see on Toller's side of the field, the Politoed and Vivian just, again, yeah, going for that Protect, stopping against this Fake Out from the Sneasler here on green side. Blastoise is left to just attack into both of these Protects and burn another turn of that Perish Song, as you see is now at 1, so next turn is going to go down no matter what, and is forced to swap or stay in and get an attack. And this is what I was saying, is where now the Vivillon, yes, it's not 100%, but if you decide to stay in this turn and go for a Sleep Powder, maybe predicting a swap on green side, you lose both your Politoed and your Vivillon. So it's really going to come down to this turn, what wants to swap in. You know, if it's that Archaladon or even the Incineroar in the back, neither of those are going to want to eat a close combat either. As we do see the Blastoise swap there into the Maushold.
Yeah, the Maushold is going to hit the field. Toller going to be withdrawing that Politoed. Of course, the Rain is going to be ending this turn, so you want to be able to set that up for the Swampert with the Swizzle after Mega Evolution entering the field. Yeah, that is going to take the close combat. Wow, a lot of damage there. Not able to take that very well with the crit. Is it going to get the poison? That could bring it in range for an easy KO in the next couple of turns. Not going to be the case, but the Sleep Powder from the Vivian, its last parting gift before it will leave the field to the Parasol.
Yeah, and Sleep there is going to be absolutely huge, because even though it does go down to the Perish Song this turn, because Sneasler was faster than it, has to burn a mandatory turn of Sleep next turn, so is going to be unable to move, and allows the Swampert in the rain to, have an extra turn to be able to do a little bit of damage. Unfortunately here without Earthquake, this is kind of where it's going to bite Toller a little bit, not being able to hit Sneasler, and has to worry about this Maushold redirecting away any of those attacks that Swampert wants to go for. And, not being able to hit it with something like the high horsepower, and has to go for a Wave Crash and chip yourself on the Maushold. That crit was actually really, really big for Green.
Yeah, super impactful. Now it may be in range of a feint, or at least 2 feints from the Maushold. That's going to be probably a KO, and really Toller has no way to deal with that damage outside of switching, of course, because it does break through the Protect. However, at least you do have a strong offensive position if you can survive one of those feints. Go for the Mega Evolution, get that defensive boost to your defense stat as well, just be able to make sure you can survive that, and either take the KO with the Maushold or target them with the Sneasler if you predict the Maushold to go for a Protector or something like that. But I think the Sneasler is a fairly safe target unless you expect the Blastoise to come in here. If you can take that with the combination of a Weather Ball and a Wave Crash or a Flip turn, on the next turn, Parasong will be able to lock down the final Pokemon on green side and maybe convert to a second.
Did you see the Mega Evolution there on the Swampert? Finally going to be getting that Swift Swim ability, allowing it to be the first thing to move on the field. Of course, not before that Protect on the Mousehold. High Horsepower actually going into the Mousehold and not the Sneasler there. Sneasler is going to burn its mandatory turn of sleep, and Weather Ball is going to go into the Sneasler slot there on green side, not bringing it down to Focus Hash quite because of that Friend Guard, but for all intents and purposes is within range of another Weather Ball or attack from Swampert.
Yeah, it might be a case of not wanting the Sneasler to actually leave the field yet with the pressure of the Follow Me and the ability to go for the Water Spout. If the Water Spout was able to KO the Politoed from this range, we saw in the last game at +2 it would be pretty close. If it was able to take that knockout, then it would be really difficult for Toller to actually win the battle from there. So delays the KO just one turn to this turn, most likely.
Follow Me coming out from the Mousehold, though, on green side of the turn, and flip turn into the Mousehold, not wanting to take recoil from Wave Crash or miss High Horsepower, is going to flip turn into Toller's last Pokemon here. Either that Incineroar or Chaladon, most likely, is going to be the Archaladon there, poised perfectly against this Blastoise in the back. Sneasler does get the turn one Wake Up, and close combat into the Archaladon is not going to be enough and leaves it in the red. And now this Politoed here gets to be the Pokemon that moves last on this turn. Is it going to go for a Weather Ball? It's an Encore into the Follow Me. Mousehold and Sneasler are both going to be on the field still.
Yeah, going to be forced to go for those Follow Me. So no ability to go for the Feint, which is, I guess, positive for the Swampert in the back, but of course it did just leave the field. That Archaladon very susceptible to a close combat. I think that play works out decently well for Toller. If there isn't a first turn wake, of course that is what happened. At this point, the Sneasler really well poised, no Intimidates on it, should be able to close combat. The Archaladon, if it doesn't go for the Protect, of course the Politoed, you could also go for the close combat there. But it doesn't take the KO with that. Just the raw damage, the Poison Touch can follow up and take the KO. So I think offensive advantage definitely just shifted to green with that Wake Up. Really clutch in this endgame.
Yeah, being able now, you are Encore into Mousehold, so you can't go for a Protect, and it is forced to, have to take damage if Toller decides to go for a damaging move this turn. The Sneasler, you're just looking for a position to get this Blastoise in. We know it's faster than the Archaladon and the Politoed. As long as you're able to do even tiny bit of damage to these Politoed, Water Spout should just clean up the game here on for green. Close combat, yeah, into the Politoed there. Just gets the knockout. Oh my goodness. And that's a Pokemon down for Toller, down to their last two. Just the Archaladon and Swampert. Electro Shot from the Archaladon coming out here into that Follow Me on the Mousehold is at the range of HP, is just going to take knockout. Archaladon and Swampert being in the red, though, it really scares me because this Blastoise is going to come in at full HP, and I think is just going to clean up with a Water Spout.
Yeah, I think 2 turns of rain remaining after this turn once the Blastoise and the Swampert hit the field. This leftovers HP is going to be really important on the Archaladon. Of course, with the Water Spouts, they're doing a lot of damage. The Dark Pulse will do a lot of damage, but if you can heal out of range of that with the leftovers, that's going to be really important for Toller to convert on. So I think at this point in the game, it's probably going to be fairly simple of just targeting the Sneasler, of course. It doesn't have access to Protect, it's running that Quick Guard as the 4th option. You take that KO, and then you probably just hope that you're able to survive a Dark Pulse after. I think you may have to go for a double Protect, given that, yeah, if it's just Water Spout here on the Blastoise pretty much always, you could get really aggressive and go for the Shell Smash if you want to protect on Toller's side. But I think on Toller, probably just going to be going for the Wave Crash or whatever damage, most likely a flip turn to take that KO and Sneasler cleanly, and then Protect and just try and heal up on this Archaladon to get a safe Electro Shot. Actually, even if you do that, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think with the Rain active, you're going to feint to the Water Spout. You're never going to be able to get the Electro Shot off, so I think really dire stakes for Toller.
Yeah, unfortunately there, that critical hit on the Swampert swap, especially without the Mega Evolution, just took too much damage. Protect from Archaladon in an attempt, as you said, high horsepower there, into the Sneasler, risking the miss, just going for the super effective damage. There onto the Sneasler, gets the knockout, and Dark Pulse actually into the Archaladon. No Water Spout in sight. This Archaladon is going to get an extra turn of leftovers recovery. Now, if it gets a double Protect, this could be a game. The Swampert is going to be the fastest thing on the field and gets to have an attack in this Blastoise. You could Protect on the Blastoise and, stall, but that's an extra turn of recovery for the Archaladon and makes it harder and harder for you to win.
Yeah, I think not knocking out the Swampert's a big deal here. Now you can go for the high horsepower, and a Water Spout probably is not going to take the KO. Of course, we are seeing the Protect come off. The Blastoise may be faster than both of these Pokemon. I mean, we know for sure it's faster than the Archaladon. It does actually go for the Double Protect and gets it on this turn, but the Swampert on the field, at this point, the fastest Pokemon on the field, but Rain will be ending on this turn. Swift Swim will deactivate, and Swampert may be slower than the Blastoise. If that's the case, it's going to be a question of whether the Water Spout, I don't think it's going to knock out the Archaladon in one, but of course the Archaladon is only at +1 special attack from the Electroshot. Dragon Pulse, if it's able to get a 2 at KO, maybe we have a game, but I think it's going to be really dependent on the Swampert speed set here. If it can outspeed the Blastoise and get a high horsepower, then maybe buys the damage that the Archaludon needs to get a Dragon Pulse to KO.
See a protector there on the Swampert. This is actually a smart play from Toller there as well, preserving the speed as well as allowing the Water Spout to continuously be a double targeting move, because if it was just the Archaludon, yeah, it would have taken single target damage. Archaludon hangs on at 5% there in the red, is going to get to fire off an attack here. The Dragon Pulse, how much is this going to do? It does so much that looks like it's in range of a high horsepower. It's going to come down to this final turn. If high horsepower from this Swampert can take the KO, and if Swampert is faster than the Blastoise.
I think it also matters if the Water Spout's even able to take the KO on the Archaludon at this point. It's going to be very close. Did about 30% last turn. It's now at 1/3 of its HP. I think that Matt's going to be very close on that. Toller might have found a really smart play. If it didn't Dark Pulse, I think you do just lose the game on the spot. But a really smart call to make sure that there were 2 turns where you had to go for spread type damage instead of one final turn where you can go for spread type and then single target to close out that damage cleanly. At this point, it's ambiguous, and that's kind of the edge these top players try and find, that ambiguity that Toller may have found in this endgame to take a set win. We're going to see if Green's 2670 is able to take this round or not.
And Blastoise is the fastest thing on the field by 1/3 of its HP. Is it enough to knock out?
Oh my goodness!
And the Archaludon hangs on at 1% and lives! And that means at +1, this Archaludon is going to be able to take the KO on Blastoise with Dragon Pulse, and Toller is going to take the set 2-1.
Yeah, absolutely a series of extremely brilliant turns throughout that set where there was just a lot of both strategic awareness throughout the entire macro of the set, making sure you had the pair of songs set up, and then just really good tactics there. That was really good tactical play, being just, identifying, okay, there's a sequence of plays where I'm able to win this if I can just actually get a couple turns of spread type damage with this Blastoise. Has to target 2 Pokemon instead of 1. I'm going to be able to come out on top if I'm able to eke out just that little bit of extra HP on their Archaludon, and that ended up being the difference, that single target versus the spread type damage. Of course, 1 HP in a dream for that Archaludon.
Yeah, that was absolutely phenomenally played by Toller there. Really positioning that Archaludon. We talked about it before the game. That was the key. That was the cornerstone of the entire matchup. And realizing it in Game 2, seeing how well it did, not having brought it Game 1, bringing it to Game 3 and allowing it to succeed in the way it did, enabling it with pieces, even against the odds. Blastoise, you have to enable it with things like the rain as well. Blastoise kind of seemed like this infinite wall that you kind of have to navigate around. Archaludon, though, hanging on at the very end. I think Toller playing excellently, using that Pair Song to his advantage, even if not in the typical way with Gengar and that Shadow Tag.
Yeah, I think that was a super interestingly played game by both players. The Game 3, just the Politoed Vivillon lead was something that you pointed out just being a really unorthodox way to play it, but essentially you were just making sure you're getting value from that lead no matter what, instead of just taking a Pokemon deficit early on. You're going to get a Sleep Powder or you're going to get an Encore or a Parasong. You can maybe drive a strong position for your Archaludon and Swampert, the offensive Pokemon in the back, but just leading these defensive Pokemon and kind of chipping away at everything or putting it into a weak defensive position where you could actually close that out, and that's exactly what happened. I think got a little bit, we of course see the Sleep Powder. I think if there is no both close combat crit on the Swampert and also a first turn wake on the Sneasler, that game's a lot more favored for Toller. So yeah, absolutely a game that he should be proud of. And Green 2670. Toller, a national champion, a regional champion of recent years, absolutely should be proud of bringing that so close. Such a dominant Game 1. It was really just one play away in both of those games. Just, I mean, it came down to 1% HP. You can't get much closer than that.
Yeah, absolutely as well. Again, that close combat, I really think being the main thing in this match that swung that Game 3 in Green's favor at all. That Swampert not having Mega Evolve before, having to take it without the defensive stat boost that you get upon Mega Evolution, as well as the critical hit, right? Bringing in within range of the Water Spout regardless of what happens, kind of made or break the game as well. And again, the Archaludon hung on at 1%. How more hype could you get here at the Grand Champions Festival?
I mean, we got spoiled so bad. I mean, this is your second set. This is my first one, so I get to commentate a friend. I get to commentate him winning, and I get to see him do it with some sick plays with 1% HP. Absolutely can't get more hype at the Grand Champion Festival's Encore. And of course, we have more matches on the way. Going to be an exciting rest of the tournament. I'm not sure if we have a match queued up. But yeah, we're going to throw to the bonus coverage. Right now, we can't handle the hype. We're just overwhelmed, so we're going to give it to the bonus coverage and give ourselves a little bit of a break. But you guys stay tuned. Going to be another great match on stream.
Perfect.
Sweet.
Oh, dude, that was a crazy game.
That was a
way through the Grand Champions Festival Encore Day 1, and we have seen so many exciting matches. We saw Mr. Rhyme be on the field, and then he wasn't. We saw Toller Webb, the 2012 Seniors World Champion, play an absolutely insanely nail-biting game against a Mega Blastoise team, a team that has become extremely popular and dominant in the last few weeks. And the best part is, we have so many more games to show you all. Stick around for Round 5 coming up very, very soon.
Welcome on back in, trainers, to the Grand Champions Festival Encore. I am Tyson Hughes, joined here by Cedric Bernier, and we are here for your Round 5 coverage of the Grand Champions Festival. And I'm super excited to be back on the mic with you again for another round of Pokemon, and we're featuring a unique team this round.
Yeah, unique. Both of the teams are, in a sense, unique. There is one Pokemon different between the two of them, but otherwise, yeah, a lot of not unique elements between the two of them. Of course, that Delphox Blastoise combination that we just saw last round, of course, very strong combination, going to be aiming to set up very quickly, but kind of interesting when both of the teams have the exact same options, what they're going to pick in the mirror. Those little differences end up mattering a whole lot.
Yeah, and we'll get into that as we break down the teams as well, but I just want to talk about the general state of Pokemon Champions right now. I think it's really important that even though this is a mirror that we're about to feature on stream as well, talking about just how Blastoise has kind of popped up in the last week.
Yeah, I think so. At North American International Championships, I think that was the big breakout for Blastoise. Of course, Chris Large making it, I think, to the top 16 with that. Absolutely incredible performance. Had Mega Gardevoir as the secondary Mega there, or the primary, depending on the matchup. But I think a lot of players shifting towards the more consistent Mega Delphox that's able to kind of pair that. You know, the fire types are, of course, strong against the grass types that the Blastoise is strong against, and of course, the Blastoise is strong against the fire types, blah, 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 of course, fire, water, grass. Very strong core, as it turns out, and people are really taking advantage of that, setting up one of those offensive spread options in the Heat Wave or the Water Spout.
Wave at +2 with the Nasty Plot, or just going up to +2 with your Shell Smash on Blastoise to clicking Water Spout. And as you said, having great coverage in that, and even Machagacha from Sinistra being a grass move as well as a spread move as well, just being able to hit things like Swampert as well, for example, is really, really nice. And then, of course, you support that with the double fake out, and usually you can opt for a Kingambit or something like the Mousehold if you really want to lean into that double support, which that's going to be the main difference breaker in this matchup. One of the teams here on Zalo's side is going to have the Mousehold as compared to Didi, who's going to have the Kingambit. And I'm really excited to see maybe how that dynamic plays out in this matchup, if it even comes up at all.
Yeah, I think the Kingambit is interesting. It was obviously so effective, that Swords Dance Black Glasses set, at really being able to sweep opposing Charizards. However, as the metagame has progressed, they've kind of bulked down to be able to survive that attack. And also, while you would think it would be effective against things like the Delphox and the Blastoise, a lot of the Sneasers in the metagame, and particularly these ones on this team, have the combination of Fake Out and Quick Guard. So you can Fake Out the Kingambit to stop it from moving at all in the first turn, and get that setup up. And after that, you can really just go for the Quick Guard to stop any sucker punches from ruining your day.
Yeah, and I think Sneasler having that Quick Guard adaptation with the Focus Sash as well as the Poison Touch is really, really nice at making sure those Poison Jabs can get the extra little bit of damage that sometimes those spread moves miss out on because they are inherently a spread move and they have that damage reduction when you're attacking two Pokemon. And I mean, we saw it last round, right? It came up in the very end where Archana was able to hang on at 1 HP. So those thin margins that you're able to change with maybe something like the Poison Jab on Sneasler really do come up.
Yeah, I think we're going to go into the team preview now, but of course we see both of those players' teams. As we mentioned, it is the Kingambit and the Mousehold as the two Pokemon differences between the team. Outside of that, a lot of similar stuff. But the differences will make the difference in this mirror. I believe Didi running the Jolly Sneasler, and also, running the Poison Touch, whereas Zio is running the Adamant Sneasler that's running Unburden. You're going to be running slower most of the time, but I think that Focus Sash and Burden set could prove to be effective against the Mega Blastoise if Didi goes for that. Getting the Water Spout to break your Focus Sash, and then having the Unburden boost and being able to outspeed in close combat the Blastoise could be an important distinction between the two teams.
Yeah, and I think notably as well, on every single Pokemon besides the Blastoise is running a nature that isn't hindering on their speed. So Delphox is actually timid nature as well on DD's side, where Zio's is modest, and that damage is going to, affect the game 100%. But the fact that DD can basically, without a doubt, say, I'm faster than you, is going to be absolutely huge, as well as the Sinistra and the Incineroar on DD's side, being bold and careful, respectfully, as where Zio is relaxed and impish on their Sinistra and Incineroar. So those Pokemon, having the minus speed natures is going to be absolutely huge compared to the non-speed minus natures. And that's going to affect the matchup a lot, allowing DD to move first in a lot of these scenarios.
Yeah, I think the Throat Chop is something, the speed interaction between the Incineroars is going to play into really importantly for both of these players. Figuring it out that early, or you're not going to see it here. But if you are able to figure that out, you can go for a Throat Chop against the opposing Incineroar to make sure it can't switch out. But really defensive posturing from DD to start the game out.
Yeah, absolutely. Sneasler and Sinistra here are going to be the lead of choice from DD and Zio with the Blastoise and Sneasler.
yeah, going to be the Blastoise really well set up, of course, with the Sinistra, or sorry, yeah, switched up on the Pokemon. The Sneasler and the Blastoise can go for a potentially a Quick Guard and a Shell Smash. However, the interaction between Quick Guard and Fake Out is there at the same speed priority bracket, I believe. So because it's an Adamant Sneasler on Zio's side, going to be the Quick Guard would be wasted if a Fake Out came out from DD's side.
Yeah, and Sneasler and Sinistry here really well positioned, I think, especially against this Blastoise. It might seem a bit of a passive lead, but starting to throw down something like Matcha Gotchas onto the Blastoise, as well as a potential chance to that Mega Evolution on the Blastoise, locking it in for this game, giving it a bit of extra stats. Fake Out going to be the move of choice from DD Sneasler, knowing it's faster, goes into the Sneasler and flinches it, and Blastoise goes for a Dark Pulse with that Mega Launcher, does so much damage, and Sinistra hangs on at 1%. What an explosive turn one as this Machagacha goes out and misses the Blastoise, which would have recovered a ton of HP. Not enough to heal back after a Dark Pulse, but enough to do a good chunk of damage to the Blastoise, and no burn on the Sneasler either on Zio's side.
Yeah, you have to imagine that's an extremely rehearsed lead from DD. Very tactical player with these fake out cycling teams. Very likely to be trained to survive that Dark Pulse and be able to answer back with a Matcha Gotcha and get a more favorable game state. At this point, because the Sinistra was able to survive, but was not able to get the Matcha Gotcha, the Blast was so at such high HP, could potentially go for a Water Spout or just a Dark Pulse to clean up the Sinistra. But at this point, the Blastoise on borrowed, just unearned borrowed time there.
Yeah, and with something like the Sneasler here actually staying in as the Sinistra swaps out for the King Gambit here, not wanting to take another Dark Pulse, really preserving that hospitality as the Blastoise goes for Protect on Zio's side, not wanting to take any sort of damage from a Sneasler's attack there, the close combat going into the Protect. Yeah, again, Blastoise really wanting to protect against that. Dire Claw into the Sneasler on GD's side is going to get a status, and that's going to be the Paralysis, which is going to remove the fact that the Sneasler DD side is jolly. That speed is no longer in play now, and Zio's going to have the faster Sneasler.
Yeah, that's really important for a couple of reasons. You are just slower than the opposing Sneasler now on DD's side, but also you can just go for the Quick Guard and Water Spout fairly safely here. It will knock out the opposing Sneasler. It doesn't have access to Protect. The King Gambit can go for some damage. Of course, if it goes, it really has to make a decision. Is the Sneasler going to go for the Quick Guard to block the Sucker Punch, or is it just going to go for the Close Combat straight up into the King Gambit to take a double knockout that turn? Really on DD to make that call, but Zeo in a really strong position.
And it does look like it's just going to be the close combat into the King Gambit there on DD's side and get the one-hit knockout, being 4 times super effective from Zio's Sneasler. And it seems like this Pokemon has just kind of run away with the game so far. We see the Water Spout as well being faster than the Sneasler with that next to that Paralysis, just with single target Water Spout taking the knockout.
Now with a 9% HP, Sinistra in the back, DD clocking in the forfeit. Doesn't want to reveal the 4th and final Pokemon for Zeo. Really important in this mirror how you're actually going to approach it. We saw DD's approach was definitely very unconventional in this game 1. Didn't quite work out, but doesn't want to reveal the full extent if they want to go towards that in the game 2, I imagine.
Yeah, that was a really explosive lead, like you said, kind of rehearsed from DD being able to lead the Sneasler and the Sinistra. Yeah, if you get the turn wrong, you're still able to, with the Sneasler, you're at least still able to fire off a Matcha Gotcha and heal a little bit of HP back, if they locked in Water Spout, even if they lock in Dark Pulse, as we saw, barely clutching on there, but at least you put the Blastoise within range of maybe a close combat or something like a Sucker Punch later if you decide to go for a Poison Trap and try to chip it down that way. So I'm really curious to see how maybe DD adjusts here. I feel like it really does come down to the leads. I think Zio had a great idea of just that Sneasler Blastoise. It's so explosive, right? Because you don't always have to click Fake Out Shell Smash. You can click, Close Combat and Water Spout, and you just explode the opponent on turn 1 as well. Or Dark Pulse, as we saw.
Yeah, I think you could go back to the Sinistra and the Sneasler lead if you want to just see how that game 1 would play out. But it's really interesting. DD actually having the faster of the Pokemon between these two players, but opted into, against that Sneasler Blastoise lead that in theory would be more favored for the faster Sneasler. So we could see a reversion to that, and we see a quick switch up from Zeo.
Delphox and Sneasler going to be the lead from Zeo there, opting for a different Mega Evolution in this game too, as the Sinistra and Sneasler come out for DD as the same lead. And this time around, being able to fire off Heat Waves into both of these Pokemon, as well as just taking a knockout or bringing down the Sneasler to Focus Sash with a Psychic type move. But Heat Wave is looking very, very good here. Honestly, even a Heat Wave as well as a Nasty Claw as well as a Quick Guard, there's nothing really DD can do to stop this.
Yeah, DD could go for the Fake Out as the faster of the Sneasler and maybe buy a turn through that. However, after that, it's kind of a then what option. The Sinistra can't really damage the Delphox meaningfully, not running Shadow Ball on it. Could go into Trick Room, but at that point it is a modest Delphox. You'll probably outspeed and knock out the Sneasler on the next turn anyway, so I think, yeah, kind of a really strong counter lead from Zayo, getting the Delphox in against 2 super effective targets.
And switching out that Sinistra, recognizing the threat of that Delphox, brings in a Delphox of their own on DD's end, able to eat these Psychic and Fire-type moves a lot better. Mega Evolution, though, from Zero's Delphox is going to be the locked-in Mega for this game, too. And now it's going to be which Sneasler, of course, DD's being that Jolly, is going to be faster. No Quick Guard allows Fake Out to go off and get a flinch on that Delphox. Dire Claw fishing for another status there and breaking the Focus Sash on the Sneasler. I was going to do a nice amount of damage.
Yeah, no Dire Claw activation, and now we have pure speed advantage on DD's side, and really just a small damage disadvantage, but the Sneasler was going to go down to a Psychic anyways, at this point in a really good spot. The Delphoxes naturally have the ability to, if they go Timid, outspeed the Sneasers, but I believe with Modest it doesn't have that same option. So DD, if they are running the faster or the max speed Sneasler, should just have the ability to actually go for an attack into the opposing Sneasler, either a Dire Claw in combination with a Heat Wave, going to be close, but maybe has the potential to knock out if it's not on the bulkier side, or you could double into that Sneasler with no Protect on Zayo's side, go for the Psyshock, or the Psychic, yeah, Psyshock on DD's side, and then the double up with the Dire Claw close combat.
Yeah, we do have to be careful if Zeo does switch out this Sneasler, recognizing that double up, which we do. Yeah, see, that swap from Sneasler into Blastoise, actually bringing it in, knowing that it can't Mega Evolve this game, maybe having the flexibility to Mega Evolve depending on the situation. We do see DD's Delphox Mega Evolve this time, but I guess we don't know if Blastoise is in the back now. With the plus speed on both these Pokemon, allows DD's Delphox to move first, do a small amount of damage to both of these Pokemon, chipping them down. No burn on the Blastoise, and a Dire Claw into the Delphox, and getting the sleep. I was about to say, with the Jolly nature, automatically you're seeing the payoff from that, not being able to get the knockout on Delphox there, but with Dire Claw, there's always a way, and gets the sleep.
Yeah, could have gotten a Poison Touch, but pretty happy that you're getting the sleep there. The Delphox just locked on the field, really in prime position, just be knocked out by Heat Wave. And the Blastoise, without the additional bulk from the Mega Evolution, of course it can't go for that, should not be able to survive the combo of the Heat Wave in the close combat. So strong position for DD after getting a little bit pinned on lead by the the Delphox, was able to position out of it really well thus far.
Swapping out the Delphox from Zeo, really preserving it, knowing that it can wake up that turn had it gotten the wake up. Blastoise going to get healed up from the Hospitality of Sinistra. Heat Wave going into both these targets. Sinistra hangs on in the red. Blastoise going to go down to what it was before after the Hospitality, and close combat into this Blastoise slot is going to do so much damage and hangs on thanks to that Hospitality. And if this is a Dark Pulse, gets the Poison Touch as well. So Blastoise is going to go down this turn as well. Shell Smash with the Poison Touch, unfortunately, is not going to pan out in maybe the way the Zero thought it was.
Yeah, I think maybe the intention there is if you can get the speed boost and you can deal with the opposing Sneasler, maybe Dark Pulse with being able to knock out the Delphox and the Sinistra in the back is what you need to come back into this game. But yeah, the Poison Touch absolutely spells disaster for that. Not able to happen. And at this point, the Delphox really looking good for DD. As we mentioned, the Sneasler is the adamant one. Delphox should be able to outspeed that and tempo from game one.
Again, I think, the speed is so favorable for DD here, being able to just guarantee outspeed everything. You can very safely double up into slots because you know how the speed is going to play out. Like you said, that thought of last turn and being able to swap into Sinistra and redirect attacks away from the Blastoise maybe gets you back in the game, but it's so difficult.
Yeah, I think really at this point it's going to be difficult. You can at least go for the Fake Out, I guess. However, DD does have the Quick Guard option to outspeed and stop that from going off, and then just go for the Heat Wave. The Sinistra doesn't want to take any of that heat.
And swaps out instead for the Delphox, who is still asleep and is most likely going to have to eat an attack here. Delphox on DD's side, going for the Psychic, bringing the Sneasler on Zeo's side down to that Focus Sash. And now, because we know the Sneasler is faster here on DD's side, is going to go for a move of its own. It's going to be a Dire Claw, knowing that the Sneasler doesn't have Protect. Free double up in the slot, knowing you're faster than it with both Pokemon. This is This is what Open Natures is all about, and we just see the forfeit there after another explosive game in Zeo, and we're going to a game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was a huge switch up on DD's side to actually take that win. Of course, yeah, just got caught behind the 8-ball in the game 1, especially with the paralysis, just making the Blastoise extremely likely to sweep. But in this game, the Delphox switch out from Zeo, even though it looked to be exceptionally strong, DD's just positional play in the mirror proved to be a little bit stronger.
Yeah, and I was a little scared when that Blastoise came in, even without the Mega Evolution, recognizing that even with a Shell Smash, Dark Pulse is going to hurt a lot. Was really, really smart, and I think having a resist on this team that isn't Incineroar, because you're scared of the King Gambit on Zeo's side, having a resist into that Delphox is really, really nice, even if it's a little scary in front of the Sinistra. And I think it's going to come down to, whose Delphox can get off more damage first, and unfortunately, I think it's DD just because of how the speed plays out. But we are going to get into a game 3 here of DD versus Zeo in round 5 of the Grand Champions Festival. Both of our trainers here leading off with their final decisions in this game 3. Going to be the Incineroar and Delphox from Zeo actually bringing it this time, and the Sneasler, Blastoise, DD sticking, or switching it up to what Zeo had before.
Yeah, big switch up from both of these players, but at least on lead, it looks a little bit more favored for DD. The fake out going to be faster than the Incineroar can go into either the Incineroar and the Delphox to stop them from moving. You could trade fake outs into the, opposing Mega Pokemon. Of course, that's just going to be raw damage going into your side, so definitely an option for DD to actually go for the fake out into the Incineroar, either go for the Shell Smash or immediately for a Water Spout. Although you will take a lot of damage from the Psyshock, I believe, on Zeo's side. It isn't Psychic, which would do a little bit more to the lower special defense of the Blastoise, so you might still be more likely to go for the Water Spout than the Dark Pulse just to maximize damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And this Blastoise here, I think, is perfectly positioned against, of course, 2 Fire-type Pokemon. And without a nasty pot, this Delphox is not in a position yet to really do anything meaningful to this Blastoise. Delphox, though, is going to be the first Pokemon to Mega Evolve on this turn for Zeo's side. This Delphox here is going to be so good, I think, into the Sneasler. Not so much the Blastoise. Really is surprising to see it stay in. Blastoise as well going for that Mega Evolution of its own. Trying to both, again, bulk themselves up with those increased stats upon Mega Evolution. Fake out from Sneasler into the Incineroar. Gets the Poison Touch, is going to be absolutely huge at chipping down this bulky Pokemon for sure. Heat Wave going to go next, though. Brings Sneasler below 50% and does a nice amount of damage to Blastoise. Notably, again, because you couldn't fake out this Blastoise, this Water Spout, even with a little bit of chip Heat Wave, it knocks out Incineroar, and Delphox is at 9% already.
Yeah, I think that was a really interesting decision to go for the Water Spout versus the Shell Smash. If it had been Psyshock, I think the Water Spout would have maybe not knocked out the Incineroar. You could have on the next turn followed up with a double knockout by switching to your own Sinistra if it were there, and then healing back up and dealing maximum damage on the Water Spout, of course. Now we do at least have a lot of damage that you've done, but the Delphox still should be poised to deal a lot of damage if it can survive Direct Claw, which would be Rage Powder from the Sinistra, does enable it to have that option.
Losing Aaron Incineroar is kind of unfortunate, I think, because you can assume that Zeo has something like a Sneasler in the back for another fake out. But the Sneasler being around here on DD's side of the field just means that, yeah, you could just fish for more poison touches on something like the Sinistra and slowly chip it down. You can just continue to click Water Spout as well into both these Pokemon, but Diddy actually choosing to preserve this Sneasler and swapping with the Sinistra this turn with no Shell Smash this time, bringing the Blastoise to full HP. And we're going to see what this Delphox wants to do. Goes for a Heat Wave and procs the Aqua Berry there on the Sinistra. Not going to do nearly as much as maybe Zeo wants to do. Blastoise as well, obviously takes the Heat Wave very nicely, and if this is just another Water Spout, yeah, your Delphox is gone now. You are down to your last 2 Pokemon already on Zeo's side of the field.
Yeah, at least to Zeo's credit, you should be able to go for a Machikotcha. There was no Rage Powder, so good call that the Sneasler is not going to stay in and just go for a dull Direct Claw into that Sinistra. The Machikotcha does come out. It does connect. We saw, of course, a Machikotcha miss a Blastoise earlier in the set, and that was so impactful given how much damage these Machikotchas do. That Machikotcha bringing the Blastoise down into 24%, easily in range of the next one, those Heat Waves. These spread moves adding up in the Sinistra back to full HP. It's all going to come down to what Zeo has in the back, though. It could have, there's no King Gambit, but maybe if you have your Blastoise in the back, once again, you could set up a cheeky Shell Smash sweep, but not the case here. Going to be the Sneasler primed and ready. I mean, the speed interactions I feel are going to matter a whole lot here. The whether a Dire Claw Dire Claw is probably going to be pretty close to knock out the Sinistra, but if you can go for the Machagacha before the opposing Sinistra is able to Machagacha itself or go for a Life Dew, that could be important in closing that Pokemon out.
Technically, because you know your Pokemon are slower here on Zeo's side of the field, both these players have Trick Room instead of something like Life Dew. So you have a potential way to get back in this game with the Trick Room. You'd be slower with the Sinistra on both these Pokemon. You'd be able to go for Machagacha and start, maybe fish for a burn on the Sneasler later and at least redirect it. We do see just the Dire Claw in the Sinistra not able to get the knockout and no status either as Machagacha goes off from DD's side into both these Pokemon and does a little bit of damage to both the Sneasler and the Sinistra, healing up, but not nearly enough to maybe live another Dire Claw next turn. And no burn either on both these Pokemon. And there's the Trick Room there, recognizing that you know what, you can have the faster Pokemon, but that's what Trick Room's for.
Yeah, I think that's a really good identification for you, Tyson, and also the players. They're both absolutely locked in. I think Sinistra, if it had just gone for the Machagacha and closed out the opposing Sinistra, I think Zeo loses the game pretty much for sure. But now having set up the Trick Room, for Zeo, you can essentially outspeed the opposing Blastoise, get the Machagacha off. Probably not going to KO the opposing Sinistra, but you can Dire Claw and close that Pokemon out. You're also going to be slower than the opposing Sneasler in the back, which has a bit of damage on it. But most importantly, you can, you're not going to be so scared of the Kingambit for the Incineroar. So maybe, that is the speed advantage you need. Had the given the Blastoise just protected, you didn't want to give a free switch to allow it to go for a fake out Dark Pulse in the next turn.
Protector on Sinistra there from DD, not wanting to risk that slot getting doubled up on from a Dire Claw and the Machagacha. Does land into the Blastoise and gets the knockout, going to heal Sinistra back up to 100% HP there after taking a little bit of that Machagacha damage from before. Sorry, excuse me, 98%, but for all intents and purposes, very close. But those margins do matter, and they're important to call out. DD here is only going to be able to switch in one Pokemon and try to burn these turns of Trick Room, and it is going to be the Kingambit, which does luckily have the Protect on it. Sinistra for a good amount of damage, and I think going for Protect that last turn allows you to just redirect away a close combat this turn, and DD is still in a really good spot.
Yeah, you can redirect the close combat and go for the Kowtow Cleave in the opposing Sinistra. However, I think the Zeo also has that same option to go for the Protect that DD went on the previous turn, so you can go for the Protect, go for the Dire Claw, and knock out the opposing Sinistra, and then on the next turn, the Kingambit is going to be free and clear to go down to a close combat, especially with the Sneasler on the opposing side of the field not really able to answer the defensive position of the Rage Powder Sinistra.
We do see a Protect on the Sinistra there, Rage Powder from DD's Sinistra here, redirecting away any potential close combats from Zeo's side of the field, and a Swords Dance from the Kingambit, very smartly identifying, I can knock out the Sinistra anytime I want. What's really going to matter is knocking out this Sneasler in an end game here, where I know that my Sneasler is slower under Trick Room on DD's side. So managing this Kingambit here with that Black Glasses, and now at +2, this Kowtow Cleave is going to, in combination with Sucker Punch, is going to definitely be enough to knock out the Sneasler. But yeah, now the Sinistra, you have to get rid of it as these turns of Trick Room tick down.
Yeah, having gone for the Swords Dance, you're definitely going to knock out the opposing Sinistra. So really on Zeo's side, you more or less have to go for the Rage Powder. You don't want to risk a combination of the... Yeah, I think the Kowtow Cleave going to get close to knocking out the Sneasler on Zeo's side with the Black Glasses. Depends on the bulk training, but is the Focus Sash set on it. So I think for DD, probably going to be a Kowtow Cleave into either the Sneasler or the Sinistra. Depends on if you read the Protect. Let's see DD's selection on the Kowtow Cleave. It's going to determine the entire fate of the game. It is the Quick Guard to stop a Fake Out this turn to buy one final turn.
The double Protect there on the Sinistra on Zeo's side of the field, absolutely crucial there, allowing this Sinistra to hang on, but doesn't matter because the +2 Kowtow Cleave went into the Sneasler slot and got the knockout on Zeo's Sneasler, and with that, now Kingambit has free roam over the Sinistra, even with a burn. This Sinistra is not going to be able to do enough against the Sneasler and Kingambit, and DD, after losing a game 1 to what seemed like uphill luck, is going to take this game.
Yeah, I think at this point the game is effectively over. The Machagacha cannot knock out the Kingambit in any reasonable amount of time, burn or no, and at this point, yeah, clean win for DD. That's the kind of tactical, really intelligent play that it takes to get to the top 16 of the World Championships, which of course DD has done in this previous 2025 season, getting some good practice into the 2026 season, locking in the 5-0 record here at the Grand Champions Festival Encore. incredible win. But yeah, that Swords Dance into Kowtow Cleave, not into the Sinistra, which had the option to protect, but into the Sneasler, which, given it's a focus asset and not particularly bulky, you know your roles, you know that's going to KO. You don't have to take any risks. That's the kind of execution that it takes to succeed at the top level.
Yeah, and recognizing that turn, that even though Sinistra gets to hang on with the protect, going for a Swords Dance always locks up that game, because you can always target the Sneasler next turn, right? Because they could go for the double protect and expect you to overread it and go into the Sinistra, but if you always just attack the Sneasler, you know it doesn't have to protect. The Sinistra always has to go down, and you can always win that end game. Especially threatening fake out, because you have the Sneasler, and yes, it's faster and it's slower under Trick Room, but you always force the Sneasler on Zeo's side to go for that quick guard so you don't get faked out. So that game was kind of locked up, especially after that Swords Dance for DD.
Yeah, locked up asterisk. I think there is one tiny sliver of, an option you could do is actually Matcha Gotcha the turn and get the burn. However, if you do that, you're still getting half your HP taken on the Sneasler, and then the next turn is just Kowtow Cleave into the same Sneasler, take the knockout or a Rage Powder on the Sinistra. The Pokemon goes down, and regardless, you have either Sucker Punch or a fast Sneasler to close the game out. So I think incredibly clinical play from DD, like we said. Going to 5-0 at this tournament.
Yeah, maybe if you do get that Matcha Gotcha burn on the King Gambit, there's a game, but it was so far behind, especially that King Gambit. Just DD doing a great job at managing it and trading HP on other Pokemon and entirety of this team, I think, really made or break the mirror. And it didn't come to the games and really make an impact until the end in this game 3, but I think just having it in team preview forces a certain kind of way to approach the matchup, because the King Gambit's coming, so you have to trade Delphox in a certain way, or you have to play in a certain way that you recognize that, King Gambit's probably in the back, it's probably going to sucker punch me later, so you have to play around it in that way.
Yeah, I think these mirrors are extremely interesting from that regard, because, I feel like the King Gambit wasn't such a factor in the first 2 games, but just breaking it out in the game 3 can be so effective when you get into these play patterns that you think your opponent is going to stick to. If you break those, both players broke their patterns in games 2 and game 3. I think Blastoise Delphox, probably not conventional brings for Zeo, but was brought out by the quality of play from DD. And then in game 3, DD just switching up to the Blastoise mode after going for the Delphox in games 1 and 2, and it absolutely worked out. The Blastoise took near a double KO on the first 2 turns, effectively got the Delphox in the next turn, so absolutely incredible switch up from both players. But I think, a fascinating element of this metagame is not only in the mirrors, but I think the double mega teams we've seen just dominate throughout the metagame. The Charizard Floettes, the Aerodactyl Charizards, and the Froslass villains, they kind of put you in a bind where you can answer one mega really well with one of your megas, and the other one not so much, and kind of the dynamic between that makes it really difficult for players, and the ones who are able to make those decisions correctly over the course of a best of 3 throughout the tournament end up coming out on top.
Yeah, and I think Delphox and Blastoise in particular being one of those kind of new dynamic duos that we've seen in terms of Mega Evolution, just being able, as we said at the beginning of the game, do so much damage off the bat that they have to be respected. You have to have a game plan. Otherwise, as we saw in game 2, right? Blastoise just gets the Mega Evolve and click Water Spout, and if you don't have a response, if you lead off with something like Incineroar and Delphox, you just kind of have to take it. And it's really hard for a lot of teams to be able to do that, which is why priority and the speeds matter, which I think is what gave DD the edge, or I know, right, because we just watched it. Having guaranteed double ups into the opposing Sneasler, because you have the timid Delphox, you have the Jolly Sneasler, being able to go into that slot with 100% confidence, knowing you're going to get the knockout that turn is great.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that overwhelmingly favors top players in the open team sheet, open nature format, is just knowing the speed priorities and really how to drive the knife in on an opponent who is slower without any ambiguity from game 1 onward. That's really makes game planning extremely consistent for a lot of players. And I think just to speak to DD in particular and how this team relates to them, essentially a player that we've known to be extremely strong at these positional fake out redirection setup teams. I was able to top cut the World Championships last year, top 16, beating yours truly in the top 32 play-in, of course, so I'm extremely familiar with that. But just having that style across multiple formats and refining it and knowing when to be going for those fake outs, when to be attacking, when to be setting up. Of course, the Blastoise could have shell smashed in game 3, but went for the attack right away. That's the kind of thing, That's the kind of knowledge that you gain from playing these teams over the course of many years and knowing when it's time to, press the brakes or when it's time to press the gas.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think these teams do a great job at enabling that, right, with the fake out as well. I think expertly played from both sides. I mean, even in that game one, even if it was a bit lucky for Zio, I think able to recognize that Sneasler Blastoise lead, going just for the full offense, right, when to swap out, because there is that turn where, they could just go for double protect against the fake out and stall out that turn. But you have to account for Shell Smash, swapping out, resetting into Incineroar to get a fake out next turn instead. There's still a lot of small interactions that the team has that, at the highest level, and in this game, for example, as well, really are put on display, and it's always, fun to watch. I always say that I think mirrors are some of the most skill expressive matches in VGC, because it really demonstrates of every aspect of how a player maybe will approach a team, and no two
versus Vidan. That's what we're going for, I guess, with a really interesting combination of the Blastoise and the Kingambit against the more typical Charizard Garchomp on Vidan's side.
Yeah, and I mean, jumping right into this game, we haven't had too much of a time to look at it, but is definitely looking very good for the Kingambit player, as the Sneasler just gets a knockout onto the Annihilate immediately. Since Incineroar, who is asleep, is going to just have to give this Kingambit a Defiant boost, and definitely looks like Nair is in the driver's seat there, taking 2 KOs with a critical hit, Defiant boosted, counts out, critical hit, counts out boost.
Yeah, explosive start to the stream set. Immediate forfeit, absolutely dominant. Just didn't need to see much more than that. Absolutely dominant from there. I'm not sure what game they are in, but looking at the team, it's an interesting Blaziken set, running the Blazikenite, of course, with the Close Combat, Flare Blitz, and Rock Slide. A Choice Scarf, Ninetales running Icy Wind and Blizzard, really not conventional, and then some more conventional pieces in the rest of the battle. Looks like they are planning to spectate, so we might actually get another, a little bit more substantial of a chunk of the set coming up in this next match. But yeah, I think the Blaziken and the Kingambit, we saw a lot of not a lot, but Blaziken and King Bisharp actually before it was able to evolve. The battle has ended. The Kingambit, the Bisharp and the Blaziken used to be a very strong combination and proving to be so effective here at the 4-0 record.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's really interesting, right? Being able to see something like the Kingambit, make a return as before. Bisharp, as you mentioned, Bisharp and Blaziken being a team composition back then, and then having it evolve and still be strong, or at least, I don't want to say strong, but it's at least viable. It's not the worst thing you can roll up to a tournament with.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the last time I'd seen that do really well, if you want a absolute treat of a stream set, go back and watch Brendan Zhang versus David Kutesh, winning in for the World Championship Top Cut in 2018 with the Blaziken and the Bisharp against, I think it was like a very fast belly drum Snorlax with Tailwinds, even before dynamic speed, so absolutely kooky set, but incredible. Sorry about that, but essentially we are going to throw to the bonus coverage now, and yeah, we will come back shortly after with round 6, but for now going to be bonus coverage. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to the Grand Champions Festival Encore. My name is Cedric Bernier, Talon VGC, and of course, I am joined by Courtney Rogers, Wigglier. How you doing, Courtney?
I'm doing so good. I'm so happy to be here, and I'm so happy to be on the mic with you again. It feels like we are like Bonnie and Clyde all the time.
Absolutely. Last time we were just, on the online circuit, or on the online side of the broadcast. They were telling us we were in the corner of the room with the laptop, but today we are live, large and in charge, live at the studio with Skra and the rest of the team. So very excited to be here and very excited to be casting with you.
I know. I'm so excited as well, and I'm really excited for this next matchup too. And of course, I want to have to say our special shout out to our newest member of the casting. But when we're kind of looking at the next team, it's going to be really interesting. I'm very excited to see we actually have a Blaziken that it's going to go ahead and hit this field probably. So really excited to see that, especially with the dynamic that it's working with Venusaur, Alolan Ninetales, Lycanroc, King Gambit, and Basculegion. So really excited for that one.
Yeah, it's an interesting team. I feel like spiritually has a lot in common with the Lycanroc, Scovillain, and Mega Rosas team that we saw before. Now it's no longer a snow setting Mega, but the Alolan Ninetales, but has a lot of similar elements between the two teams. But going back, yeah, Blaziken and Bisharp used to be a really common combination that was really strong in the previous Mega years. The combination of the really wanting to intimidate the Blaziken to lower its damage output, but the Bisharp at the time being able to hit a Defiance boost and really start sweeping games with Sucker Punch. Now we have an even essentially a Mega Blaziken in the or a Mega Bisharp in the King Gambit, so even stronger now.
Yeah, and not only that, but now we're kind of taking a look at the other team, and we have a little rival to Blaziken, which is that Swampert. So we're going to see Swampert, Sableye, Archaluda, Subtile, just saying.
Yeah, it's an interesting team. It has some really, I mean, the DNA is essentially from the team that Aaron Zhang. If you didn't know him, of course, Cybertron VGC, check him out. But a really talented player and team builder brought this, popularized this combination of the screen setting up the Sableye. You have Rain Dance to set up the Archaludon, even if a Charizard is on the field. Setting up Drought to, just being able to go let the Drought be set up first, that is first in the priority bracket, then go for the Rain Dance and then Electro Shot the Charizard. Really strong combination, going strong even into Regulation MV.
Yeah, and not only that, I will say, kind of talking about the Grand Champions Festival Encore as just a whole. How have you been feeling so far today, especially seeing all these incredible matches by all these incredible trainers?
It's been a treat for me. I mean, I've seen a senior world champion that I'm a close personal friend with, Toller Webb, of course, winning in one of the rounds. We saw Didi, one of the top 16 members of the previous world champion, only losing to Geo in that circuit. So absolutely stellar matches we've seen so far, and now we have on our broadcast going to be Snorlax Pikachu, also known as Mateo Boschman, who got second place at the NAIC in the senior division. So the quality of play has been incredible, and also chopping it up between the rounds with you and the rest of our casters has been a great deal of fun. And what about you, Courtney? What have you been excited about so far?
Oh my gosh. Well, unfortunately, I haven't seen many Heracrosses around, but that's okay. Well, don't worry, guys. Next time I got you. But we are going to go ahead and start seeing us go into the match. I will go ahead and just want to shout out to the amazing production crew as well that are helping run this, because I know dealing with all of us can be a little crazy at times. So really shout out to you too, but really excited to kind of go into this next one. Like I said, I'm really excited to see the Blaziken. I have some really good close personal friends that love Blaziken, and seeing it come back in and actually have something to have a leg or two to stand on is really incredible. But also I feel like I've always been a Alolan Ninetales fan. So being able to see that diversity of that team is really interesting from that side of things.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting matchup where Blaziken could come. It does have a favorable matchup into the Archaludon, being able to hit that with the close combat. But outside of that, if the rain's up, it's not going to love facing up against the Sinistcha, Pelipper, Basculegion, Swampert. Does okay against the Sableye, but definitely not so favorable. But I think the Venusaur, the Mega Venusaur, also not a super common pick, but something we didn't cover in the team preview on Snorlax Pikachu's side, going to be very effective against the the Basculegion, able to go for the Giga Drain, even the Swampert, kind of knocked it out clean with the 4x super effective Giga Drain. But fundamentally, I do think this is going to be a battle of gaining the control of the weather. The Alolan Ninetales, if it's able to override the weather, there's no Rain Dance, Sableye on the field, or a Pelipper to switch in, can do a lot of damage with that. Never Melt, Ice, Freeze Dry, going to start taking some 1-hit KOs on the 4x super effective Pelipper and Swampert.
And we're going to go ahead and see on Mateo's side of the field that Venusaur and Basculegion, while Topo's going to go ahead and have that Archaludon and the Sableye. So a very interesting starting set that we have right now.
Yeah, So this is the advantage of the Venusaur not running a Leech Seed. It is running the Earth Power. Normally it would be kind of walled out by the Steel and Dragon typing of the Archaludon. Now it kind of flips that matchup on its head and is able to go for really powerful Earth Powers, and it's not taking that much damage from the Archaludon in return. The Sableye, I think, definitely going to be incentivized to go for a Light Screen. It is the more immediately threatening damage from the special side on the Venusaur, so you want to get that Light Screen to protect yourself for a little bit longer. You could take a Wave Crash by not setting up the Reflect, so maybe a double up the Sableye would knock it out, but definitely we'll probably see a screen get set up here as the Archaludon wants to sustain this match.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and see on Mateo's side of the field that Venusaur going into that Mega Evolution, and as you said, Cedric, that Sableye going for that Light Screen to go ahead and make sure that the special type moves aren't really that hard. The Wave Crash from that Basque Legion is going to go into the Sableye and let it survive with 7 HP and taking a little bit of residual damage on its side. The Archaludon's going to go for that Flash Cannon into the Basque Legion, taking it down a little bit more of the chip side of things, but as we all know, chip is chip and it's really powerful, as well as that Earth Power going into that Archaludon.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting where there's a lots, as we see the leftovers start to take off, there's lots of ability for the Archaludon to heal up throughout the battle. If the Sinistcha is in the back, that most of that damage is going to go away immediately. So I think I really would have loved to have seen a knockout into the Sableye to make sure you can gain range superiority for the rest of the battle with the Ninetales if the Pelipper ever hits the field.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. We're going to go ahead and see that Sableye is going to be swapped out for that Sinistcha, and also go ahead and give a little boost up to Archaludon and some HP back, as that Basque Legion is going to go for that Wave Crash into it now that newly swapped in Sinistcha.
Yeah, it's interesting. We're going to see the, at this point the Archaludon is able to go for an attack, and it goes for the Electroshot without any rain being set up, so it's going to take a turn to charge, but it will be able to connect on the next turn, probably into the Basque Legion slot, so if it stays on the field, it will get knocked out on the next turn, but also there's not a lot in the back that would love to hit, as the Earth Power comes out once again into the Archaludon, going to bring it pretty low, but yeah, with the benefit of the leftovers and the hospitality, it's doing pretty well overall, and now on the next turn, you do have the potential to go for a Life Dew to heal up your Archaludon even further, while it starts to boost up on the special attack side, as it's also boosting up on the defensive side.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that you have to keep in mind about Archaludon is that if you don't knock it out quick, it has so much sustainability because of that stamina boost. We're going to go ahead and see that Basque Legion is going to be swapped out for King Gambit, so making sure that it's going to take that Electroshot nice and healthy.
Life Dew hasn't come out yet, but most likely there's no Rage Powder in Machakachka, maybe not the best option here, but the Venusaur is going to get the chance to crit through Light Screen first, but it does not, and the Archaludon is able to survive the turn. However, should be in range of an Earth Power, definitely after that special defense drop, even if the Life Dew does come out. But yeah, definitely a stronger position for Snorlax Pikachu having gotten that special defense drop, going to be way easier to take a knockout on the subsequent turn, and the Sinistcha, to its credit, also way healthier. But at this point, yeah, you do have the special attack raise on the Archaludon, but you need to start chipping away at this Venusaur because, I mean, Sableye, Archaludon, and Sinistcha aren't really going to cut it. It has to probably be Pelipper in the back to start taking that out, but you need a little bit of damage on that Venusaur to accomplish that. So I think things, although you have your Archaludon boosted up, things might be starting to swing away from Topo if they're not able to get a little bit of damage onto this Venusaur.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and see Topo go for that Draco here into that Venusaur, taking it down to 24 HP, so taking out a considerable amount of damage on it, but as you were saying, Cedric, it's really a tough Pokemon to deal with. We're going to see that Earth Power from the Venusaur going into that Archaludon, knocking it out on Topo's side. So we really have to see what is that final Pokemon that they're running, but right now, like you were saying, that Sinistcha and Sableye really don't like what they're looking at. That Machakachka from Topo is also going to go into King Gambit, and that Mega Venusaur, no burn, but just a little bit of chip.
Yeah, we're going to see, I think the burn comes after the healing, not entirely sure. Not going to happen here at least, but the Kowtow Cleave does come out. It is not the Colbur Berry, it is the Cassib Berry, and as a result, the Sinistcha is going to go down in one hit to this Life Orb King Gambit, not even the Black Glasses. If there was any ambiguity about it surviving that attack with the Black Glasses, now easily a knockout with that Life Orb King Gambit. But yeah, Snorlax Pikachu, even though it was not able to knock out the Sableye earlier on in the game, now has a Pokemon advantage of 4-2 with the low HP Sableye, which is essentially only going to be able to hit a Rain Dance for its trebles before the game ends. However, the Sableye can set up the Rain Dance, and depending on the moveset of the Swampert, it is not running Earthquake. If it did, I think it would be in a really strong position to take a double KO and potentially sweep the game. But at this point, yeah, with Ninetales likely in the back, even if you do take a knockout with one of these Pokemon, if you knock out the Sableye, then on the future turns, the Ninetales are just going to override that Rain anyways.
Yeah, I feel like that Swampert is just not in the best position. We're going to go see that Mega Venusaur target into the Swampert that is just protecting itself, and that Kowtow Cleave from Gambit going into Sableye. I'm quite shocked that Sableye did not go for a Rain Dance in that situation, especially with that Swampert right next to it.
Yeah, I think was going for a foul play. There was no other option. It didn't activate anything with the Prankster, so probably wanted to try the Rain Dance to allow for a sweep, essentially, but unfortunately isn't going to happen. The King Gambit wisely targets into that Pokemon, just in case it doesn't target into the Venusaur, knowing that if you knock out the Sableye, it can't set up Rain Dance, and if you have your Freeze Dry Ninetales in the back, even if Rain goes up this turn, the Ninetales will come in and shut it down and go for a Freeze Dry on the next turn. So really just going to be on Topo to try and take a KO here without getting knocked out, and then reveal who is in the back. Essentially just trying to figure out for certain if it's the Ninetales in the back.
Yeah, I think this Swampert is just really not liking this position, especially with that Mega Venusaur sitting right across from it. Keep in mind that it is running Wavecraft, Power, Superpower, and Protect. So it's already used Protect last turn. You're going to go ahead and see that the Wavecraft is going to go into that Venusaur. But one thing that we have to note is that it didn't Mega Evolve.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. I actually don't know the speed increase or decrease between the two Pokemon, between Mega and not for the Swampert, but effectively here it outspeeds anyways, so you're outspeed the Venusaur, but I think kind of just a cheeky play on Topo's side, acknowledging that the game is over, no need to waste the animation time, as 3 Pokemon down, and now the Sucker Punch threatening a knockout onto that non-Mega Swampert is going to be enough for KO. On Snorlax's side, yeah, essentially no reason to reveal that last Pokemon. Basque Legion going to easily outspeed here and clean up the game with a 100 base power last respects to close it out.
Yeah, and that, with Basque Legion, it is just really one of those pillar Pokemon just to deal with in this format. But we also don't really know what Snorlax Pikachu's last Pokemon was. So what do you think it would have been?
I would guess it's the Ninetales. The ability to override the Rain Dance can be really valuable, and the Freeze Dry, both knocking out in one hit the Mega Swampert, having 4 times damage to that, and the Pelipper should make it a really strong option for the battle. So I'd expect that's the last Pokemon. We're not going to find out for sure, but I'd imagine in the game too, if Topo was able to get a little bit more aggressive early on and take some KOs, we'd see that Ninetales in the back. But I think at this point it is on Topo to make that adjustment, because that matchup, I mean, things looked superficially good. You got the light screen up, you didn't lose your Sableye turn 1, awesome. However, you switched into the Sinistra and you kind of went for that Electroshot out of Rain. And by doing that, you gave yourself one more opportunity to get Earth-powered, one more opportunity to get Special Defense dropped, and then your Charizard really didn't serve to be too effective. It didn't knock out the Basque Legion the turn it was on the field. It did get damage in the King Gambit, but not enough damage to make that battle remotely winnable. So definitely going to need to see some kind of adjustment from Topo to adjust for that.
Yeah, I think also one thing I do want to call out, and I think we've seen it, and as people who have played Pokemon quite a bit, I'm really loving these new titles that they've added in, because as you can see on Snorlax Pikachu's side, it does say NEIC 2026 finalists, and I think that's such a cool addition to the game and also to its trainers as well, because not only do you get a little bit of like, oh my gosh, I was a finalist, now you have a way to go ahead and show it off too. But we're gonna go and get into this next match between Snorlax Pikachu and Topo.
Yeah, Venusaur and Basque Legion reveal on Snorlax Pikachu's side. Once again, of course, proved to be effective, and then Topo saying, you know what, that lead was fine, maybe just the pace of play I was doing was a little bit too slow. You could go for the Rain Dance here on Electroshot immediately. You will be boosting the power of the Wave Crash and mean that your Sableye will go down to that attack, but you will at least trade for the Basque Legion and the Sableye 1-1 while getting a special attack boost on the Archaladon. If you do that though, you are making yourself way more susceptible to Earth Power actually doing a 2 KO instead of a 3 KO like you're saying.
Yeah, I think that Sableye really does need to go for something that's going to really shake things up. But we're going to go ahead and see on Snorlax Pikachu's side that Mega Evolved Venusaur going ahead and doing its little Mega Evolution, and that our Charizard for that Protect. The Basque Legion is going to go for the Wave Crash into the Sableye, allowing the Sableye to survive on 3 HP. And we're going to see that Earth Power is going to be targeted into that fully protected Archaladon. That Sableye is going to go for Follow Play into that Basque Legion, taking it out in a 1-hit KO.
Yeah, no screen setup, and also Rain Dance didn't get set up, so just went for option 3 to Foul Play to knock out that Basque Legion. Of course, using so that works out really well. However, interesting play. Yeah, that now the Ninetales is going to come in. Even though Rain hasn't been set up, the reason it came in, it is the Encore Ninetales. So because the Archaladon just went for a Protect, Encore will lock it on the field if it wants to stay there, freeing up Snorlax Pikachu's Venusaur to either knock out the Sableye with a Giga Drain or any other move, or target into the switch with a Grass move, or maybe if you want to punish, the Sinistro, you could go for a Sludge Bomb.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and see that Topo's going to swap out that Archaladon with Pelipper, making it go ahead and be a little bit rainy outside as we go into that Sableye go for that light screen just to protect it once again from the special type moves. We're going to see the Ninetales go for the Encore into the Archaladon slot, but since we have the Pelipper in, nothing's happening. Now that Mega Venusaur is going to go for that Sludge Bomb into the Sableye, knocking it out. making it a little bit more interesting that our Charizard can come back in now that Rain is set up and go for an Electro Shot, or we can see what's going to happen on Tomo's side, but we do see the Archaladon.
Yeah, definitely a little bit better of a game. You've at least knocked out the Basque Legion, and now you've gained rain superiority over the Snow on Snorlax Pikachu's side, so you can go for a Flash Cannon into the Ninetales if you want to take a knockout. You do not have Light Screen up, or maybe you do actually, because you are able to take the Freeze Dry. Yeah, Light Screen went up. Definitely a big swing in the matchup, that Light Screen, allowing it to survive that attack.
Yeah, I think Freeze Dry is such the animation's so interesting. It always scares me because I think my Pokemon is actually getting frozen. But we're going to go ahead and see that Archaladon go for the Electro Shot. Who's it going to be locking into? We'll have to wait and see. We're going to see that boost on that special attack as well. As that Electro Shot goes into the Alolan Ninetales on Snorlax Pikachu's side, taking it down to 32 HP.
Yeah, I think the speed interaction is really critical here, but also the bulk on the Pelipper means it's able to survive that attack. But if it had been faster, it wouldn't even have to risk being attacked there first, but knocking out the Ninetales is just very important here. I really like the decision to go for Electro Shot, even though there was a Flash Cannon potential KO. If the King Gambit came in on that attack, they take it way better. The Electro Shot also gives this huge special attack boost to potentially be able to beat this Venusaur. We saw a +1 Draco Meteor doing about 75% HP, so yeah, just really smart call from Topo in this game too as an adjustment.
Yeah, major adjustments on Topo's side. We're going to see that King Gambit is going to be Snorlax Pikachu's last Pokemon. And now it's kind of a little bit of a sticky situation at this point. We're going to see the King Gambit go for the Sucker Punch into the Pelipper, knocking it out, making it also so that Topo only has 2 Pokemon remaining.
Yeah, could have gone for a Tailwind there actually, but yeah, just figured, you know what, we need the Hurricane damage, let's get that off. Decision to go for the Electro Shot. You could have gone for a Draco Meteor to just, or a Flash Cannon to really chip this Venusaur down, but probably prioritizing actually getting that King Gambit low.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and see that Electro Shot going into that King Gambit, taking it down to 17 HP, a little bit more than I thought it was going to be, as we see that because our goal for the Archaladon, taking it down just a little bit over half. So now, like I said, it's a very different match this time around.
Yeah, but also a little bit of the same as the special defense drop goes on the Archaladon. It's going to be, it looks like it's not going to be quite in range of a knockout from the next Earth Power, but now with a Sucker Punch, it will take that knockout. So your Archaladon a lot less safe than it was on the previous turn. The Pelipper is gone, so no more turns of rain for the rest of the battle after this one wears out. But of course, the Swampert is going to hit the field with, I believe, 3 turns. Should be rather just 2. That could make things a little bit dicey between the speed interactions between. Actually, I think it is faster even with no Swift Smack against the Venusaur. But I think at this point, that Earth Power alone special defense on the Archaladon is a big swing in Snorlax.
Not only a big swing, but we got a big boy on the screen as well as we see that Mega Swampert go ahead and say, oh, for now. The King Gambit on Snorlax Pikachu's side is going to go for the Protect just to make sure that it can survive as the Swampert goes for the Wave Crash, locking into the King Gambit slot.
Yeah, I think that's a really critical targeting. That not targeting into the Venusaur means it's going to be able to survive this Draco Meteor shy of a critical hit. But it is the critical hit, or rather was it 2 Electro Shots? I think it got 2 Electro Shots. That means it's going to be able to take that knockout we saw at but it could have been a really big KO there from the Archaladon. I think if that had not knocked out, Giga Drain goes into your Swampert, and I think the combination of the Venusaur and the King Gambit close out the game. Looks like Topo might have just had a huge turnaround and converted this to a Game 3 win, but it's not over yet. But yeah, with the Life Orb slowly ticking away and really bulky Pokemon on the field, it's going to be a tall ask, and I don't think King Gambit is going to be up to that.
Yeah, it seems like the King has fallen in Game 2, unfortunately, as we go ahead and see it's knocked out on Snorlax Pikachu's side. So what an incredible Game 2. What an incredible switch up. I think really like playing with that Sableye and actually maybe not that foul play turn 1 was really interesting to see, and like kind of baiting, hey, I do have Prankster, I have the ability to do these things, but I actually am going to switch it up.
Yeah, I think that's one of the strengths of the Sableye or Archaladon teams is if you give the Sableye enough turns, it's really going to enable the rest of the team to win the game. However, something Snorlax Pikachu could do to adjust for that is actually say, you know what, because of Prankster, I'm acknowledging your Sableye will get 1 attack off for sure. It's going to be able to support your team in some way. However, if you just target it with the Wave Crash and a double up from the Venusaur, then you're saying, you know what, you only get 1, and whatever you choose, I can adjust my game plan based off of that. That's likely an attacking choice we could see from Snorlax Pikachu as an adjustment, or we could see a lead swap. I think the Pokemon rings do seem pretty strong. I think the Basque Venusaur lead is very consistent. The Ninetales in the back, I think, almost has to come against the rain, but because the Light Screen went up and the Basque Legion went down, it didn't have the mileage it needed to win that game. So if you can only force it to one of those options, I think that's going to be really effective. And then the last Pokemon, I think the King Gambit is very strong. You don't really want to bring your Blaziken into a rain team when you're Mega Evolving your Venusaur anyway. But you could also get you know, a little bit risky. Start gambling with the Lycan Rock and start going for rock slides.
No, exactly. And I also thought that not bringing Sinistra was also a really good position, swapping it out for the color burn. But we're going to go ahead and see on the Pikachu side that Basket Legion and Venusaur, as well on Topo side, a little bit of a change up with the Pelipper and Archaludon lead.
Yeah, interesting choice. Essentially, the Sableye, maybe guessing, you know what, at this point, it's probably just going to get doubled into, like we were alluding to. It was fairly telegraphed. So let's go with the Pelipper and get the Rain active right away. The weakness, of course, of doing this is now you're very susceptible to a flip turn from the Basket Legion right into the Ninetales, getting a lot of damage while also removing the ability for the Archaludon to go for a Electroshot. However, if you do that, you are having to switch in your Ninetales, which against an Archaludon with the ability to Flash Cannon battle and switch in, which we saw Topo actually try to do in Game 1, could be a risky proposition.
Yeah, this is an interesting setup right now. Just so everyone knows that the Pelipper is currently running Wide Guard, Weather Ball, Hurricane, and Tailwind. So we have the rain up. Do we want to go faster? Do we want to maybe get some damage off? It's a really interesting way that we're going to go about this, but we're going to go ahead and see after like side that Venusaur, of course, going for its Mega Evolution, just because, hey, why not? As we're going to go, and after that point, see that Basket is going to go for the Wave Crash into the Pelipper, knocking it down just a little bit over half.
Yeah, I think that's a really cool choice from Snorlax Pikachu, saying, you know what, Electroshot is so risky here. If I switch in my Ninetales, I don't think you're going to do it. Let's see. It is the Draco Meteor, but it's going to miss the Venusaur. No Electroshot, no Flash Cannon, no nothing here. As the Sludge Bomb goes into the Pelipper, bringing it in range of the Wave Crash. As it is the Pelipper, it does go for the Hurricane. It is able to get some damage into the Venusaur, but it would have been a knockout with the Draco Meteor. Cleanly, the Mega Pokemon would have been gone. At least you get the confusion, but I think between the two, you probably would have preferred the Draco to hit.
Yeah, it's really such a bummer. That's the problem with running moves that are maybe not the most accurate, is that it's just kind of that push and pull on that side. I will say, love the confusion animation as well, but we're going to see that Mega Venusaur is going to be swapped out for that Alolan Ninetales, going ahead and making things a little bit more chilly on the field.
Yeah, I think pushing the advantage further. Doesn't want an Electroshot to go off. You know at this point that Basket Legion's very safe. If you just switch this in, you can't get Electroshot at least this turn. So yeah, the Sableye is going to take a lot of damage once again.
Shot, but now since we do no longer have the rain, it is going to take a full turn in order to actually execute that move. We're going to see the special attack boost, of course, and now we have a totally different board state here, Cedric.
Yeah, I actually really like the position for Snorlax Pikachu. I mean, Rain Dance can come out here to get an Electroshot off, but you are able to switch out freely into your Venusaur, knowing that there's a resisted attack potentially going its way, most likely. But the Sableye is just going to go for the Light Screen this turn to try and maybe survive a Blizzard from that Ninetales.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and actually see the Ninetales go for a Freeze Dry into that Sableye, going ahead and knocking it out. So I think maybe it was a little bit scared, like, hey, maybe something's going to happen. But we also do see that Electroshot going into the new swap in Mega Venusaur, taking it down just to 10 HP. So probably not the knockout that Triple wanted, but Snorlax Pikachu in a pretty good position right now.
Yeah, I think Mateo covering for the Rain Dance, which could have come out there to, basically make the Blizzard inaccurate, just says, you know what, I'm just taking my consistent lines here. Let's knock out the Sableye for sure. And if the Pelipper for some reason switches in, we're going to knock that out too. Now the Pelipper does have a speed disadvantage. It didn't go for the tail end, it went for Hurricane earlier in the battle. So now the Ninetales as a very free Encore a Freeze Dry into the Pelipper slot to take a KO, especially if it's the Swampert Mega in the back. That's just a 4-time super effective, whichever way you slice it. And we do know the Venusaur is going to be faster than the Archaludon, I think. So Earth Power should be at least chip it down and make things a little bit easier in that game. There is something to consider about keeping the Archaludon not getting defense boost, not hitting into it, so that Basket Legion can lake in it with Last Respects in combination with Sucker Punches. But yeah, that's a little bit later on for now.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and see that Ninetales is going to go for its Protect, and that Archaludon going for the Flash Cannon, targeting into the Ninetales, but nothing, of course. The Giga Drain into the Pelipper is going to go ahead and knock it out, and making Topo go down to its last Pokemon on that side. So we're probably going to see probably the Swampert and Archaludon, but I think the thing is with Snorlax Pikachu is that they have the ability to swap out the Ninetales, reset up the weather, and just have so much more dominance in this match.
Yeah, I think prioritizing, if you knock out the Pelipper on this turn and leave your Ninetales susceptible to a Flash Cannon, even though you are trading 1-to-1, you're losing the Weather War, at which point the Swampert could be a real pest to actually actually win this game. The King Gambit won't have a great time against it, and you can clean up the Basculegion with the high horsepower. So forward thinking with Snorlax Pikachu, and it's coming to a head here. Now you can essentially just switch out the Ninetales, go for a Protect on Venusaur if you want to, or sacrifice it and then just close out the end game with your back two Pokemon. But I think, yeah, allowing the Basculegion to stay healthy is going to be really important to actually knock out the Archaludon quickly in combination with a Freeze Dry and then a Blizzard.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and see that Snorlax Pikachu is going to swap out their Alola Ninetales in place of that King Gambit. So keeping the same Pokemon the entire 3 matches, we're going to see on top of the side that Swampert is going to go for its Mega Evolution. Of course, you know, why not? And then after that, we're going to go and see that the Pikachu is going to protect itself just to make sure that, hey, I can stick around a little bit longer now on this side of the field while that Swampert goes for the Wave Crash, targeting into your old Alola Ninetales slot. But now King Gambit taking a huge chunk of damage down.
Impressive that it was even able to take that attack in the rain. The Wave Crash based off the highest attacking side of the Swampert in the rain surprised the King Gambit could take that. The King Gambit could be more offensively trained given its Life Orb and has Icy Wind support, but it is just an Electric Shot into Venusaur at this point. You didn't have to lose a Pokemon to get your Ninetales out and back in later on. You now just are able to get a Sucker Punch off if you want to. I'd imagine any damage, like, you can Sucker Punch into the Swampert. At that point, you can go for Blizzards instead of needing to go for a Freeze Dry into it. That's probably something on Snorlax Pikachu's mind at this point. And then if you knock out the King Gambit, if you only have single target moves on these Pokemon, so you can really just trade and make sure you get a Sucker Punch or an attack off with Venusaur this turn.
Yeah, we're going to go as the Swampert targets in with a Wave Crash, but obviously no damage to be had. The Archaludon is going to go for that Flash Cannon into the Mega Venusaur, knocking it out. So now, taking down Snorlax Pikachu to Alola Ninetales Basculegion. We'll have to see what swaps in.
Yeah, there's consideration for both. I think the Basculegion a little bit low on HP, so going the Ninetales first a little bit safer so that you don't have to take a high horsepower on, with the speed disadvantage. But at this point, you do have the King Gambit. It can go for a Sucker Punch to put the Swampert in range for a KO, or it can go for a Kowtow Cleave into the Archaludon. I think you could Freeze Dry the Swampert. It's going to be a little bit tricky. The Archaludon does have a special attack raise, so that's going to be maybe useful to let it be able to beat the Basculegion a little bit easier. But at this point, I think the main obstacle for Mateo to deal with is actually this Archaludon's high HP.
Yeah, I think the Archaludon is going to be quite a pest to deal with, but we're going to see the Alola Ninetales go for the attack as well as that Swampert, just to kind of scout out and see what's happening on the field right now. We're going to go and see that Archaludon is going to target into that Alola Ninetales with that Flash Cannon, but not allowing it to hit, as that King Gambit goes for that Kowtow Cleave, taking it down to just a little bit over half HP, but the Stamina boost going ahead and rocking.
Yeah, that's a lot of important damage in the Archaludon. It is going to heal a little bit every turn with those leftovers, but every time, every Pokemon you knock out, you're getting closer to the Basculegion coming in. So if you're able to get another Sucker Punch off into the Archaludon, maybe a Freeze Dry into the Swampert this turn, with only single target attacks on the Archaludon, I don't think it's going to have the gas to be able to close this game out, even though it is such an obstacle to knock out one hit. Looks like Mateo's going to have multiple shots on goal here.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting endgame on this side. We're going to see that King Gambit is going to go with a Sucker Punch into the Archaludon to be down to 35 HP as well, as rocking that Stamina boost, and surviving with 2 HP on its side from that Life Orb. We're going to see the Ninetales go for that Blizzard into both targets, taking the Archaludon down to 3 HP, and that Swampert down to 37. Wow, what an incredible survival. As we see the Swampert going for that Wave Crash into the King Gambit, just to make sure that it's fully knocked out.
Yeah, I think a critical misstep on Mateo's side. Flash Cannon comes out here. It's going to knock out the Ninetales 4 times super effective cleanly. And it is the Flash Cannon. Looks like we might have had a huge turnaround here, folks. Now the Ninetales goes down into this 2 versus 1. Mateo, the seniors national finalist from this year at North American Internationals, with only a Basculegion against the world, against a Swampert and a Archaludon. Of course, all of its friends are gone, but you can go for the last respect set. I believe 200 base power at this point, going to be knocking out either Pokemon, but both these Pokemon are so strong. I think you probably not target into the Archaludon, given you have to go for a Draco Meteor is going to be a clean KO at this point, and maybe high horsepower you might have a chance to live. But if Topo reads that and goes for a Protect on the Archaludon or either slot correctly, that just wins the game on the spot. So it's going to be a huge call for Mateo here on which slot to target into, and even if it's able to survive at high horsepower if you target correctly.
See, moments like these are the ones that give me anxiety when I play Pokemon. When you get to those little 50-50 situations and really trying to decide, okay, are they going to protect? Are they going to actually go ahead and attack? We're going to go ahead and see that Basculegion on Mateo's side, going into the Archaludon, knocking it out, and what is the Swampert going to do?
It has Wave Crash, Superpower, but it's going to be the high high horsepower. It does connect. Is it able to knock out? 2 HP. It's able to survive. That means next turn, Last Respects, 200 base power is going to knock out this Swampert. Mateo going to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. There's no way for the Swampert to outspeed. Snow is up. No Swift Swim. Last Respects coming out. It's a bulky Pokemon, but it's not bulky enough. Swampert goes down. Mateo Boschman going to 6-0 at the Grand Champions Festival Encore.
What an incredible endgame. I did not think that Basque Legion was going to survive on that 2 HP. I'm like shocked right now, truthfully.
Yeah, that was an incredible endgame. I think, truly a missed opportunity by going for the going for the Blizzard and risking the Archalon being able to survive. It did survive, and as a result of that, it made things extremely close. If it was a Protect on the Archalon or high on top, nonetheless.
Yeah, that Blizzard was really, really fascinating to see on that side. Like you were saying, that freeze dry really was just like it had an opening, but unfortunately couldn't really do anything. I do think it was interesting how much we go ahead and utilize that Draco Meteor, but also that Draco, and I think it was game 2 missing was just such a critical miss as well on that side.
Yeah, I think it was actually in the game 3. The Draco Meteor was in combination with the Hurricane would have knocked out the Venusaur, which would have made things a lot easier. Having played a fair amount of weather mirrors myself, just having that Pokemon advantage means you're able to gain the advantage so much easier. The weather Pokemon has to come in earlier just by virtue of having less Pokemon to switch into, so you can gain the weather advantage and close out from there. Despite having that disadvantage, I think Topo fought extremely admirably and was just, fell short, but absolutely an incredible effort. RNG just went a little haywire, but I think a really well-played effort to both players.
Yeah, I need someone to find the calcs for that final turn, because seeing that higher horsepower and that Basque Legion surviving on 2 HP is something I kind of need to know about nowadays. So if anyone in chat can let us know, please do. But wow, what an incredible round 6.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 really high caliber players. I think Mateo Bushman, the seniors finalist, I think just a treat. I think we really have seen, at least on my matches, I've seen a world champion, I've seen a world's top cut player. Now we have a elite senior player. Toller, of course, being a senior division graduate himself and actually graduating to really high honors in the Masters division. And from this quality of play, I truly expect the same from Mateo as well.
I think one of my favorite things is just the naming convention for all of them as well, because it makes me feel like I'm back in like school, like the seniors, the juniors, and then also the Masters. Like, come on, that is so cool. But what an incredible match. And I think the change up from Topo's side of not bringing that Sinistcha was really important. I think that Pelipper was the right Pokemon to switch out with, just because when we saw that in game 1, that Sinistcha didn't do anything, truthfully.
Yeah, I was able to heal up the Archalon, but the Venusaur was just able to apply such consistent pressure that it wasn't so much of a problem anyways, but the Pelipper getting at least damage in that Venusaur and making sure the rest of the team could follow suit and close that KO out was, I think, very important. Also forcing the Ninetales on the field early, which, though it's dealing a lot of damage we saw with the Nevermelt Ice, Blizzards, and Freeze Dries into the whole team, it did leave it on the field open to the Archalon to KO it and allowed the Swampert to enter the field a little bit safer later on. So I think good adjustment there. Also, some really heads-up call with the Sableye. I think got a lot of value out of that, especially in the game 2, that they were able to win. So I would say that the Ninetales, at least coming into the match, I thought would make the matchup a bit of a slam dunk, but Topo was able to fight extremely hard and good decision-making on the Sableye to actually make it functional and make the matchup super playable.
Now, Cedric, I feel like I have to ask you and also all the people that are watching right now that we saw Swampert and we saw the Blaziken on the team sheet, Swampert, Blaziken, or Sceptile? Where are you landing?
I'm not. That's a +1, so I'm going to say no Sceptile for me personally. But I think between all of them, I think Swampert very strong. If I had to guess between the two of them, which was going to do better at the World Championships, I would actually guess that an off-meta Blaziken team was going to kind of show up out of nowhere and do really well at Worlds. So I'm going to go Blaziken on my end.
Wow, I'm quite shocked. I feel like I'm always someone who chooses a grass starter, so I'm a little bit biased to Swampert, but I do think the Mega Evolution for Blaziken is so well done. But also, we're going to go ahead and jump into a new game against Betty Compo against Redless Rogue.
Yeah, and it's interesting squads between the two of them. We have a Rain-Sun combo team that a lot of the Italian players and some strong American players have brought as well, against a more typical Rain team, although there is the Scizor that's a little bit off-standard as well. But we see a Frozen Venusaur, looks like the Ninetales, or no Ninetales. Where's the...
How do you get so chilly?
I think there's an Ice Punch on the Swampert. That's got the only way it could get frozen otherwise. That's really unlucky on Fede's side.
Yes, there is Ice Punch running on that Swampert on Relentless side, and the change-up that we're going to go ahead and see just from what's going on now. We've seen the Swampert and that Archaludon on Relentless's side, as well as that Charizard, and now a little bit of a cold Venusaur on Fetty's.
Yeah, trying to get out of there. I think the Charizard on the field against the Swampert doesn't want to take a Solar Beam. Actually, I think on Fetty's side, the Italian players have switched over to Hurricane to function in rain decently well, so was a little bit less at risk, but just wants the Grimmsnarl to get on the field to potentially pivot out and get screens up for the Archaludon to take hits pretty well.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and see that Grimmsnarl is running that Spirit Break, Parting Shot, Reflect, Light Screen, of course. Typical Grimmsnarl set. I will say, as someone who is quite a player, I really don't like seeing Grimmsnarl across from me. But we're going to go ahead and see that Charizard going for the Heat Wave into knocking the Grimmsnarl down a little bit, but it's a very interesting situation right now. We have a 1 versus 1 game, so whoever wins this is going to win this round.
Yeah, the Venusaur has thought out, and that's really important. I think the Grimmsnarl otherwise would be, a little bit... Sorry, the Venusaur being stuck on the field would just be kind of flipping coins, but now you have a fairly safe Sleep Powder if you want to... we see the Parting Shot switch out from the Grimmsnarl into the Charizard to try and get rain superiority. You're at least going to be able to punish that with a Sleep Powder. Or if they go for that, you can Sleep Powder the Archaludon to make sure, even if you're not doing a lot of damage this turn, you're at least not getting answered back with a really strong Electro Shot in rain.
Yeah, and I really like what Relentless just did there, swapping out into their Pelipper, but we're going to go ahead and see that Charizard go for the Weather Ball into the Pelipper slot as well. This is going to allow for that Archaludon, if it wants to go for an Electro Shot, to hit. But we do see the Sleep Powder coming out of that Venusaur into the Archaludon. It says, hey, if you're going to freeze me, I'm going to make sure that you take a nap.
Yeah, looking at the screen, it does look like Light Screen is up. Even though it is an Earth Power on the Venusaur, no Protect, not going to be able to take a clean knockout. Wow, that's an interesting set. It's a Mega Venusaur on this team, not the Life Over Focus Sash we're more familiar in seeing. So that's going to be, not effective in this battle, but interesting choice on team building on a Fetty's side. The Charizard is going to leave the field to try and win the Weather War later on in the battle.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and see it's going to swap out for that Archaludon, saying, hey, if you're going to put up Brain, I'm going to take advantage of it as well. And we see the Pelipper go for that Protect, making sure it stays safe from that pesky Sleep Powder on the Venusaur. And we're going to go ahead and see that Archaludon is going to continue taking a nap.
Yeah, it is staying asleep, which is really important. Now you have the opportunity to, if you want to, you could go for an Electroshot into Pelipper. Of course, there is the potential for the Swampert to switch in and be able to survive that attack. Of course, you do have a Venusaur with a Grass-type move on the team, so that's going to be a little bit of a risky play, but definitely something Fede can punish if they want to go for that. The no Protect on the Venusaur is actually pretty meaningful here. I believe that's the second turn of sleep that Archaludon would take, so it is guaranteed to wake up this turn. If it had Protect, you could go for the Protect and just put it back to sleep the next turn. Not the case for this Protectless Venusaur, but I think the Archaludon looking really strong on Fede's side. You can go for the Electroshot to pin down the Pelipper slot, Giga Drain to cover for the go for the Grass move to cover for the Swampert, and then if you take the KO, I think you're really well poised with Archaludon to end up winning the mirror. The Flash Cannon's going to deal with the Grimmsnarl, the Pelipper's going to have to come back in eventually, and then the Charizard should be able to deal with the Archaludon later on in the game once that screen is off.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and see Relentless is going to swap out that Pelipper for that Mega Swampert, as that Venusaur is going to go for the Earth Power into the Archaludon, taking it down to just a little bit half HP. We're going to see the Stamina boost go ahead and proc on their side as well, as the Archaludon, wakes up, rise and shine, why not, and go for that Electro Shot into the opposing Pokemon across it. Is it going to be Archaludon? Is it going to be that Venusaur? We'll have to wait and see. And what we're going to go ahead and see from there is that Venusaur is going to be targeted down and knocked out on Fetty's side.
Yeah, let's see what the Archaludon on Fede's side goes for. It didn't go first, so if it's a Electroshot, yeah, I mean, if that's in the Pelipper slot, that's going to be a really great switch and a great bout of momentum for Relentless Rogue. If it is, I think into the Archaludon would be super valuable here, but it's not going to be into the Swampert. If you had rather, you're just able to KO it with the Charizard with a Weather Ball without needing Sun to be up. That would have been pretty important. A Hurricane's still an option to do similar, but at this point, yeah, not knocking out the Swampert on switch in is a big, I don't want to say misstep on Fede's side, but it puts him behind. You have to go into your Grimmsnarl before you go into your Charizard. And yeah, just losing Pokemon in this Weather Mirror without taking the really strong sweeper in the opposing weather is it's a big problem.
Yeah, I think this Mega Swampert is sitting really pretty right now, especially in this situation. As you were saying that, Charizard really doesn't want to hit the battlefield right now, and that Grimmsnarl needs to start doing a lot of work on Fetty's side in order to make sure that we can get this back up and running again. We do know that Relentless also has a Pelipper and Grimmsnarl on the back as well, so it's going to be a little bit, I feel like, a little bit of swapping around quite a bit.
Yeah, I think there's an interesting play that Fede has here. Because you have Parting Shot on the Grim Snarl, you could still gain weather advantage by going for Parting Shot into either of these Pokemon and then following up with a Dragon Pulse to KO either. It's just a matter of which one protects. Let's see who the Parting Shot goes into.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and
Oh,
see that
nothing.
Grimsel going for the light screen on their side to make sure that, hey, we're going to take a little bit less from those special attack moves as Swampert goes for the Wave Crash into that Grimmsnarl, knocking it out, leaving Fetty with just 2 Pokemon here, our Charizard and the Mega Charizard.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit dependent on the HP on the Charizard in the back, but wow, a attack into the Archaludon. That's a big whiff. At this point, you have to bring in the Charizard. It's the only Pokemon remaining on Fede's side, at which point the Pelipper can freely switch in on Relentless Rogue and gain the weather advantage. You do at least have a Hurricane on your Charizard to take advantage of that, but you are a slower Archaludon. That's kind of a big deal here. You have no way to quickly dispatch this Archaludon on this turn without it going for an attack first, which is, I think, why we saw Fede go so aggressive on the previous turn. He did at least cover his bases by going for the light screen, so you're not going to fall to an Electroshot on the Charizard, but yeah, things are starting to get a little bit slippery. I don't think Fede can afford a single incorrect targeting or protect call for the rest of the battle.
Yeah, I think this Pelipper is going to cause a lot of issues for Fede, especially just the fact that I have that Drizzle ability, setting up that rain right away, which makes Mega Charizard Y really not that good in my opinion. But it's going to be fascinating. We all know Fede good and well, and if anyone could do it, they can.
Yeah, of course, the 2025 North American International Champion, one of the greatest players in the game out of Italy and in the world, truthfully, but up against the wall against Relentless Rogue as the Pelipper is going to switch out into the, it's into the Grimmsnarl. Sorry, the Swampert into the Grimmsnarl.
I'm shocked. We're going to go ahead and see that Mega Swampert is going to be swapped out for the Pelipper. So just a quick little change of the board state, just to stay a little bit safer, make sure that anything that goes in is going to actually take it pretty well. We're going to see that Weather Ball from that Charizard go into the Grimmsnarl, knocking it out on Relentless' side, but also I feel like Relentless knew, like, hey, I want to make sure that I can survive this. We do see the Dragon Pulse going into the Pelipper, allowing it to survive on 2 HP, and that Citrus Berry being, consumed. Everyone needs a snack every now and again.
Yeah, it's a yummy snack, but I think it's going to be on one of its last turns at this point. The Charizard can go for the Hurricane for a consistent KO, or the Archaludon can go for an Electroshot or a Dragon Pulse if you want to cover the switch. The Swampert is going to come on the field. It's here safely. There is no ability for the Charizard to pivot around. If the Wave Crash goes into it and it does not protect, that's going to be a KO. So it's a little bit on Fede to call when the Wave Crash comes out. You can go for the Protect with the Charizard on this turn, but if the Swampert scouts out that Protect by going for its own Protect, on the next turn, it's a 1/3 chance to get the double Protect. Really just a call for Fede to make that timing call correctly, because if you do get that, you might actually be able to KO the Swampert with your Dragon Pulse on that protected turn and be able to try and win the game from there.
Yeah, now this is going to be a little bit trickier on this side of things. I do also have to kind of think about, where is Pelipper hiding that Citrus Berry? Is it in its mouth?
I think it's got to be in its mouth, but yeah, maybe under the tongue so it's not swallowing it. I think the move choice, whether it is could make, but there is no Protect from the Charizard and no Wave Crash from the Swampert. Aggressive call.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and see that Earthquake go into that Archaludon, taking it down to 25 HP on Fede's side, procking that stamina boost, of course. But now we're going to see the Charizard go for the Weather Ball into the Pelipper over on Relentless' side, taking it down and knocking it out.
Yeah, no opportunity to go for the Tailwind now, and the Archaludon is going to be able to go for an attack this turn. Just a great call from Fede. Didn't get Wave Crash on the Charizard and punishes perfectly. Takes the second KO. Now it's Grimmsnarl down, Swampert, Pelipper all down, and now it's just the lone Archaludon. But think back a few more turns. We thought, there was no Parting Shot. That's such a devastating turn for Fede, but he set up the light screen, and now in the end game of this match, it's a low HP Archaludon and a Charizard, but they have the benefit of light screen and rain turns ticking down slowly. 3 more turns is, I think, with the you don't go for a Protect on the Charizard this turn, just because if you go, you are allowing the Electroshot to start increasing in boost, gaining momentum, but that's really important. Now you can potentially go for a Dragon Claw and a couple Hurricanes to swing into this Archaludon, and look at Relentless Rogue. The pressure is starting to mount. 53 seconds of your time left. Not a lot of time left to figure this out.
Yeah, I think this Archaludon is in a really sticky situation, especially with that Mega Charizard looking at it. We're going to go ahead and see that Archaludon is going to protect and kind of try to wait some different things out. The Charizard is going to go for the Hurricane into that Archaludon slot, which is very interesting, making sure that it can hit in the rain, and the Archaludon going for the Dragon Pulse. So scouting out, seeing what's going to happen in this situation, and also have some leftovers. Who doesn't love some leftovers?
Yeah, gaining a little bit of leftovers HP, but I think it may be working, the time may be working against Relentless Rogue in that respect, because you are healing up, but the Archaldon with the light screen up is also healing. So you most likely need 2 hits into the Charizard. Now, because you've allowed the Archaldon to heal a little bit more, you've maybe needed to buy yourself another turn of attacking the Archaldon, depending on how the damage rolls work out. But on Fede's side, you have a fast Hurricane, the Archaldon is pretty low, probably a pretty easy play to just go for Hurricane and Dragon Pulse, but the question is, do you want to get aggressive and finally go for the Protect on the Charizard and as an Electroshock comes into it? Not the case, just the Hurricane, dealing a heaping helping of damage into this Archaldon to make this really close to the end.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see that once of always, that Stamina Boost is going to pop on that Archaludon. It's going to go for the Electroshot into, we'll see, probably the Mega Charizard, I would assume, on Fede's side. I will also have to say, Cedric, what an amazing two matches that we have. But we're going to go ahead and see that Electroshot go into that Mega Charizard, taking it down to 28 HP, so taking quite a little bit of damage on there. And we're going to go ahead and see the Archaludon on Fede's side go for the Dragon Pulse into the Archaludon, knocking it out and advancing Fede to a 6-0.
Yeah, absolutely incredible comeback. It felt like at one point, I think it was the Charizard and Archaludon against 4 remaining Pokemon and Relentless Rogues. Remaining team, but absolutely was able to close out those 4 in expert fashion. That's the kind of experience and tenacity that we expect from our top players in the video game championship, and Fede just a great example of that. A former North American international champion himself, and had the guts to just not protect in front of that wave crashing, potentially Swampert, as it went for the Earthquake and ultimately spelled its own doom by not attacking the Charizard. I think it maybe looks a little bit tricky, or like you should just gone for the wave crash, but I think in that situation against a national champion, it's so much more difficult to say, you know what, they're not going to protect here, or if I just go for an aggressive read, maybe I can close it out if they go for the predictable thing. But yeah, Fede made an aggressive call and came out on top of it.
Yeah, I really can't believe that. Those last 2 matches were incredible. And I think for us, I think the funny thing is that we were multiple times were like, okay, that was definitely the end of that game. Like, that's definitely going to be like towards the end of it. But then all of a sudden, the game just got completely flipped on its head, and then Fede came back and won it. And it's just been really fascinating. And I think that really just showcases the level of these trainers and the ability to say, I know I'm one specific line, I'm going to go ahead and be able to execute it and win the match, which I think Fede is just so good at doing.
Yeah, I think it was an interesting way to close that match out. I think I probably would have preferred to maybe see something like a Tailwind Wave Crash just to cover, even if the Protect comes out, trying to scout out that Wave Crash. If you go for that, you're able to, survive the attack from the Archaludon, and then from there, you guaranteed lock down the Charizard slot, so it either gets knocked out or doesn't move, and then you get the Tailwind up to make sure that you can outspeed the opposing Charizard and go for Electroshots and Weather Ball to take the clean KO in the next turn and try and beat the opposing Archaludon from there. Even though the light screen is up, I think that probably still favors Relentless Rogue, but unfortunately went for the Earthquake, and it just wasn't enough damage in combination with the Pelipper and Archaludon in the back, given there was no Protect from the Charizard to actually close that game out. So I think, although I think it was a really difficult find, more than likely you just go under the assumption it's going to protect. I think that was what Relentless Rogue was thinking, but unfortunately didn't quite work out.
Yeah, I think also one thing that was quite interesting as we entered into this match is that Fede's Venusaur is running Sleep Powder, which I feel like we haven't really been seeing, which I know after this we will be seeing on ladder, and it is going to be very frustrating for everybody. So just, if you have any issues, be sure to call out Fede for that. But I think the Sleep Power really came in handy for these matches.
Yeah, I think people are going to be blaming Fede, but more so they really should be blaming Jacob Scraw for televising it. I don't think anyone would, care as much if it was an unstreamed whole event, but of course we thank the production and Jacob for allowing us to see the Sleep Powder and allowing it to proliferate the ladder from here on, unfortunately. But I am actually a huge fan of this team. I think really good. I think this team was on ladder a fair bit, but some really intelligent decisions from the Italian players going to the Mega Venusaur, going to the Hurricane on the Charizard. It's a lot of really cool choices on a very off-meta team, and it's no surprise why it's able to dominate thus far.
Yeah, well, now I guess I have to ask, because I did talk about Blaziken and Swampert and Sceptile. Now you kind of seem to do array. So let's go back to Gen 1. Charizard, Venusaur, or Blastoise?
Ooh, I think I like... Charizard's my day one, so probably my favorite.
Yeah, I'm a Venusaur girl. I love it. And especially before it Mega Evolves, it just looks so angry when it's sitting on the field. It's like a little sleepy, but also a little angry. But chat, please let us know which one's your favorite as well. As you probably assumed, I'm a grass type starter type of person, so I'm a little bit biased towards them. But we also can't forget big Blastoise. We love it as well, and we've actually seen it quite a bit in the Mega Evolved version, especially throughout this tournament. So I'm really excited to kind of see its surgence going up.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting, at least current meta surge with the Blastoise with the combination of the Delphox. I think something I'm tracking before the World Championship, we've seen a lot of these setup teams, but the actual megas on them kind of switch in and out. Sometimes it's the Calm Mind, sometimes it's the Nasty Plot, and sometimes it's the Shell Smash in ordered Floette, Delphox, and Blastoise. But yeah, I think which of those are players are going to actually bring and prioritize into the World Championship, which combination of those is an interesting metagame. An interesting metagame trend that we're all going to be looking at coming into the Worlds. But of course, that is going to be it for us in the round 6 of the Grand Champions Festival. I believe we're going to be passing it to Scraw for a brief interlude.
Wow, what fantastic games of Pokemon we have got to see today at the Grand Champions Festival Encore. We have 2 more rounds today to close out day 1 and see who will make it into day 2 of our competition, where they'll continue to compete for over $5,000 in prizes. Now, we've talked a lot about the Pokemon winning. Well, currently, the Pokemon with the highest win rate is actually Goodra, because there's only one person playing it, and they're doing pretty well. When we start talking about some of these more common Pokemon, we start seeing things like Blastoise and Delphox, neither of which made our top 12 usage graphic, but both of them have win rates almost in the 60% range, which is gigantic. So, are these Pokemon going to be what takes it all, or will we see more Charizards and Floettes as our metagame gets narrower and narrower as more and more players become eliminated from the event? We'll just have to wait and see rounds 7 and 8 with Chuppa and Courtney at the Grand Champions Festival Encore. We'll be back soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Grand Champions Festival Encore. I'm Courtney Rogers, and today with, of course, my dear Cheppa Cross. How are you doing, Cheppa?
Courtney, doing good. Taking a little bit of a break the past couple rounds, letting you, Cedric, Tyson take over. How's it been so far?
It's been so fun. I hope your nap was good, not to dox you. But it's been so incredible. So many incredible matches, so many incredible trainers, and obviously an incredible game as well with incredible people. So really excited for this next matchup too. We've got some interesting Pokemon that we're going to go ahead and see. I'm so excited and jazzed about, first of all, a Hisuian Samurott?
I think more or less Fiberglass's signature Pokemon, if anyone follows her Twitter, and she is also a festival lead, playing for her spot in Day 2 here, so someone we really want to be able to showcase.
Yes, really, really excited about that. And also with Fiberglass, they're running Dragonite, which I love Mega Dragonite so much. But we're going to go ahead and see on Aiden's side that Basculegion and that Venusaur going ahead and launching onto the field. As on Fiberglass's side, we're going to see that Sneasler and Floette lead.
Yeah, seems like Fiberglass just going to be going for a relatively conventional, kind of telegraphing a Floette setup strategy. I think Basculegion is actually a pretty good counter lead on Aiden's side for that, seeing as it is the Choice Scarf set, going to be able to outrun either of these Pokemon, be immune to Fake Out, so really starting off with a lot of pretty threatening damage from something like a Wave Crash. Actually, this just seems like a pretty advantageous lead for Aiden overall. Venusaur, a Pokemon that's going to be pretty difficult for either Floette and Sneasler to break down, while threatening a lot of damage back on them in return. I wonder how Fiber is going to be able to reposition out of this.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see that Floette is going to Mega Evolve onto Fiberglass's side. Of course, because Floette really wants to Mega Evolve the moment that it possibly can. And that Fairy Aura going to be raiding onto the actual field. So we're going to go ahead and see that Mega Venusaur go ahead and Mega Evolve as well. So both Mega Evolutions going ahead and showing what they got in turn 1.
Let's see, this is just going to be Sneasler going for that Fake Out to shut out Venusaur on this first turn. Let's see how Basculegion responds. It's going to be a Wave Crash, do heavy damage to that Sneasler right away.
Oof! And we're going to go ahead and see that one-hit KO on that Sneasler on Fiberglass's side. That just shows just the power of Basculegion, especially with that Wave Crash.
Yeah, and this is a White Herb Sneasler set, which is susceptible to those one-shot knockouts from Basculegion. However, Sneasler giving up its HP to let Floette get a Calm Mind off, potentially going to help in that Venusaur matchup, but not raising its physical defense and not able to help with a Pokemon like Basculegion.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and see that Sinistcha come out onto Fiberglass's side, being paired up right next to that Mega Floette. That Basculegion, though, is still being very pesky. For me, I'm not sure if I would let it stay in the field too much longer, just because I would want to keep it just in the back in the reserves, just in case for later on. But it's going to just be a little bit more trickier situation. We are going to go ahead and see that Basculegion be swapped out for, we'll see, the Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, Alolan Ninetales a relatively comfortable swap in. You don't really want to leap in your Basculegion to have your Wave Crash Rage Powdered away. However, Venusaur is actually going to be immune to this Rage Powder. Floette able to respond with the Dazzling Gleam here, do really heavy damage to Ninetales, and actually pretty significant damage to Venusaur as well.
Yeah, wow. And we're going to go and see that Sludge Bomb going into that Mega Floette, taking it down to 4 HP. And as you were saying, oh, it was a critical hit. But, Cheppa, I think that's one thing that we really have to know is that even though that Sinistcha went for Rage Powder, it really means nothing to that Mega Venusaur because it is of its typing. So I think as especially new trainers play Pokemon Champions, those are the little intricacies that you have to remember, especially when you're across from Pokemon like that.
Yeah, the fact that grass types are just going to be immune to Sinistcha's Rage Powder shenanigans is so important here. Floette probably assuming it's slower than this Ninetales, just protecting to dodge a hit from Blizzard. Sinistcha going to have to tank this though.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and see it takes it down to 17 HP, which is not really liking that little bit of cold that it hit. We're going to see that Sludge Bomb into the Sinistcha as well, taking it down and having that one-hit KO. As Aiden really read, hey, I think this Floette is going to go ahead and protect. I'm going to double into the Sinistcha slot just so I can make sure to get rid of it. And we see the Pelipper going right next to Mega Floette on Fiberglass's side.
Yeah, I think Pelipper's really going to struggle to close out this game though, because even if this Ninetales only has Blizzard for offensive coverage, so it's going to be less than perfectly accurate against the Floette now, it does have Encore to potentially just lock it into this protect for the rest of the game. This seems like a really tough 2-4 deficit for Fiber to come back against.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we have to know about Aiden's side too is we don't want the final Pokemon is, and we're gonna see that Freeze Ray go into the Pelipper, getting that one-hit KO, and putting Fiberglass in just a really sticky situation now.
I was wrong. I guess this Ninetales does have double Ice-type attacking moves, going to deal with that Pelipper, which, you know, can no longer send a Hurricane into Venusaur, which is going to leave Venusaur wide open to close out the game against this Floette.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and see that Venusaur going ahead and closing it out, knocking out that Mega Floette, and going ahead, and Aiden takes game 1. What an incredible match from there. Aiden really just had the dominance of that, really kind of saying, hey, Mega Floette's there, that's fine, but let me get rid of all of its partner Pokemon in its way.
I think Mega Venusaur especially is just such an important part of this game because that's something that is actually going to threaten like pretty significant damage on Floette throughout the whole game. Just the fact that it's like this really tanky, really hard-hitting Pokemon, resisting the fairy moves and also being immune to Rage Powder. It can just be so tough for some of these kind of Floette-centric teams to break down. So I wonder what sort of adjustments we're going to see on Fiber's end looking into this next game.
Yeah, I think with that Sneasel, you have to have a better positioning for it because it really just didn't do too much that game 1, especially getting knocked out in that first turn. Like you said, it is running the white herb, so it's one of those things you can't really survive a hit like that very often. And it's also running Gunk Shot, which I thought was very fascinating to see on that side too. Now, I know that Fiberglass was running that Sneasler, Pelipper, Sinistcha, and Mega Floette. Is it time to change up the Mega Evolution, you think? Or what do you...
I think there's another Pokemon on Fiber's team that I'd really like to see. I think that Hisuian Samurott could actually be a really good call-out for a Basculegion lead, potentially able to just outrun it and deal with it with a Dark move right away. And I think it might also be bulky enough to take just one Giga Drain from Venusaur.
Really?
Yeah.
I love that. Well, we're going to go ahead and see an Aiden side going with that Basculegion and Venusaur lead once again. And we're going to see the switch up at the Hisuian Samurott next to Floette. You know what? You said it, Cheppa. We had to see it. And I will say, I love the Hisuian variants. I think they did such a good job, especially Samurott. I love how it gets its like little long mustache and everything. So cute.
Basculegion feeling the pressure from something like Night Slash right away with Long into Ninetales immediately. I think we're about to see some Mega Evolutions go off. I will say, if I'm on Fiber's end, I'm still very concerned about this Venusaur. So I forced Basculegion off the field. That's the start of the puzzle. I think dealing with the Mega Venusaur is probably the even trickier part of the puzzle for Fiber's side, though.
I 100% agree. And as they say, you get a Mega Evolution and you get a Mega Evolution. And we're going to go ahead and see that Venusaur going and Mega Evolving as well. On Aiden's side, I do think it's just really causing a lot of issues for Fiberglass's team. We're going to see that Night Slash from the Hisuian Samurott go into the Ninetales, taking it down just a little bit. Really a great switch in from Aiden's side as that Floette is going to go for the Calm Mind to go ahead and start setting up.
The other tricky thing about this Calm Mind is like, sure, this is going to help you against the Venusaur, but now a Ninetales has hit the field that you are just going to be vulnerable to something like an Encore from. It looks like Samurott not bulky enough to take a Giga Drain. Well, certainly not with a critical hit.
And that is just the name of the game. You have to kind of keep in mind of those different types of RNG, and unfortunately, a critical hit is a critical hit, and that Hisuian Samurott did go down on Fiberglass' side. Unfortunately, we love to see Samurott as much as possible, but you know what? It really didn't like to see that.
I wish we got to
Venusaur.
see it for more than one turn this game.
I agree, but I do think kind of in the entire concept of it, I think that Fiberglass really had a good switch up by bringing that Hisui and Samurott instead of that Singster out front, because I did think it put out a lot of pressure just with the critical hit from that Giga Drain of the Mega Venusaur really just put it into a tough situation.
Yeah, forcing out the Basculegion is definitely part of the puzzle, and also like having your Samurott go down in one turn is rough, but at least you get to like redirect an Encore from this Ninetales now. That's good. It's just like we're still gonna have to see some tricks to deal with this Mega Venusaur at this point.
Yes,
I don't know what those tricks are.
I know, and I think that's just a problem with Mega Venusaur is that once it can kind of get in a good position, it just wreaks havoc. We're gonna go ahead and see that Fiberglass brought up that Sinistcha, and it's gonna go ahead and protect itself, saying, "Hey, no Rage Powder this time. Don't worry." As we're gonna see the Encore going into the Mega Floette. Wow. That is a little bit of a sticky situation.
Yeah, Fiber choosing to take a risk and not trying to Rage Powder away this Encore is saying like, okay, either doesn't think it's going to happen or I'm comfortable being locked into Calm Mind. I think though, with the Floette being the big problem, you have to figure out a way to keep it safe here. Venusaur not able to land a critical or a poison there, so Floette is still going to stay relatively healthy, but now your Sinistra is going to be vulnerable to an Encore as well, so it's going to be really tough for Fiber to kind of start to get their damage up in this match.
Yeah, because in an ideal situation is that you would have that Sinistra maybe do a life do onto that Mega Floette so it can keep it around, or I think it truly might have to swap out right now because it can go ahead and give some little hospitality needs once it hits the field once again. But that Mega Floette is really not going to like that, but we do go ahead and see that Sinistra is going to be swapped out for the Sneasler once again. Keep in mind, it is running White Herb, so it's not going to take any hit really well. And you see that Freeze Strike go into it, taking it down just a little bit over half.
I wonder what Venusaur's follow-up here is, because I do actually kind of like the Sneasler as the defensive swap. I think you're probably not going to take an Earth Power here. That seems a little unlikely. Yeah, going to be Sludge Bomb instead, so this shouldn't be able to knock out Sneasler just yet. So potentially we're going to see Sneasler be able to go for one move. This could also just be Sneasler withdrawing into Sinistra. I think the way that Fiber has to get back into this game is being able to redirect the next Encore when it's time to do that. If Fiber is able to do that, we might be able to see Floette get back into the game. It's going to be very tricky, but I think there's at least a shot if you do that. I'm just not sure how that's going to be possible. Whoops, these are starting off with a gunk shot. This is going to be able to not finish off the Alolan Ninetales, but chip away at Venusaur.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and see that Alolan Ninetales go for the Blizzard onto both of those Pokemon, knocking out the Sneasler and taking down the Mega Floette just a little bit more. I think you're right, Chippa. I think, you know what? The Mega Floette is just stacking up these Calm Lines, so if it has the ability to go ahead and actually attack, it is going to do some devastating damage. But we're going to go ahead and see that Mega Venusaur go for the Earth Power into that Mega Floette, taking it down just a little bit over half HP. Its Encore is ended. Sinistra's about to hit the field and also give it some much-needed HP along with it.
I think this Floette is going to be at like +4 of special defense and special attack because there's like 1 Calm Mind and then 3 Encore Calm Minds. I wonder if that's enough to just get the knockout on Venusaur here.
I feel like it has to be. I think that's one thing about Mega Floette. It is just one of those Pokemon that's really difficult to deal with. We're going to go ahead and see that Sinistra go for that Rage Powder just to make sure that if an Encore is coming, it's not landing into it. We do see that Alolan Ninetales opt to go for the Blizzard, attacking both of its targets, taking down the Sinistra quite a bit, and from there seeing that Mega Floette go for the Dazzling Gleam. Is it enough? And it's enough to get a double KO.
I would have expected Ninetales to go down for that, but not necessarily Venusaur. Fiber showing an absolute mastery of the damage calcs on their team, because being able to get a double knockout there is just like so efficient. So let's think about the Pokemon that Aiden has in the back here. We have Basculegion on full HP, does have a very powered up Last Respect here. Who is that other Pokemon going to be, though, to try and help Basculegion close out this game? It's Lycanroc.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and see that Lycanroc hit the field next to that Basculegion. And that is one thing to know is that Mega Floette is now extremely strong because of that Calm Mind. So how do we deal with this situation? We have that Lycanroc now on the field. It's got a few different options, but we're going to go ahead and see that Sinistra go for the Rage Powder just to make sure nothing is going to go ahead and hit that Mega Floette unless it goes down. The Basculegion is going to, of course, go for its last respects, knocking out the Sinistra, but making sure that Mega Floette did not take that move.
Have a feeling Floette is about to have to take a Rock Slide from this Lycanroc, though, leaving Floette with just a few HP left. Let's see, is there a flinch? No flinch, so here's Dazzling Gleam. Should be a knockout on Basculegion, but Lycanroc surviving on 1 HP with that Focus Sash.
1 HP in a dream here for the Grand Champions Festival Encore, and now it's really going to be, are they going to go ahead and go for Rock Slide, close combat? Like, obviously you're going to want to go for the 100% accurate move.
It's going to be that Excel Rock, and I have a feeling like this Floette is in range of one of those by now.
Yeah, but we're going to go ahead and see it, and it's going to knock out that Mega Floette, and Aiden ZV is going to go ahead and take round 7, advancing their record to 6-1. But huge shout out to Fiberglass, our favorite Samurott admirer, because what an incredible match they've had.
Yeah, that was a really good job. Almost closing out that game, too, after what looked like such a tricky start with the knockout from the critical hit Giga Train on Samurott right away. I did not necessarily expect that game to be close, and Fiber did a really good job pulling it back.
And one thing I really do want to shout out is that Lycanroc. I love a Lycanroc, and I think it's so cool to see in Pokemon Champions to really start to amplify it once again. But I do think the Samurott coming in and actually having a place in the match was really, really cool. And I think really piloting is, first of all, the most difficult part. And I think Fiberglass just did a really good job. I just think that Mega Venusaur just caused them so many problems.
Mega Venusaur, especially with Ninetales, just seems so tricky because I feel like if this was maybe a more conventional Mega Venusaur team, Fiber would be able to say like, oh, this is going to be a Mega Dragonite and Pelipper matchup for me. I'm going to hit it with a lot of Hurricanes. I think Ninetales would shut out that kind of strategy so easily with the Freeze Dry and Blizzard combination. So I absolutely understand why she wanted to focus on the Floette here. Just also a very tough Pokemon position in front of Encore, Ninetales, and Venusaur on the other side. I think Fiber is absolutely held back by critical hits in both of these games as well. I think we're going to be going into another game right away, so again, shoutouts to Aiden on being able to advance to Day 2 with that 6-1 record, and Fiber playing another game to try and advance to Day 2 in the next round.
And let me tell you, I am so excited for this next matchup that we're going to go ahead and see. And the reason why is because we're going to see a Vileplume hit the field. But right now, we're going to tune back into it. We're going to see Torkoal and Incineroar against Garchomp and Incineroar. So double Incin, but a little bit opposite of the other ones. We're going to see that it's a Mega Garchomp as well, which is a Pokemon that we really don't see Mega Evolve too often.
Yeah, it is something that's been actually seeing some success in this format. Looks like Incin going for a fake out just to finish off the low HP Incin on the other side. Let's see. Trick Room is not up, so Torkoal is not able to do anything before being felled by this Garchomp stomping tantrum. That looks like it's going to put the game to a 3-2 score.
Yeah, wow, what an incredible... And I think one thing that's really interesting, too, is that we do see that we have that Mega Pyroar as well, which is, I feel like, been making a resurgence. We are going to see the Vileplume hit the field!
Vileplume's so excited to hit the
Yay!
field, flapping its little hands.
Okay, I will say, I love Vileplume. I have the little Vileplume tissue holder that was made previously,
I know
and it is one
exactly
of my
what you mean.
favorite things ever. So, first of all, I'm just so jazzed to see the Vileplume, especially next to that Mega Pyroar. I think Wolf had just made a video about Mega Pyroar, and which is really in tandem with that Vileplume as well. So really cool to see it here at the Grand Champions Festival Encore. But also on the other side, the Sneasler is down. There's an Incineroar, Mega Garchomp, and a Kingambit in the back. We're gonna go ahead and see that Mega Pyroar go for that Protect.
Yeah, Pyro protecting. Ooh, Vileplume missing a sleep powder that I think you absolutely need to connect at this point in the game. If the Incin isn't asleep, it is going to be wide open to connect to Flare Blitz into Pyroar's Protect. So Pyroar and Vileplume potentially going to have another lifeline in this game.
I am shocked to see the double up going into that Pyroar, and I think the Vileplume is very happy about that too, because one thing a Vileplume does not want to take is a Flare Blitz in the sun. So honestly, being able to live a little bit longer right now, which is really exciting.
Still, we have to remember that this is a, it's Pyroar, mainly just a fire type attacker, doesn't have too much else going on against two Pokemon that are fire resistances. Pyroar going to fail that double protect, and Vileplume missing a sleep powder. This is not the turn that Leaps and Dreams needs to see.
Vileplume, I think you might need to go get your vision check because you're kind of missing the sleep powders, but we are going to go ahead and see that Mega Pyroar is going to go down to that Mega Garchomp as that Flare Blitz from the Incineroar is going to take that Vileplume down to its Focus Sash. And unfortunately, I think you know this as well, Cheppa, as I don't think this Vileplume can knock out an Incineroar. Oh, and it's burned!
Vileplume just not having the best day here.
That makes me so sad. As someone who loves Vileplume, it is such a bummer to see that. We are going to go ahead and see it get knocked out because of that damage burn. And you know what? Honestly, still, first of all, an incredible team. But we're going to go ahead and see what's going to happen next. I'm kind of excited. I would like to see how we're actually going to utilize it maybe a little bit more. They do also have a Floette that they're running on their team, so they could swap it out, change for a different Mega Evolution as well as that for Rigorath in the back too.
Yeah, I'm going to need our staff team to tell us what game that is. If that was the set wrapping up, that was Jude Lee facing off against Noah Gardner, two quite talented players, and Jude showing off their title from one of the Asian Nationals this year, which is not something you get to see very often.
No, I thought that was actually so cool, which is, once again, I was talking about this with Cedric. I love the addition of the titles from all the different events because I think it allows trainers to really be like, hey, I was here, this is how I performed, and now you know who I am, especially when you're playing on ladder or things like that. I think it's such a cool addition to the game, and I just am so excited to see how we can do that.
I'm gonna like them even more when I have something cooler than NAIC competitor to show off. Maybe if they give me like an NAIC 5-3 to show off, then that'll be cool. That'll
But hey, Chep, I'm just saying, I know you have somewhere you need to be in August. So
Mhm.
maybe you can get the world champion one. Or
I will have to work on that one.
I think you could do an incredible job, Choppa. But also, these trainers are doing such an incredible job this weekend, playing in this giant tournament, of course, held by our beloved friend Jacob Scraw. So big shout out to Jacob Scraw also for having us, and the production team, the other casters, and everybody in between. So really, that was such an incredible match. Even though we just got to saw the tail end of it, I was really, like I said, excited to see Vileplume. I'm glad it's making a resurgence into the actual game, but maybe in that situation, just didn't really like the Pokemon it was against.
Vileplume, one of like the funniest MV additions, because like I don't know, you have some like pretty powerful Pokemon added, like Golden Go and Annihilate, but then you have a couple more random ones like Quillfish, Overquill, Vileplume that are kind of just like hanging out. But I think Vileplume especially is something that we're already starting to see like some of in the format on some of these like Sun teams. It's a pretty like unique partner for them, and hopefully something we get to see more of. Looks like we might be heading to another game relatively soon. Sounds like it might even be a 6-0 game. We will hopefully have that ready for you soon.
Yes, very, very excited. Now, I guess I have to go ahead and ask Cheppa, now that we've gone into Pokemon Champions a little bit more and things like that, if you could have any item be added into Pokemon Champions, what would it be?
This is an answer that I think a lot of people would probably give you, but I'd like to see the Assault Vest.
Oh, we need the Assault Vest back. Please, Pokemon, hear our cries, our pleas.
I think Assault Vest is just like a really well-balanced item. I think being able to give yourself that special defense at the cost of like not being able to use Protect other status moves is just like nice and well-balanced. I think we're going to be going into a game, I believe I heard, Desu against George Foley. Desu, very accomplished Italian player. George Foley, not as familiar with them, and it looks like they are trying to come back from a 2-4 deficit with Swampert and another Pokemon against Desu's Annihilate and Toxapex Charizard team, kind of the trendy Charizard team of the week.
It is very trendy for the week, and we all know that that Mega Charizard is definitely the trendsetter. We're going to see that Swampert also, can I just give a shout out to? Shiny Swampert is so good, especially Shiny Mudkip. Love the pink. I love a little pink shiny Pokemon. But also, I think one thing that is really cool on George's side that we're probably not going to see in this match is they are running a Metagross. We are going to see that George is going to lead out with that Pelipper, making it rain a little bit more, so kind of putting Desu in a little bit of a sticky situation, but Desu has the ability to switch out Pokemon now, so can easily set up the sun back up again.
Yeah, and this Annihilate, I think on these kind of teams does tend to have access to a Protect, so like regardless of what this back Pokemon is, this is a relatively safe Charizard swap out. Instant, not even the worst kind of Pokemon to be swapping in to lower that Swampert's attack by just a little bit.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see that Swampert is going to go for that Earthquake, missing that Pelipper because, you know, it's got its wings, and it's going to go ahead and take down that Annihilate down a little bit over half HP, and Incineroar just a little bit over. And then we're going to see that close combat from the Annihilate going into the Swampert, taking it down to 23 HP and putting George in quite a sticky situation now.
Pelipper going for a Tailwind, this is a really smart play, knowing that that Charizard is going to be able to reset the weather later and potentially get a speed advantage over that Swampert if it can take away Swift Swim forever. Tailwind is in play? Absolutely not the case. Swampert is going to be one of the faster Pokemon in the field regardless. So definitely still some game to be played here. I think the Pelipper on full HP is a pretty valuable resource against these two physical attackers on the field that are both definitely scared of hits from Pelipper right now. On the other hand, something like Swampert feels like it might have some pressure to protect in front of Fake Out. It's going to be Pelipper taking the Fake Out instead, as Swampert is able to follow up with an Earthquake.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and see that Earthquake is going to land onto that Incineroar and Annihilate, getting a double KO, which is great for George on this side right now. Now, Desu is only going to have that Charizard to go ahead and be able to handle this, and one thing we do know is that that Pelipper kind of cause some issues. It is not running anything that can go ahead and reset the rain, but it has Hurricane, Weather Ball, and a Wide Guard. But we're going to go ahead and see that the match has gone ahead and just forfeited. George is going to go ahead and take that. And what an incredible end of that match.
Yeah, George kind of being able to spread that damage with Earthquake. I think being able to kind of call out the instant swap with that was really important, because if you're just going for water moves there instead, like let's say a Waterfall or Liquidation, that could maybe knock out the instant, could maybe knock out the Annihilate, but then you'll have to fight Charizard as soon as you get a knockout. I think Earthquake, just to hit both of those Pokemon on George's side, might have been an even better play for Warrior George there.
Yep, nope, I fully agree. And I think one thing that we have to also call on the Swampert that I feel like we've been seeing a lot more is Ice Punch. I know earlier when we were commentating, we saw that a Pokemon had gotten frozen by Swampert's Ice Punch. So it's really fascinating to see kind of just how much on a resurgence that also is in. I will say though, Chuppa, I would love to see the Metagross hit the field just because A, we don't really get to see it that often, but also the fact it's got that Iron Head, Psychic Fangs, Body Press, and Protect. So I think it probably is going to be Swampert just because of the different types of teams it's facing, but it would be really cool to see it. We're going to go ahead and get into our next match between Desu and George.
Yeah, and I have to assume this is a game 3 how late in the round we're getting. It's going to be Sableye and Swampert to start off on George's side, and Charizard and Incineroar on Desu's side.
Yeah, and one thing also, once again, if anyone in chat knows, I love shiny Pokemon, and shiny Sableye has to at least be in the top 10 best shiny Pokemon, especially when it Mega Evolves. Literally nothing better, but I really do like the Sableye in this position right now. It's running Foul Play, Reflect, Light Screen, and Rain Dance, so it can cause a little bit of issues, especially with that Prankster ability. But we're going to go ahead and see George is going to swap out that Swampert into the Archaludon instead.
Charizard able to go for that Mega Evolution right away and assert control over the weather. Yeah, something that's important to note is that this Charizard doesn't actually carry Grass-type coverage, so not as threatening for Swampert as it could be. However, it is going to be very threatening for Pokemon like Archaludon and Sableye that has that sun on its side.
Yeah, I'm going to go see that Fake Out going into that Archaludon, originally targeting that Swampert and going ahead and setting that up. And the Sableye going for Rain Dance, going ahead and swapping over the weather instead of sunny to a little bit rainy. We're going to see that Weather Ball go into the Sableye, doing a one-hit KO and a critical hit.
Courtney, we are seeing so many critical hits in these games you and I are talking about. That is a really important critical hit because I don't think Sableye is going down to one of those, and if it doesn't, it is going to be able to set one of those Light Screen, Reflect, or Light Screen before going down with the Light Play. Charizard just getting that one-shot knockout now, doesn't have to worry about any screens on George's side this match.
Yeah, what a interesting situation, and also the ability to go ahead and reset up Rain if they really wanted to. If they're not, they probably do have the Pelipper in the back, but it is just great to have more tools, especially when you're facing against a Mega Charizard. Now, it's going to be a little bit more interesting. We have the Swampert back on the field, probably is going to Mega Evolve, as we know, and it's going to cause a lot more pressure onto this Mega Charizard, so it's going to have to swap out, or it's going to have to figure out a different situation in order to go ahead and survive this turn.
I do think George definitely has momentum on their side this turn. Like, that's the nice thing about getting a knockout is the Charizard isn't going to be able to flip back to weather. Now we know that Swampert does, for sure, with Swim outrun the Charizard. Charizard very bold here, actually staying in front of 2 Pokemon that can comfortably get one-shots on it right now. I'm really curious, what is Desu's plan, that they're okay leaving Charizard in and kind of giving up weather control here?
Maybe a Protect, not even a Protect, but we're going to go ahead and see that Swampert go for the Wave Crash into the Incineroar, getting a one-hit KO onto the Incineroar on Desu's side. What is happening with all these quick knockouts, Chubba?
Yeah, both players really going blow for blow here. Charizard able to go for Weather Ball against Swampert, showing that it is comfortable playing in the rain, leaving that Swampert probably in range of a knockout if it is to click Wave Crash again, but Archaludon is going to be able to follow up with an Electric Shock. I wonder if this is going to be strong enough to knock out Charizard in one hit, as it is a Pokemon with a pretty high special defense stat.
Yeah, I think that Archaludon is going to do quite a bit of damage. It's going to launch into that Mega Charizard Y, and it survives on 3 HP. Wow. This Mega Charizard says, I'm not going down without a fight.
Charizard, you know, the cost of staying on the field there is that you still do not have control of the weather back, which is what you would have gained from Swap. Venusaur coming out onto the field, definitely not the most uncomfortably here. However, it's not like it's going to have a speed advantage against that Swampert, considering that it's still in the rain. It is going to have to worry about that Ice Punch, and I believe, like you were saying earlier, we've seen a lot of Swamperts get some relevant freezes on Venusaur in this tournament.
Yes, a lot against Venusaur. So I don't know if they have some starter Pokemon drama, their first partner Pokemon T, but I think Swampert is kind of winning that on that side. But we do also have to know that Venusaur is running Sludge Bomb, Solar Beam, Earth Power, and Protect. And since that sun is no longer up, it's going to take a second to charge if they do want to go for the Solar Beam. But Swampert is very low on George's side, so it's not going to be able to do that much damage. We're going to see the helping hand from the Mega Charizard onto the Venusaur, giving it a hand in what move? We'll have to see, but we're going to see the Ice Punch go into that Mega Charizard, knocking it out.
If this is a helping hand onto Venusaur, you have to assume this is going to be Earth Power Point at Archaludon. You would not need a helping hand to knock out Swampert from here, and that is going to be enough to get the one-shot knockout on Archaludon.
What? These are incredible rolls, and we're going to see just how powerful Venusaur can be, even without a Mega Evolution tied to it. We're going to see that Life Orb chip, obviously, because it does give it a boost. So from Helping Hand to Life Orb to just a super effective move. Venusaur is here to play.
So I guess both players have one more unrevealed Pokemon to back. I know for George, you were saying you think this might be the Pelipper, potentially the reset weather. It's going to be the Annihilate. Yep, Annihilate and Pelipper. I think the faces that we would have expected to see. Courtney, something that I want to talk about here is Rain was actually set up on turn 1 of this game with Sableye Rain Dance, which means we are running out of rain time right away. This was not Pelipper's Drizzle activating. We are only going to have 2 more turns of rain before it's just gone for the match. No more weather. And that's going to be so important because it means that Swampert will be falling behind in speed. Pelipper won't have access to Weather Ball and Hurricane at their full power at that point. So I wonder if Desu's actually just going to have a way to stall out the weather and kind of win, almost through attrition.
Yeah, I feel like they're going to have to do that because we do see that Pelipper is running that Hurricane and Weather Ball, which we both know is that Venusaur does not want to take a Hurricane, even from Pelipper. And so also, we have to keep in mind that Swampert is still going to do a lot of damage, and we're going to go ahead and see it's going to go for that Earthquake, locking into the Annihilate, and Venusaur taking both of them down over half HP, which is going to cause a lot of sticky situations. The Annihilate going for Rock Tomb into the Pelipper, not taking it down too much, and leaving it in a pretty good condition, but also dropping its speed.
Ooh, here's Sludge Bomb pointed at the Pelipper, and it is enough to get a knockout. Actually, a really good play from Desu because, it seems like that's going to be enough to knock out the Pelipper, and the problem is, if Swampert had as much rain as it wanted, that would be great. Swampert has 1 turn of rain. It's facing 2 Pokemon down with a Protect.
Yes, it does have that Protect on that side of things, and it's just rain, so there was no Tailwind setup or anything like that. We're going to see that Annihilate is going to go for that Protect on Desu's side, and from there, also the Venusaur. So we also have to keep in mind, though, is that Swampert does have the ability to have that Earthquake because obviously it would go ahead and guarantee a knockout on both of them. But I'm kind of surprised that Desu double protected on this side.
I don't think we see too much reason not to. Just a really safe way to stall out rain. Like, you could sack one of your Pokemon there and probably still win the match, but I think hanging on to both of them is just the surest path to victory. I have a few doubts that a Focus Ash Annihilate is going to be trained to outrun a Swampert, considering it is just a little bit faster than that.
Yep.
That's going to be close combat to wrap up the game. I believe that's going to be a victory for Desu. We just saw... I think that's the set victory for them.
Yes.
Probably a game 3.
Yeah, no, what an incredible match by Desu and by George. Really interesting back and forth game. I think one thing that we really are seeing within this tournament is that Swampert is here to play right now, and especially against Venusaur. I think almost a lot of the matches that we've seen have had Venusaur on them, and a lot of them, no Mega Evolution. So very fascinating to kind of see all these different types of generational starters really wreaking some havoc on this tournament.
It's funny to hear you talk about first partner Pokemon when we have 3 of them on the field, and then I guess our Chaladon might as well be a first partner Pokemon. Like, why not? Let him hang out with them.
Yeah, like why not? Like everyone, our Chaladon, we need you as a first partner Pokemon. Pokemon, hear us out. Who wouldn't want a bridge, stapler-esque Pokemon to be your first partner?
Oh, I guess if you're like Raihan, our Chaladon might as well be your first partner Pokemon.
See? Hey, Pokemon, hire us anytime. We got you on that. But we also have you on more amazing matches for the Grand Champions Festival Encore. And I think with that, too, we gotta talk about Metagross. I think Metagross, especially the Mega Evolution, is just such a pillar Pokemon. We don't see it played that often. In the vein of their team, how do you think you could actually make Metagross work, Chappa?
I think there's probably going to be a lot of other matchups where Mega Metagross looks better than that. I just assume it's not exactly George's plan. Kind of like you were talking about. They have 2 Megas. You don't have to fling your Metagross at a Charizard that's generally just going to have a bit of a type advantage against you. I'm sure there's other matchups against other Pokemon like Floette or maybe Mega Venusaur where the Mega Metagross is going to shine a little bit more. I think that's part of why we see the double Mega just be so popular in this format. Just having that flexibility is such a strong way to approach the game when it comes to champions.
Yeah, and I think one Pokemon that we didn't get to see on Desu's side is that Toxapex. And I know that we've kind of seen throughout the different types of tournaments is that Toxapex has been a really difficult Pokemon to deal with, especially with the Infestation and Painful Bunker. So fascinating not to see it. These games are a little bit more fast-paced than usual. I feel like you can't really stall out these Pokemon that are on George's side. So I think Desu really made the good call of not bringing the Toxapex. But I do think it's a really cool Pokemon that we didn't see as often, I feel like, in Scarlet and Violet, but now in Pokemon Champions, we're just seeing it wreak havoc as well.
It's funny, like, we were seeing a little bit of Toxapex at the very end with people like Aaron Trailer using it to finish second at regionals, really making it look impressive in some of these, like, double restricted games we were playing at the very end of the format. And yeah, cool to see Toxapex kind of carry over some of that momentum into Champions, almost like a Pokemon that people kind of woke up to at the last second.
Yes, no, exactly. And I know, Chappa, I had asked you earlier about what item you would want into the game. Now, if you could choose any Pokemon to be added to Pokemon Champions, who would it be?
Ooh, any Pokemon? Who are we missing? I mean, Let's see. Like, Amoonguss is a competitive staple, but I don't like Amoonguss very much. I don't know. There's... What's that?
I'm shocked. I love Amoonguss. I'm surprised you are not an Amoonguss fan. Why?
I guess I did like Top Cut Worlds with it, but
we
ultimately
just
I
Top
like
Cut
I
Worlds
like
with
I like
Amoonguss,
a faster
guys.
game than Amoonguss enables. I'm trying to think. I mean, I do kind of like Indeedee, but then again, some of these Expanding Force users, like I'm looking at Mega Alakazam, that is a Pokemon that's just gonna like change overnight the moment we get Expanding Force from like kind of very, very off meta to absolute demon.
Yeah, well, for me, I've been playing a lot on Casual Ladder, but also the Rank Ladder, and I've been actually running like a hard Trick Room-esque team with Farigiraf and Hatterene, and it just shows, once again, how devastating Expanding Force can be. So if Indeedee could be added, just saying, Pokemon, that would be really incredible for our side of things too. But I don't know, I think with the new addition of the ability to customize your trainer a little bit more is also such a cool thing. I love how everyone's is so unique and so personal to them, and I feel like you can really feel their personality with how they're designing their trainer. And especially everyone who's got the flame eyes. I see y'all. Y'all are all running Mega Charizard too.
What about you, Courtney? If you were able to add one Pokemon to the current format, what do you think it would be?
I honestly, I know you didn't want it, but I really love Amoonguss. I think it's one of those
You're
pillar
an Amoonguss
Pokemon.
person since when?
What do you mean since when? I love Amoonguss. I got my competitive Amoonguss in a Terra raid in Scarlet and Violet, and it was shiny, and I didn't realize when I encountered it that I didn't have the right, because I was just doing them lollygagging, like things like that, and I saw it was shiny, and I was like, oh my gosh. And then I didn't beat the raid, and I was devastated because I didn't think that you could go back and reface it. So I thought I just missed out on a shiny Amoonguss. Turns out Google really quickly taught me that you can go back into the raid. And so I went back in, was able to catch it, and also had Regenerator. So I was like, well, now this is like the perfect
Don't
Pokemon.
even need to use your ability capsule on it.
You know what? I save them for the next one. So what can we say? But yeah, I think Amoonguss would just be such a good Pokemon to add. I think it's just such a killer and competitive Pokemon. And I think, come on, who doesn't love a little mushroom?
Yeah, I think Amoonguss is like actually one of those Pokemon that you could add into the current format and it'd be like relatively balanced and fun out of the gate compared to something like Indeedee, where like I think as soon as you add something like Indeedee or Rillaboom, you need to add the counterpart. Like you need to kind of give people an opportunity to actually like play the terrain more. Amoonguss, he can probably kind of just hang out as is.
I feel like Amoonguss is kind of like just a chill Pokemon, super chill on that side. Rillaboom is an interesting Pokemon because I think Rillaboom just dominated so much in Scarlet and Violet, and really not seeing that presence here right now, it really is feeling it because you usually had that core of that Incineroar and Rillaboom, and now it's gone, which is kind of causing a little bit of mayhem on this side. Now we see a lot more Venusaur, we see a lot of other Pokemon as well. But what about Rillaboom? What about the other first partner Pokemon?
I guess Rillaboom missing is part of why they say that Charizard is like the best grass type attacker in the format, which is like really not much of an exaggeration. I guess we see Venusaur Charizard coming back, which is like, maybe Venusaur gets to hold that title, especially with two pretty strong forms in both the Mega and the non-Mega, but I don't know. Rillaboom coming back would just be such a huge change. I think that fake out cycling with Incineroar is really going to enable so many setup Pokemon. Grassy Glide is just going to be a huge problem for Pokemon like Swampert and Basculegion to worry about immediately.
Yes, and I think one thing too, we just had some new additions of Pokemon into Pokemon Champions. Now, talking about your favorite new addition of Mega Evolved Pokemon, which one's your favorite?
Ooh, Mega Evolved Pokemon. Let's see. I mean, Mega Metagross is one that I've really liked historically that I think is, I don't know, maybe not making the transition to absolute best, but definitely something with a lot of potential. I think of the new ones we've seen, I think Scrafty's design is just so fun. It's something that I'm hoping to, see a little bit more of. I think the one tournament game that I've been able to see it in this weekend has already looked really good. Just like kind of cool that it gets, I think it's so funny they gave it double Intimidate. That's just like really, really unique to be able to get your second Intimidate on demand. Kind of just be a hybrid, like, it's going to help set up Trick Room, then it's actually going to be a pretty powerful attacker under Trick Room.
Yeah, I think also that just the lore and everything, and the allure of Mega Scrafty coming from Pokemon ZA is really cool to see it being added in, and like you were saying, the double Intimidate can cause a lot of issues. But I also would have to say, we got to remember the Raichus. I love the Raichus. If anyone knows me, you know I love both of them. So what are your feelings about them? We haven't really seen any played on stream, but we do know some have some really good records. So kind of talking about Raichu, are you X or are you Y?
That's why I made a post about this. X is not very powerful. It's not very hard to look at and tell that. I think it's interesting. We were just talking about terrain Pokemon. I think Raichu X is the only like thing with an ability that's going to set up terrain in the format, but just not it's not doing quite enough with it. Y on the other hand is just blessed with some really powerful stats, incredible speed stat, incredible special attack stat, at the expense of a lot of bulk. One of the absolute frailest megas in the game, maybe second only to Beedrill in that regard. But when you have these perfectly accurate zap cannons and focus blasts, I think it's a fair trade-off.
Yeah, well, I think we all know which Pokemon is the superior bug-type Pokemon. What can we say, trainers? But also, I think another Pokemon that we have to talk about, that we were talking about prior to jumping into the broadcast, is Vanillux. What is going on with Vanillux right now?
Yeah, I think there's a Vanillux that was 6-0 going into this last round, player with a really incredible record. So someone who'd already locked up a slot in K2. Let's see if they were able to win that last round and advance to 7-0. But it seems like it's on a pretty unique sort of like hard Trick Room team. Didn't have a chance to look at it too closely. I mean, we saw it paired with like Camerupt, which is another really powerful spread attacker. Let's see, was Firefalls able to win their game? Just the team really focused on spread attacks between Vanillux, Blastoise, Camerupt. No, it does look like the player lost their last round to a Blastoise setup team, but it was against a pretty talented player. Like we were saying, I think hopefully not the last we will see of this Vanillux.
Yes, no, I would love to see it again. And it's also paired up with that Staraptor, which I think is another Pokemon that when it was added was just wreaking havoc on the ladder. But now it seems like everyone's kind of figured out how to play around Mega Staraptor, especially with its incredible ability. But now it's causing a lot more issues on that side, because it feels like people, when it first got introduced to the ladder, everyone was having issues, and now where's Mega Staraptor?
I think part of it was probably like since the first week of the format, Charizard usage has really only gone up. Like maybe it dips a little bit. People are like messing around with new toy syndrome. People like maybe overestimate how strong Pokemon like Staraptor are. And as soon as we go back to that moment where people are focused on Pokemon like Farigiraf and Charizard again, a lot of teams have pretty accessible like Staraptor counterplay already built into their teams. Not a Pokemon that can hang out with Charizard for very long.
Yeah, but it's kind of hot hanging out with Mega Charizard. I feel like I'd be like, ugh, I need some sunscreen or something.
Yeah.
But also, I want to say one Pokemon that I was kind of disappointed about, especially when it got added into Pokemon Champions, is Goldengo.
I know, Golden Go, one of my absolute competitive favorites, but I think not only the Make It Rain nerf now giving you -2 special attack, I think it's, not perfectly accurate at 95 right now, giving you the -2 drop, and then just being dropped into a format where so many of the strong Pokemon in the format already have super effective moves for Golden Go not being able to tear out of them. I think it's an okay Pokemon, but it's ultimately like relatively niche. I think in terms of like one face that's missing that would actually make Golden Go better by being in the format, Amoonguss, just something that Golden Go absolutely loves preying on, and without like, I guess Golden Go can still prey on something like Sneasler and set up against it, but there's so many Pokemon in the format that Golden Go cannot safely nasty plot against that are just like really going to make you pay with a lot of your HP for considering that.
Yeah, well, and I think you heard it here first, trainers, is that we need Amoonguss back. All roads lead back to Amoonguss, and we need it. So, Pokemon, please hear our pleas on that side. But I do want to say this has been such an incredible tournament so far. We're about to go into round 7, 8? But just really excited to see this. And I know we're going to have another match right after this, which is going to be our final match of the day. But before we do that, we're going to go take a quick break. We're going to go ahead and pass it back over to, we'll be back soon. But don't leave just yet, because we have one more round to go.
Guys, we're almost done with day 1 of the Grand Champions Festival Encore. We have a little bit of some surprise for round 8. Courtney, one of the casters we'll be seeing next round, is a very big Heracross fan, and she doesn't know there is a mono bug team featuring Mega Heracross that is going to be playing its Winnin' on stream. We haven't told her just yet. It'll be a surprise. But before that, there is one important message I wanted to tell you all about. And I'm going to make sure I don't get this wrong. Recently, the country of Venezuela has had some devastating earthquakes. A few players from that area in the VGC community have arranged a tournament that they are calling the Venezuela Grand Charity Tournament. And it's happening next weekend. So if you didn't do as well as you want in this tournament, or if you want to just play some more Pokemon next weekend, I highly recommend you go on x.com and look at Los Roques VGC, that's LOSROQUES VGC, and check their pin post for more details. It's an important event. It's important to use this community however we can to help those in need. I hope you'll consider playing, and I hope you'll all stay tuned for round 8 coming very, very soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round 8 of the Grand Champions Festival Encore. I am Chup Across the Fourth, and I'm joined by my good friend Courtney Rogers. Courtney, how are you feeling about this news that we're going to be feeling a certain buggy friend of yours this round?
I'm so excited. Okay, first of all, if you guys don't know, I am a bug type connoisseur. Love a little bug type, and I love Heracross so much. And so being able to see a mono bug team is so exciting. I will say some of my old school Pokemon friends still call me Bug Catcher Courtney, which I don't know if it's a nice thing or a mean thing, but I'm just so excited to see more bugs infiltrating the actual ladder.
Yeah, being able to feature some of these like more unusual teams that are fighting for a spot in day 2 is just so fun. I mean, I guess a bit of a tradition set up last time by our good friend Watchog and its powerful Ice Punch to take down all those Garchomps. I think we're still waiting to see what kind of team that our bug types are going to be staring down, but I guess we could start by talking about some of the Pokemon on this bug type team. It is featuring our good friend Heracross here with that Mega Evolution and that skill link to go for those moves that are suddenly able to hit 5 times with that really unique ability. Some of the other Pokemon on the team are going to be Volcarona, Araquanid, Vivian, Cleavor, and Scizor. I think having Cleavor and Scizor at the same time also makes a lot of sense. I think Bug is a little bit like Water, where it's one of those types that there's just like so many other types that you get to pair it with. I don't think you get like all of the great defensive synergies that water types do with each other, but that's okay. You still have like a lot of Pokemon with unique secondary types like that are going to be able to cover for each other pretty nicely.
Yeah, I feel like one Pokemon that, especially on the bug type side of things, that it has a lot of usage. Like I know we always think about Volcarona as like the king of all bug type Pokemon, but I think Araquanid has really kind of just crawled its way up into its kind of high standing of all the different types of bug Pokemon. I think with its really unique ability and diverse typing, it allows it a lot of flexibility within teams, and especially mono teams from there.
I think Araquanid, especially like after seeing how successful Toxic Hex has been recently, it's another like relatively bulky infestation Pokemon. Like honestly, maybe one of like the second or third bulkiest infestation user after Toxic Hex, just such a like a powerful trapping move with that perfect accuracy, nothing being immune to the damage from the move, even if the ghost types can still swap out. So I wonder, and this Araquanid doesn't actually have infestation, so let me not get ahead of myself. This Araquanid does have another really unique move that not many Pokemon get, a certain field effect that only bug types get. It is that sticky web that is going to drop the speed speed of all grounded Pokemon that try to swap into it by -1 could potentially be really impactful in enabling Pokemon like Heracross, Vivian, Volcarona to outrun the competition. I wonder if that's something that we're going to see come up. Unfortunately, it does seem like something that's going to be pretty dependent on the matchup. Some teams just have really powerful flying types like that Charizard or that Aerodactyl that Sticky Web is just not going to be able to impact. But I guess we'll have to see what kind of team we're going up against.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that we have to know about bug-type Pokemon is one thing they really don't like is fire types. And Mega Charizard Y, I think you know, and I know, and I'm pretty sure everybody else know, is always just wreaking havoc on the field. So I know I love Heracross so much, but Heracross really doesn't love a heat wave. Let me tell you that. And especially when we're talking about the Mega Evolutions that are on this team is that you do have Mega Heracross, but also Mega Scizor, which once again, we know that it really doesn't want to take a fire type move, especially from Mega Charizard Y.
I think when you look at a specified team like this, like, I don't know, we could look at their matches, but I was going to say, I don't think you easily get to 5 wins without taking down one Charizard along the way. It does not actually look like they're going to be up against a relatively standard Charizard team this last round. We do have the opponent's team list available. Let's pull that up. It is going to be a Charizard, a Garchomp, a Whimsicott, Mawile, Farigiraf, and Basculegion. So in a lot of ways, you know, some of Charizard's just like absolute best friends here, but then kind of going with that Mawile and Farigiraf mode almost for a pocket Trick Room mode.
Yeah, I actually have been playing a lot of hard Trick Room on the ladder, so I've been using Farigiraf quite a bit, but I haven't been using Mawile. And I think when we're talking about the new Mega Evolutions that came in previously, we didn't really talk about Mawile. And I think when we're seeing it, it's one of those Mega Evolutions that has some usability, but not as much. So I'm really excited to see it on this team. It's running Play Rough, Sucker Punch, Protect, and Brick Break, which I think is a really cool moveset, and it's also very diverse for just how wide our scope is currently for all the different types of teams.
Yeah, unfortunately, this seems like a matchup where it's hard to imagine the Mawile coming, like, not even necessarily because it's so bad here, but because your other Mega is Charizard and you're fighting 6 Bug-type Pokemon. One thing that I actually really wanted to talk about is when you're using a Bug-type team, you have to have a plan against Charizard, so we can maybe think about some of the unique tech that Skybro's team is going to have against Charizard. I think one of the most powerful pieces is that Cleavor with Stone Axe, not only threatening an easy one-shot knockout against the Charizard, almost regardless of how many attack drops are in play, but setting up that Stealth Rocks to go for the rest of the game, threatening Charizard with that 50% chip damage whenever it tries to come in. I have to imagine Cleavor is going to be an important part of Skybro's strategy in the matchup.
Yeah, I think that Cleavor is going to be a really wreak havoc, especially running that Choice Scarf on it too, so making it really quick. I think that Stone Axe is going to cause a lot of issues because Charizard really doesn't want to deal with any sort of type of move that's coming from it. So I think Cleavor is a definite pick that we need to bring in. Kind of talking about the Mega Evolution side, I personally think Heracross might be in a better position here than Scizor. And I'm not saying that because I'm biased. I'm a little biased.
No,
but...
I totally agree. I think, like, of the two Megas, I'm facing Charizard. I want to have the one that at least has some kind of hope against Charizard. Heracross with that, like, decent special defense stat. I don't know if Heracross is taking any fire-type moves from Charizard, but maybe. What I really want to talk about, though, is the Rock Blast. That is going to be an easy knockout on the Charizard if it's able to connect. Big if, but hey, maybe if your Heracross can find the right speed control, we can see that Rock Blast come out, and I don't know, Heracross can go for that move 5 times in a row. I think Heracross is going to need 2 of them to knock out Charizard.
Unless it was like Pokemon ZA, where I'm pretty sure every single person who has played Pokemon ZA got their boys and then just wreaked havoc with Rock Blast. I remember the amount of people who had reached out to me after Pokemon ZA came out because I wasn't able to play it right away. And everyone was like, "You're going to love this game, first of all." And I was like, okay, well, now I'm excited. But then also seeing the outpouring love for my favorite bug after that is truly, there's nothing better. And just how much damage it dealt in Pokemon ZA with Rock Blast and Pin Missile, and now it having a little bit of star shine here at the Grand Champion Festival Encore is just really incredible to see. I'm so excited for this matchup.
Courtney, while we're still getting ready, let's think about, like, maybe some of the strategies we can expect to see the players gravitate towards during the game. So I think the Cleavor is really going to be, if you are on Poltana's side, it's going to be one of the scariest Pokemon, something that your Charizard has to have a good plan to deal with. if I'm thinking about Cleaver, maybe one of the first things I'm thinking about is how can I get a knockout on this Cleaver before anything happens? So some of my best responses to that are going to be maybe using Pokemon like Basculegion or Garchomp or Whimsicott for speed control against it. And I really have to wonder, how do you think Skybro can, I don't know, essentially like get through some of that Cleaver counterplay?
Yeah, I think it's going to be really difficult because I think you're right. I think you are going to probably, if you're Poldana, you're going to bring your Charizard. You're probably going to bring Garchomp, Whims, and Basculegion as well because it's just a really good, core of team for that 4. And so when you're talking about Skybro, I think one of the things that you have to do is that you've got to be quick and you've got to get that thing set up. So I think the Pavilion could be an interesting bring, especially since it's running that Tailwind, Sleep Powder, Protect, and Hurricane. I think it can cause a lot of issues, especially if Poldana does not really respect the Pavilion. So unless you knock it out really quick, I think it can wreak a lot of havoc. I do think you bring Heracross in the back, of course, just to make sure that you can get into a good position. And that final Pokemon, it's interesting. I could see a use case for both Volcarona and Araquanid, but I would kind of do a toss-up between the two. But what about you, Cheppa? What do
I'd
you
have
think?
to say I probably expect the Araquanid a little bit more. Like, I think Wide Guard could potentially have some applications in matchup, but above all, I'm kind of just looking at that Water Bubble. Araquanid is by far the Pokemon that's taking the least damage from Charizard in this matchup, just between that really high special defense stat and Water Bubble to have the Fire-type damage that's coming in. Really the only Pokemon here that can swap into a Charizard whatsoever. I think one other thing that Araquanid is doing here is it's potentially forcing Charizard to come out early in the game, activate that Sun to really cut down the liquidation damage. I think if Poldana's team gets caught without the Sun active and there's an Araquanid on the field, that liquidation is really going to be a lot scary, and that's something that we might see, a little more urgency for the Charizard to come out.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that we have to know about Skybro's team is that they are also running no weather. So if once that Charizard goes ahead and sets up the drought, it's going to be a lot more tricky to deal with. So I think what you have to do is we know it's going to Mega Evolve, get rid of it as soon as possible, and just wait out that Sun, and then go ahead and start to go in with your Heracross or your Pavilion and just start sleeping things along the way. I think Sleep Powder is one of those moves that we all kind of forget about it until we are matched up with someone that has Sleep Powder, and then we're like, oh my gosh, it's a Moongus 2.0.
I think Vivian is one of those Pokemon that's kind of like Final Gambit, like we were talking a little bit about during the previous round. It's just so scary, and it can really kind of dictate how you're responding to it. It is so scary, and you have to find really particular things to deal with it. Your team might only have 1 or 2 responses, and you're going to panic, and you might say like, oh my gosh, I have to lead Whimsicott and Garchomp against this, have to shut it down right away. And that is something that Skybro can potentially be using to their advantage, the invisible threat of the Vivian.
Yeah, well, one thing I do have to say about Skybro is not only are they running a Heracross, but they're running a shiny female Heracross too. So Skybro, regardless of whatever happens, I really appreciate you. And this is making me so happy. And also a big shout out to Jacob Scrawl for putting this team on the stream match, but also for this amazing tournament as well. I'm really excited to get into this match. I think it's going to be really fascinating to see it. And it looks like we're about to get into our final round of the Grand Champions Festival Encore for day 1.
Let's see what we are looking at for the leads. On Poldana's side, that's going to be Basculegion and Whimsicott, and on Skybro's side, they're going to counter with Araquanid and Vivian.
Oh, I love those shiny Pokemon. Can I just say that really quick? I do think for Poldana, they're in a really good position. I think that Whimsicott is going to cause a lot of different issues, especially if it goes ahead and sets up Tailwind. That Whimsicott is also running Encore, so we need to, Skybro has to really respect that is also a possibility. And the Basculegion is just such a huge Pokemon to deal with as well.
I think on the field here, it's interesting because Vivian is the Pokemon with moves like Sleep Powder and Hurricane that can really change the flow of the game, but it's also the Pokemon of the 4 on the field that's the most likely to get knocked out very quickly. Vivian not going for a Protect or anything, taking chunky damage from this Whimsicott Moonblast. Let's see how it's able to respond. It's a Sleep Powder into Basculegion's Protect.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, and as we know, that Basculegion is not going to take it, but we're going to go ahead and see that Araquanid go for the liquidation onto the Whimsicott, not taking it down too far, and Poldana had a really good call that turn, going for the Protect to make sure their Basculegion does not go to sleep, but also that Whimsicott did so much damage on the Pavilion, which I think Poldana's like, I really need to get rid of this Pokemon, especially with its moveset right now.
Yeah, the Vivian is just such a much more attractive target than the Araquanid right now. Araquanid really only having that water type liquidation for coverage here, and that just doesn't seem like it's going to be knocked out to either Pokemon. We get to see that Quick Claw activate, some really unique attack on Skybur's team. Not sure if it's going to come up the most in this turn, but let's see what Araquanid is doing with that unique +1 priority that it has.
That is really so funny. I think that's one of those items that we never really see, but we're going to go ahead and see that Araquanid go for the liquidation, taking the Whimsicott down to 19 HP, which makes it pretty fast because Whimsicott did set up the Tailwind. We're going to see the Basket Legion go for the Wave Crash into the Pavilion that did protect itself. When's the last time you've seen Quick Claw?
It's been a bit, maybe not since I was down in Pokeball tier.
Yeah, I think maybe for me, it's when I played a Pokemon game and I was like, actually, I want this Pokemon to go faster, and I didn't have any other items to put on it. So I'm actually really jazzed to see that. And I think what just shows right there is like, sometimes it's kind of fun to just have it like go ahead and set up again with another Quick Claw.
Yo, Araquanid. Okay, wait, who's Whimsicott swapping into? Like, who wants to take this liquidation? That feels pretty telegraphed into the slot right now.
Oh, I guess it's going to be the Garchomp, and we're going to see that they try to go for the double protect in the Pavilion, but we're going to see the liquidation actually go into the Basket Legion, maybe protecting the switch of the Basket Legion, but instead it was that Whimsicott. So not a great turn for Skybro, and we're going to go ahead and see that Wave Crash go into the Pavilion, going ahead and knocking it out. So really fascinating. We have the Tailwind on Paldana's side. We have this Araquanid that really loves going fast, but not doing too much damage.
Oh, here comes Toaster the Scissor. Okay, so it's actually going to be a Scissor plan instead of the Heracross on Skybro's side. Definitely not an uncomfortable position for Skybro. I think another kind of nice thing is, without any knockouts yet, this Basket Legion has to rely on Wave Crash for damage. The Last Respect just isn't powered up yet. This actually looks like it could be a pretty good turn for Scissor to begin setting up and threatening those fast bullet punches on the rest of Paldana's team.
Yeah, I think the Scissor is in a really good position to just really quick up, set up a Sword Stance, get that up. And it's also running Bug Bite and Bullet Punch. So I think if we can go ahead and set it up, if you can wait out this Tailwind as well, kind of start wreaking some havoc, but we're going to go ahead and see the Whimsicott is going to be brought back onto the field and chase for that Basket Legion, and that Scissor is going to go ahead and Mega Evolve into Mega Scizor.
Ooh, and I think I can see why Whimsicott might be coming in here. If this Whimsicott doesn't get knocked out this turn, it is potentially going to be threatening an Encore onto the Scissor in the future. Whether that's going to be a Protect or a Sword Stance that it gets into. Garchomp not attacking into Scissor's Protect, chipping away at Araquanid with a Dragon Claw.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and see that Scissor did a Protect, so it's going to put it in a really prime real estate for that Whimsicott to go ahead and do the Encore. We do see the liquidation from Araquanid going into the Garchomp and taking it down quite a hefty amount, but getting that Rough Skin back onto it. I feel like Scissor is now in a really tricky situation. I think you have to swap it out, or else you risk the Encore coming in from Whimsicott.
Right, and the problem is not only would you get hit by Encore, but your Araquanid looks like it's going to be comfortably in range of that Life Orb Dragon Claw at this point, which means if you left both Pokemon in here, you might have a Scissor that just stranded on the field, can't even swap out. So looks like this might be Scissor's last chance to really swap out here.
Yeah,
Very smart turn by Paldana.
Yeah, Paldana really is in a great control of this game, because not only that, so we think about it this way, that the Whimsicott goes for the Encore into the Scissor spot, and then after that resets up Tailwind. Because Tailwind is just about to end, we do go ahead and see that Scissor is going to swap out into that Cleavor. Hamilton the Cleavor, we love that. And we're going to go ahead and see the Araquanid going for the Wild Guard as well.
Wild Guard, interesting. Maybe trying to catch out Garchomp on doing a Rock Slide specifically to chip away both these Pokemon. It's just going to be a Dragon Claw instead to finish off Araquanid. So Skybro's back is against the wall. It's going to be two of Scyther's evolutions on full HP, staring down all four of Paldana's Pokemon. However, there is going to be pretty significant chip on the two on the field, and the Basket Legion in the back also not at perfect health.
Not at perfect health, and also maybe doesn't want to be in this position against these two Pokemon. We're going to see that the Scissor is going to return. I truthfully don't think you can really have it stay on the field too long, or going ahead and setting up a Sword Stance or a Protect, unless you get rid of that Whimsicott. I think we're really seeing again and again how pesky Whimsicott can be if you're faced against it.
I wonder exactly what Skybro's plan is going to be here, because I have to assume that's going to be something like the Charizard in the back, so maybe we will still see an opportunity to go for something like that Stone Axe to get the Stealth Rocks onto the field. However, I think the Basket Legion in the back is also looking like a huge threat with that resistance to Bullet Punch. I don't even think at +2 it's going to go down to one of those.
Nope, I agree, Chuck, but we're going to go ahead and see that Whimsicott is going to go for that Protect, and the Scissor going for a Bullet Punch into the Garchomp, knocking it out and taking a little bit of chip from that Rough Skin. Now that Cleavor, it's only running attack attacking type moves because it is running that Choice Scarf, and it is going to lock into that Stone Axe into the Whimsicott slot. So a really good move, I think, especially if we do see that Mega Charizard, but we're gonna see the Basket Legion instead, because really there's no reason to bring out Charizard just yet, if that is the last Pokemon.
Exactly, you don't have to risk it. I think, kind of assuming that is a Charizard in the back, I think Poldon has found a really safe line, which is just like, there's not exactly much stopping you from doing a Tailwind Wave Crash to finish off Cleavor, even if it's a Pokemon with decent physical bulk. Not enough to save you from Mystic Water Basket Legion, which would just completely clear the way for that Charizard to back come out before Stealth Rocks have even gone up.
Yep, nope, I completely agree, Cheppa, and I just think this is just a really sticky situation for Skybro. I'm trying to figure out ways that you can go ahead and dance around and get through this, but it's just a really hard core to do, especially with the fact of that Charizard more than likely being in the back. We are going to go ahead and see that Whimsicott is going to set up the Tailwind on Holdana's side once again, making sure that it's going to go fast, but we do see that Full Punch is going to go land at that Whimsicott, knocking it out as well, bringing Holdana down to their last two Pokemon.
Yeah, Bullet Punch on the Whimsicott, at least making sure that Skybro will be able to figure out what this Pokemon in the back is going to be. Looks like that Choice Scarf Cleaver not enough to outrun a Basket Legion under Tailwind Wave Crash before Cleaver is able to actually connect and attack this game, setting it down from 1 to 2 in Holdana's favor.
Yeah, and I think you and I both know, Cheppa, one thing that Scizor, especially Mega Scizor, does not like is a Charizard. And unfortunately, that's what's on the field right now. So keep in mind that Charizard does have the Mega Charizard Y, and also is running Heat Wave, Solar Beam, Weather Ball, and Protect. So regardless of the situation, you could go ahead and just have a Weather Ball, Heat Wave, or forfeit. And Poldano wins game 1.
Yeah, Charizard being able to save some of that mega energy there, maybe for the next game. Courtney, tell me some your thoughts on that game, about how both players approached it.
Yeah, I think Skybro really was trying to identify how can I get through this, because I think they also know that this is going to be the main 4 core that's going to bring in. There's no really real reason to bring in Mawile and for Farigiraf, so how do I dance around with those other remaining pieces? And I think for them it's just really difficult because of the Charizard and just how much pressure it is exerting. But I think one of the Pokemon that I didn't really expect to do too much, but it did a lot, was Whimsicott. With that Moonblast turn 1 into the Pavilion, I think it really kind of just set the pace really interestingly and kind of put Skybro in a really interesting position after that. I think if you're Skybro, once again, I'm not trying to be biased, everybody, but I think Heracross is a better pick to bring in than Scizor, especially since you're running Rock Blast.
I really think I can see either of them being good. If I'm Skybro, my major takeaway right now is the early game actually wasn't going too poorly. I think there were a couple mistakes, like Vivian kind of going down before it accomplished anything. But if before the Charizard comes out, your bug types can actually go toe-to-toe with your opponents, like meta Pokemon, pretty well. I think those exchanges can absolutely go in Skybro's flavor if they just get a couple more of the plays right. So we're going to have to see them find a plan to do better in that early game. And then at that point, maybe your late game can be about figuring out how to stall out Tailwind and then deal with the Charizard. And if we see that kind of plan come together for Skybro, maybe that is how we'll see something like a Cleavor against Charizard matchup to wrap up the game.
Yeah, I think Cleavor needs to be in a better position, because I think we all just saw that with that Tailwind up, that Basket Legion is automatically going to outspeed that Cleavor and go ahead and make it, even though it's running the Scarf, not really do too much. We're going to go ahead and go into our game 2 of round 8 of the Grand Champions Festival Encore.
It's going to be Whimsicott and Garchomp coming out for Poldana on the lead against Heracross and Vivian on Skybro's side.
Okay, first of all, let's go Heracross. Second of all, really excited to see the change up. So we're going to have Heracross that is more than likely going to go ahead and Mega Evolve on that side. Now this is a little bit more interesting because the Garchomp is out instead of the Basket Legion on Poldana's side.
Yeah, let's think about what Heracross could do here. Or maybe start by talking about Vivian, who I still think is very afraid of this combination of Pokemon. I guess the bright side of that is Poldana does have a lot of pressure to go after her, Vivian, or else it's going to be able to do something like Hurricane or Sleep Powder before going down. Maybe Skybro could take advantage of that and protect Vivian before it takes any damage here. But the thing about Heracross is, I don't think it's strong enough to get a one-shot knockout on either of these Pokemon right now.
I don't think so either, Cheppa. I think that even though with the Mega Evolution from that Heracross, I don't think it's going to be able to knock out it with a one-hit KO. I do think you're right on that Pavilion that you need to protect it. And we do go ahead and protect on Skybro's side to make sure that it survives another turn on that side. The Whimsicott on Poldana's side is going to go for that Tailwind to go ahead and start setting up that speed. But we see Garchomp going for the Rock Slide onto their opposing Pokemon. And is it going to hit the Heracross? It is. And it's going to take a little bit of damage. It's taking better than I thought it was.
Yeah, Heracross not doing too bad on that. Let's see if they can fight through the Rock Slide flinch. Ooh, here comes a Rock Blast for Whimsicott, maybe hoping to catch something like Charizard coming in. This Rock Blast, if that had been Pin Missile, that might have been a knockout Whimsicott.
Yeah, I would have said, truly, that was kind of incredible. I'm surprised that the Rock Blast did that much. As I'm trying to be nice about Heracross, guys, I run it quite a bit, but I was a little shocked about that. But I think this is a different change of pace this game. Skybro really identifying, hey, that Whimsicott caused me a lot of problems last time. If I know it's going to set up Tailwind, if I can get rid of it before it can set it up again, I think I might have a place to stand, especially with that Cleaver running that Choice Scarf. So I think Skybro really identifying, hey, maybe I should change up how this is going to be, and I think it's really working well in their favor.
If you're Skybro here, I still think you have to be terrified of the Charizard in the back. Like, you have to be thinking about a way to play around that Charizard and maybe not let it get in too free under Tailwind. You want your opponent to be scared of swapping in front of your Heracross, and that might mean not actually getting a knockout too early in the game to let that Charizard come in easily. This is Vivian coming out for Araquanid, really smart swap. However, this Araquanid looks like it is poised to take a Moonblast Rock Slide combo this turn.
Oh, yes, and we're going to go ahead and see that special attack ball on that Araquanid and the Rock Slide landing on both of those Pokemon, taking the Araquanid down to 22 HP because, you know, it's super effective, and Garchomp loves to be landing its Rock Slides. From there, we're going to go ahead and see that the Heracross can go for a close combat into the Garchomp and taking it down to 11 HP. Wow.
Yeah, and something that's important to note about this Heracross is it's not actually running Pin Missile, so the close combat is actually the strongest move that it has access to. Skybro has put a lot of damage on Holdana's team here, but the problem is without, you know, potentially without Scissor on the lineup, there's not going to be an easy way to finish off these low HP Pokemon. Araquanid also had to come in and take that Rock Slide before he was able to do anything like a Wide Guard, so probably losing a little more HP than, like, if you're Araquanid, I think you might be really hoping for a Quick Claw activation right now.
Yep, I agree, Chubba. I think that Quick Claw is really what you're going to want to cross your fingers for, especially into this situation. That Heracross is running Bullet Seed, typically, that is usually Pin Missile, so it's kind of interesting to see. I'm probably for the Mega Swampards that we've been seeing so much throughout the day. But now, as we see the Quick Claw on the Araquanid for Skybro, I'm pretty sure that they were crossing their fingers, hoping that was going to happen, as we do see the Mega Heracross going for the detect.
Let's see, so here's Liquidation to finish off Whimsicott before it can do anything. What does Garchomp do here? Because if this is something like Dragon Claw into Heracross's Protect, that could be a huge turnaround for Skybro.
Wow.
Ooh, Dragon Claw into Araquanid.
Oh my gosh, and we're going to go ahead and see that Araquanid go down. But now Skybro's in an interesting position. He has the Pavilion, the Garchomp survives on 2 HP, and now the Tailwind, I think they have one more Tailwind turn, and then it's over, which is going to allow Kleavor, it is in the back, with that Choice Scarf to be doing and moving a little bit faster than everybody else thinks it's supposed to do.
Yeah, I wonder, yeah, Skybro can absolutely turn this around. Getting that knockout on Whimsicott before it's able to set up another trick win. It's actually Basculation coming out first. Here comes the Vivian. I think a pretty safe swap out for Skybro, at least. You know, this is their Pokemon that we know has access to Protect. We know doesn't actually have to worry about anything at the last turn of this Tailwind. The problem is that Heracross is going to go down in the process. This Heracross doesn't have any priority moves, doesn't have any Quick Claw of its own to rely on.
Unfortunately, you can't run Quick Claw and run Mega Heracross, which is kind of sad, but I do think it did a lot of damage for this, and I don't want to hear anybody in chat saying Heracross is bad, because look at here, look at how much it's done so far. That Garchomp is not going to want to take anything else. It is definitely going to go down this turn unless it is swapped out, but now it's kind of an interesting situation. You could go ahead and set up a Tailwind to go and start matching that. You'll still have one more of the other team, but I think you just go, as we can see that Garchomp going for that Protect on Holdana's side.
Ooh, the Protect is a smart play on the Garchomp here because you probably don't want your Garchomp going down to Life Orb damage this turn. I think you'd rather wait another turn back to be able to connect and attack with it. That's going to be Wave Crash comfortably finishing off Heracross. I think something that Holdana's actually been doing a really good job of is catching out Skybro's Protects. Like, they're not getting ahead of themselves. They're still making smart plays and making sure that they're not wasting attacks on these Protects and just keeping their damage output high. As we do see that Kleavor revealed in the back for Skybro.
Well, and I think, Chubba, that just makes what a great trainer is. It's that really identifying, hey, I know that they're running all these different Protects. How am I going to go ahead and analyze which Pokemon they're going to go ahead and use Protect for? And then really optimizing that. And I think the Garchomp protecting to make sure, like you said, that it isn't going to go down to any like Life Orb or anything like that. But also, I do think the Pavilion protecting was good too. I think it still has the ability to set up Tailwind if it really wants to get ahead of. I'm not sure if that Cleaver is going to be able to outspeed that Mega Charizard Y just with the Choice Scarf itself. I think that's an interesting speed setup.
It'll be able to.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
Cleaver is actually a pretty fast Pokemon. This is going to be Basculegion going for an Aqua Jet, but this means if... Ooh, it's actually a Stone Axe instead of something like a Rock Slide, so Basculegion actually not going to take any other damage this turn. Cleaver taking some rough skin damage from that Garchomp, but not quite enough to get a knockout.
No, I think that's a really tough situation that we're now dealing with. We do see the Pavilion going for that Sleep Power onto that Basculegion, making sure that it does stay asleep this next turn, which by this means that we're probably going to see the Charizard that's going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, and it's going to have to deal with that
Mawile! Oh my god, shocking reveal from Poldana. They don't even have to fight this Cleaver with a 4x Rock Weak Pokemon. It is just going to be a Mawile that can actually pretty safely wrap up that Cleaver with a Sucker Punch if it wants to.
Chupa, I'm shocked. This was the Pokemon that we've been talking all about Mega Charizard this, Mega Charizard this. Mawile said, what about me? And I'm actually really excited to see this, and I'm really excited to see the Mega Evolve Mawile hitting the field and really going in and showing its stuff.
Yeah, just such a creative use of the dual Mega on this team, really making your opponent fear the Charizard so much, and then not actually relying on it, just saying like, hey, I think Mawile is the perfect tool for me at this point.
I'm still baffled, and we're going to go ahead and see that Pavilion go for Hurricane into the Basculegion, taking it down to 40 HP and getting the confusion, but I think it's going to be more confused about why it's still sleeping than anything else. But now I think this Mawile just really sweeps up here. It's running Play Rough, Sucker Punch, and Brick Break with the Protect. So I don't think this Pavilion really wants to deal with any of this. I think if the Basculegion still stays asleep and you start targeting down the Mawile, you might have some potential, but I think it's going to be a really, really tough game for Skybro.
Maybe with some really extreme Hurricane confusion luck, we are going to see Basculegion have a chance to wake up after one turn of sleep. No, Basculegion staying asleep for another turn. Yeah, if you're Skybro, you are going to need to get very, 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 very lucky with your Hurricane confusions to get out of this, because that is the only way to break through the Mawile before it can break through you.
I think you have to add about 4 more varies to that, Chuppa, because this is going to be insane, but we do see the Basculegion is going to go ahead and wake up. It is confused. It's going to hurt itself in confusion. So that's the first vary on that side, and we're going to see the Hurricane land onto the Basculegion, going ahead and probably going to knock it out, which is making it Mega Mawile versus Pavilion.
Yeah, this is the start of the puzzle for Skybro. So one thing about the Basculegion not being able to attack there is Mawile using that first turn of sleep. Skybro can safely go for another Protect here if they want to. It's going to be Mawile going for a Sucker Punch into Vivian, which I have to assume is going to be able to go for a Hurricane here. How much is this through to Mawile? Oh, that's not that bad. That was about a third.
I'm shocked, and there's a confusion on the Mega Mawile. Wait, Chuppa, hold on. This game is not over. It is a Pavilion and a dream right now for Skybro.
Yeah, that confusion is absolutely the start of how things can turn around for Skybro. Yep, this turn was always just going to be a sleep powder into Mawile. We're going to see that Mawile take that guaranteed first turn of sleep here, and then on the next turn, have to wonder if it can wake up. One thing to note here is if you're Skybro, if this Mawile keeps taking the 2-turn sleeps, it's not really going to be able to do a whole lot about this Vivian. It's just going to keep taking Sleep Powder Hurricane, Sleep Powder Hurricane. Here is one of those 2-turn sleeps.
And we do see the miss on the Hurricane, so I think Skybro had a lot of luck, but you know what? Luck always has to run out after a little bit. But now, like you were saying, Chuppa, it's like really this cat and mouse game is like, is Mawile going to stay asleep? What's going to happen? Is it going to wake up?
It's going to be a guaranteed wake up here because that's been 2 turns of sleep. Vivian can safely protect to make Mawile, waste whatever its turn is.
Very true. So we are going to see that Pavilion go for the Protect, and Mawile is going to wake up, and probably, we'll see, it is going to go for that Play Rough, but of course it is protected. I think Confusion is always the silliest tech in the game. Can I just say that?
Yep. Very, very silly. Funny that it is sort of just moving the odds just a little bit in Vivian's favor. Here it comes another Sleep Powder into that Mawile, and we're going to see Mawile take that guaranteed first turn of sleep.
I think one thing I'm going to remember after this entire tournament is, wow, Pavilion is such a pest to deal with, and it's so cute, so it doesn't make any sense on that side. We're going to see that the Hurricane from the Pavilion is going to land onto the Mawile, taking it down even more, down to 40 HP. I think it means that we're still going to need 2 more Hurricanes in order for this to happen, but it is still fully asleep.
Yeah, another full sleep on Mawile. This just means Vivian can kind of repeat the exact cycle we saw the past 2 turns, protect to force Mawile to wake up, and then just repeat the Sleep Powder Hurricane combo.
So what do you do if you're pulled on right now in this cat and mouse game? And you, we have the confusion on the Mega Mawile, taking it down into a range for that Hurricane to go ahead and knock out. So
I wonder if 27 is enough. I think we've seen Hurricane do around that much.
we do see that Mawile is going to go ahead and protect on that side, as I'm sure that Vivillon is going to try to go for that Sleep Powder. So now we're in a really interesting situation. I think what Poldana's trying to do is they're trying to wait out the confusion to see if they can go ahead and get something set up and just hope that a Hurricane does not knock out their Mega Mawile.
And we have to remember, this Hurricane is only about 90% accurate. Ooh, what's Mawile? Another Protect. This is a really interesting play on Poldana's part. I do not think that was a sleep turn they were allowed to throw away, because normally Mawile would be, you try to click play rough on a turn like this. You'd use a sleep turn. By going for Protect and failing, you are on 0 sleep turns right now, meaning this is going to be a very, very free Hurricane turn for Vivian, and we're going to see if one more Hurricane is going to be enough, or if it's going to need to be a double Hurricane.
Yep, we're going to go ahead and see that Hurricane landing into that Mega Mawile, and is it enough? It is! And the Skybro takes game 2. What is happening, Chuppa?
Dude, Bug Stuff going to game 3 against a Charizard Mawile core. Not a matchup where we necessarily expect Pokemon like Heracross and Vivian to be able to shine, but Skybro showing that they have the sauce, they have the keys to the matchup.
You can't even write this headline. Can I just say that? You couldn't even, this is a Cinderella story right now. Imagine being Skybro, getting paired into a Mega Charizard Y team and being like, oh no, this is gonna be not great for me. And then in game 2, seeing a Mega Mawile and somehow defeating it with Vivillon. This isn't... those words would have never come out of my mouth prior to this game.
I know, I'm not even sure what to say about this at this point. And again, I feel like Skybro in some ways is sort of I feel like I can see their play warming up as we go along. They're, getting a better sense of how Poldana likes to play, which of their own strategies they need to rely on the matchup. I think something that's interesting for this game 3 is because we see both teams kind of rocking that dual Mega, I wonder what Megas we are going to see for this pivotal game 3 to decide which of these players is going to be the one to move it on to day 2, and which of them is going to go home with a 5-3 record.
Yeah, I think that's going to be really hard to see. I do think, once again, no bias, but that Mega Heracross did a lot of work for Skybro on that turn, or that game, especially against that Scizor in game 1. So I think it's really fascinating. I think you have to bring the Vivillon. I think how they positioned it this last game was so impactful to really turn the tides. And if you're Poldana, you bring Charizard. I think you learned your lesson. You said, hey, I really wanted to bring Mega Mawile, but I think, hey, if it was Charizard in that position, I think it would have really been an easy 2-0 game.
I think it's really telling that Skybro was able to narrowly win the game when they saved the Vivian for later, as opposed to letting it go down early in the game. And I think that's something that Poldana can take advantage of, maybe knowing that Skybro is going to be really cautious about taking risks with the Vivian, even if it does show up early in the match.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things, is I think Skybro really saw that. But we're going to go ahead and see Poldana's going to lead with the Charizard and Garchomp, while we see on Skybro's side there, Arachnid and Vivillon. So a complete change up on Poldana's side.
Yeah, this is a really explosive start. Poldana just saying hey, I'm done with the bugs. I'm throwing out the rock moves. I'm throwing out the heat waves. Potentially some very, very scary Pokemon for Arachnid and Vivian to go up against. One thing I want to check is this Charizard's nature, because if it is not timid, it's not actually going to be able to outrun this timid Vivian.
That's
so
very
I think this might actually be a chance for Vivian to kind of go for those sleep powders a little bit earlier in the game this time.
Yeah, and I think that Charizard is actually a modest nature, so I think it's going to cause some issues. We do see the Quick Claw again from the Arachnid. What can it not do?
This Arachnid has activated Quick Claw more times than it hasn't, I'm pretty sure.
I think you're actually correct, Shuffle, which is crazy, because Quick Claw never works out well for me. Can I just say that? But we are going to see on Poldana's side that Charizard is going to go in Mega Evolve, and the Arachnid going for that Wide Guard. So Quick Claw didn't mean too much, but hey, it was really cool to see.
Ooh, save Dragon Claw instead of Rock Slide. Garchomp's just wanting to go for its move that is guaranteed to connect. Let's see how Vivian responds to that, because these are both very, very important targets to connect a Sleep Powder against. Ooh, it's actually just going to be a tailwind rather than anything else.
That's really fascinating. I think maybe Skybro knows that Pavilion, they're definitely going to try to target into a lot, as we can see, as it does get knocked out by that Mega Charizard Y. I think really Poldana said, I'm done with this butterfly. Get it out of here.
Yeah, Poldana kind of reading that Vivian wasn't going to try and go for Protect this time and dealing with it really swiftly. This is the first time we've actually seen Skybro be the player to set up a tailwind as opposed to Poldana, and I'm curious to see how they're going to use it. This is the Heracross coming out, now finally turning the tables on this Charizard, being able to threaten it with that Rock Blast before it can do anything in return, and Poldana really the one playing on the back foot, even though they are up in terms of Pokemon.
I agree, and I think that's one amazing thing about Pokemon is that even though you might have less Pokemon, you can still be quite ahead because we gotta think about it. Skybro has Tailwind up, now has a full HP Heracross that is going to go ahead and Mega Evolve and just wreak so much havoc into this, because if Heracross has the speed, it could do a lot of damage in its stead. Now the Araquanid is in an more interesting situation right now. We're going to see that Poldana's going to swap out that Garchomp instead for that Whimsicott, maybe to set up Tailwind to go ahead and start getting that speed back on that side. And of course, the Heracross going into Mega Evolve into Heracross.
Yeah, Whimsicott actually seeming like a relatively safe swap out of Garchomp there. I think it'd be really tough for Skybro to catch it coming in. Charizard going for Protect, pretty safe. I don't think you want it going down to Rock Blast just yet. Yep, Rock Blast coming out into Charizard's Protect as Araquanid is able to follow up with a Liquidation. Pretty darn safe swap for the Whimsicott here.
Yeah, but I think that was what you had to do if you were Skybro. You said, hey, I just need to start putting that pressure into there. Heracross really can't do anything else, especially maybe you could have targeted into the Garchomp slot, trying to predict the Protect on the Charizard. But I think Poldana really said, hey, I know that they've got Tailwind. I need to start doing something.
Araquanid activating that Quick Claw yet again. Heracross going for a D-Tack, maybe reading something like a Tailwind and Weather Ball coming out from Poldana's side. Yeah, if this, how much is Liquidation going to do to Charizard? Like, this could be some pretty chunky damage we're looking at.
Well, we're going to see Chubb, and it's going to take it down to 45 HP, so a lot more than I really thought, especially with the sun going up right now. We're going to see that defense fall, and we're going to see the Weather Ball targeting into the Mega Heracross. It's like you play Pokemon or something, Zeppa. What? How'd you know?
Yeah. Skybro's options are starting to feel pretty limited, so Poldana has, that's a Tailwind offset of 2 turns, so this is like the last turn where you're on neutral Tailwind footing. After that, Poldana's only going to be the only side with it. Unless Araquanid is able to get another Quick Claw activation, this Charizard is just going to be able to respond with a Weather Ball into that Heracross. Charizard actually choosing to withdraw, maybe not so worried about going for that, because this Heracross is also susceptible to an Encore right now.
Yep, and we're going to go ahead and see that Encore going on to that Mega Heracross, making it so that it is locked into Detect. And it does get the double Detect, which really means nothing because Garchomp swapped out. So, but it's still cool to see. We do see the Araquanid going for the Liquidation into the Garchomp, taking it down to 61 HP, and also that defense fall. And skin back onto it.
Yeah, kind of fortunate defense drop, but we're starting to see Araquanid's reliance on Water-type moves kind of bite it in the bug here, as it struggles to do any, normally effective move with that halved water damage in the sun right now. I think this is just something that, when Araquanid is a powerful Pokemon, but your opponent has the sun, how exactly are you going to cut through them? We're seeing Heracross maybe have to consider a swap out. Nope, just another D-Tack.
Yeah, I think you have to keep in mind is that if they have a Pokemon in the back and it's Kleavor, that Kleavor's not going to want to take any move that's going to come from any of those Pokemon. We do see the Moonblast from Whimsicott going into Mega Heracross, taking it down to 31 HP, and the double up with the Garchomp, knocking it out.
Yeah, it could have been a really fortunate Protect for that Heracross to land, but no such luck on Skybro's side. Let's see what Araquanid can do here. It's going to be another Liquidation into Garchomp. Still not enough to even knock it into Life Orb range, even with the defense drop, though. So Skybro going to fall down to just 2 Pokemon against Poldana's 4.
Yeah, I think this is really fascinating to see. Once that Charizard comes back out, they're going to reset the sun, so that is going to be fully intact. We do see the Kleavor landing on Skybro's side, definitely for that Mega Charizard, but I think Skybro is now in a much stickier situation, and they haven't even used Sticky Web yet.
So, something that's a little interesting about the position here is if Kleavor is able to go for Sonax at all, Charizard will just, get knocked out as it comes on to the field. I'm wondering if Cleaver will be able to go for that against a Dragon Claw Moonblast combo. Like, will it be able to survive this?
Well, we're gonna go ahead.
I'm not so sure.
We're gonna see that the Moonblast is 46. Hey, I took it better than I thought it was, but we're gonna see the double up from there, and it's going to knock out that Cleaver, leaving the Araquanid, our tried and true Quick Claw user, the only Pokemon left, and the Garchomp surviving with 2 HP. But that liquidation is going to go into that Garchomp, knocking it out. And Chuppa, I don't know if it's you or if it's like me, but I don't think Araquanid can beat Mega Charizard Y, Whimsicott, and this mystery other final Pokemon by itself.
This mystery Basculegion.
They're suspiciously enlarged Basculegion that it's the field. And now I just think it's a really tough game.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Araquanid is going to be able to take this Moonblast and last respect double up, and even if it can, Liquidation is just not going to be turning up. Araquanid showing why it came to this matchup and getting yet another activation of the Quick Claw on the way out.
I'm running Quick Claw from now on because this is crazy to see. We're going to see that Araquanid going for the Liquidation into the Whimsicott, taking it down to 26 HP, so quite a bit of damage. It is a critical hit on that side. Hey, Araquanid said, hey, I'm not down. I might be 1 HP!
Araquanid is trying so hard. It's a shame that its teammates have been knocked out around it, because Araquanid is putting his little heart into this.
There's a little Araquanid that could right now, using its Quick Claw and also everything else, but we do see the Aqua Jet coming in from that Basculegion, knocking out the Araquanid. But what an incredible round 8 match from Skybro and Poldana. What a match.
What a match.
I'm still enamored by Game 2, Vivillon against the world, and it made it happen. And once again, as a favorite bug-type trainer, this was such an amazing thing to see. So Skybro, congratulations. I'm so sorry you couldn't make it to day 2, but Poldano, congrats on to day 2 with your team.
Yep, really making this tried and true, it's pretty standard Charizard team with some tech pieces like the Mawile come out. Even if Mawile didn't look quite as strong against the bug types as it could, still seems like a really interesting part of the team. Maybe if we feature Poldana at another point in time, we'll be able to see this Trick Room mode of theirs come into play. It seems like that'll be the last round that Skybro gets to participate in, but still, what a tournament run to be proud of. I think not many players can say they almost debuted the second largest Pokemon tournament of the time with only bugs to their name.
And I'm your biggest fan, Skybro. Let me just say that. Thank you for doing this. I'm not saying it was just for me, but thank you for doing this for me. I really do appreciate it.
The bugs needed this.
The bugs needed this for reals. The bug army, come on. Thank you so much. But I do agree. I would love to see that Trick Room mode. I think for Rigaraf is one of those Pokemon that we're not seeing. It's doing pretty well right now. What can I say? But I think it's causing a lot more issues. And I think if you can play into that mode a little bit more with a Mawile, it'd be really interesting to see on that side. But just this game 2 was just incredible. And I still can't believe it happened. With the hurricanes, the sleeps, the confusions, everything in between.
Yeah, it's just such a good example that Vivillon is a Pokemon that can really kind of put the luck into its favor over the course of the game, forcing you to worry about those 2-turn sleeps, using that boosted accuracy on sleep pattern due to its ability, and ultimately being able to snatch this game from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, and honestly, for the last round, this has been such an incredible one. And I think Poldana really understood, hey, I cannot bring Mega Mawile again. That was a bad decision. And also, this Araquanid loves its Quick Claw more than anything. But I would have to say, does Araquanid have a Quick Claw for each of its legs, or is it just one?
Oh, you know what? I think Quick Claw is 1 in 8 to activate, and if you have 8 legs, it's always going to activate at that point, isn't it?
Wait, I actually think you're right. I think that's what science says.
we need Pokemon scientists to look into the odds of activating Quick Claw if you're a spider Pokemon.
Yes, Pokemon professors, please tell us. We need to know. But what an incredible round 8 match from our side of things. Now, if you were to change up any bug Pokemon in that team, what would you do?
Any bug Pokemon? I think Cyber actually did select some of the best bug Pokemon in the format. I think the combination of Cleaver and Scizor is kind of funny, but if you're a bug type team, they actually cover each other relatively well. I'm trying to think, what are some bugs that didn't come there? I think Scolipede is kind of a fun one. I think there was someone who finished in champion tier with it. I don't know exactly with what set, but I think being able to use that speed boost before you Mega and then Mega drop your speed, but you know, if you already have a couple speed boosts, maybe you've been going for, I think it has Iron Defense, maybe just doing some setup shenanigans. I think kind of using that duality could be kind of nice. However, I think it's also one of the many bug type Pokemon that will struggle against the Charizard, so not sure if Scolipede would have been enough to change the outcome of that battle.
No, very true. But I also would have to say, Cheppa. Now, hypothetically, if you had to bring a mono type team, what type would you bring?
Let's see. I mean, in terms of like what's the strongest, I think it's pretty clearly got to be water.
Yeah.
Maybe besides that, I think Dragon could be fun. Like you could almost do an all pseudo legendary team. I think yeah, Dragon might have to be my choice in terms of the fun factor. Don't know how we're gonna deal with the Floette, but maybe a Hisui and Gutra with those big heavy slams can do the job.
Hey, I think one of the things that we've seen like, just throughout the tournament today, Cheppa, is all of these interesting Pokemon that we usually don't see. Like we've seen a normal Gudra, we've seen Heracross, and we have been seeing so many just like random off the wall ones that we're like, where, what? You're here? And I guess you're here to stay. So, yes, it's really been such an incredible time with you today, Cheppa, and with all the amazing casters as well. Once again, huge shout out to our production team and also our wonderful host, Jacob Scrawl, for having us for day one of the Grand Championships Festival, and we'll see you guys a little bit later.
Wow, what an amazing match to end our tournament. I was ready for that to be a pretty fast 2-0, and that Vivian just held out hope for as long as it possibly could, and that Araquanid Game 3 was trying his hardest. What an amazing team from Skybro, but unfortunately, in a world full of Charizards and Garchomps, the bugs aren't having the best time. With that, guys, we've finished the day one of the Grand Champions Festival Encore. From well over 4,000 players, we're going to be down to around 300, all competing for that $5,500 cash prize. Guys, I just want to say one more time how grateful I am that all of you have made it possible for me to run these events. I want to thank the company Gen Game, our producers for the event, of course, all of our wonderful casters, and our sponsor, Open That Pack. With that being said, we're going to be hearing from Open That Pack before we wrap up the stream. And we'll see you tomorrow for day 2 of the Grand Champions Festival Encore. Same time, same place. With all that being said, thanks for watching. Bye.
Welcome to Open That Pack. Experience virtual pack openings with real cards inside. Choose your packs and boxes. Open them online and see your pulls instantly. Love what you see? Get your cards shipped straight to your door. Not a fan of a card? Trade unwanted pulls for credits. Trade, collect, cash out. Start your online card opening journey today with Open That Pack.